Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if the son of Light Yagami and Misa obtained the Death Note and took over the world? Synopsis: in the year 2030, the world has fallen back into chaos after the death of Kira, with crime, corruption, and terrorism spreading unchecked across society. At the Wammy House orphanage, 17-year-old Knight Yagami discovers a death note that is deliberately given to him by the Shinigami Gilth, who reveals himself to be connected to Kira's past. Through visions of Light Yagami's life, Knight learns that Light and Misa were his parents and that Kira's mission was never truly finished. Believing the world only prospered under Kira's rule, Knight accepts his role as heir to Kira and begins using the Death Note to punish criminals and silence anyone who opposes his ideology. As his god complex grows, he murders even those closest to him and carefully manipulates events to trap Near, the SPK, and the Japanese task force in that familiar yellow box warehouse and avenge his father. Knight plans on succeeding where his father failed by killing every detective involved in Kira's downfall and erasing the remaining heirs of L at the Wammy House. Finally taking his place as the god of the world and spreading Kira's judgment across the globe. Make sure to check out the author linked in the description, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 1: Becoming Brothers. Realm of the Shinigami. No, Light, you weren't actually a god back then. You were something else. Go ahead, why not give it a shot? If you're lucky, some unbelievable guy might just pick up your notebook. Maybe you'll get to see something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. That's why I think, wouldn't you agree, Light? The Human World. October 27, 2030. This world is rotten. This world is infested with vermin and people allow it to be infested. Where is Kira? We need him now more than ever. I would kill to bring him back. Who knows, maybe Kira will return and steer this world in the right direction. The Wammy House. Knight Yagami, age 17. On the rooftop of the Wammy House, Knight Yagami sat on a beach chair with a chessboard set up on a table in front of him. He plays by himself and thinks of the next moves ahead for each side. Knight Yagami was known around the Wammy House for his orange hair, which was actually strawberry blonde. He had blue eyes and fair skin. He wore a buttoned-up khaki shirt that was neatly pressed and a red tie. He also sported black pants and fancy brown shoes. He sat in his beach chair with one leg over his knee and he moved the knight up and to the right, checkmating himself. From the sky that had been covered with gray clouds, a notebook fell. Ow! Knight exclaimed as he clutched his head. A notebook from above had fallen on his head and nearly put him in a coma. He winces and rubs his head before he clears his composure to study the device that had ambushed him from above. Death Note. He picks it up from his lap and examines it carefully. He flips it open and reads the first page. This is a God of Death's notebook. He chuckled. A Shinigami, it did fall from above, so I wouldn't be surprised. He flips to the next page. How to use: the human whose name is written in this note shall die. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his/her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. He read the next set of rules, which took about 7 or 8 pages, and stopped when he read a rule that read, all humans will, without exception, eventually die. After they die, the place they go is MU. Nothingness. He smirks. I can believe that. He shuts the notebook. If this is a prank, it's a well thought out one. I could have come up with this notebook if I wanted to. He flips to the first blank page. He takes out a pencil from his breast pocket. If I just write a name, then the person will simply die of a heart attack while I picture their face in mind. This is beginning to sound like a prank the kids are playing on me because I'm the only one in this godforsaken orphanage who supports Kira. I knew it worked. Knight looks up. He gasps as his mouth is covered with a mouth. His eyes widen as he gazes upon the monster silencing him. He calms down after a brief moment. In front of him was a behemoth of some kind with a permanent grin across its skeletal face, red eyes, and spiky hair that had been tied back by a red headband that matched the color of the tie Knight was wearing. He also was carrying some kind of weapon made of bones on his back. "You don't seem scared of me," the Shinigami said. "Are you not surprised to see me?" Knight spoke when the Shinigami moved his hand away from his mouth. "This is a Shinigami's notebook." Knight smiled. "You're the owner of this death note, am I right?" The Shinigami laughed. "You're smart, just as I knew you'd be. My name is Gilth and I've been watching over you for a long time, Knight Yagami." Knight cocked his head. "How do you know my name?" "At the Wammy House, I am known as K, or Kip as the others call me." "Simple," Gilth said. "I can see your name and lifespan floating above your head, and I must say, you have quite the lifespan, Knight Yagami." Knight Yagami, 1645-31391. Knight flips to a page containing rules. "You're not permitted to tell me my lifespan," he asked. "I'm not permitted to tell you that," Gilth answered, "but I can't tell you how happy I am that you found the notebook." Knight narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't find the notebook, it fell on my head, and you clearly said that you've been watching over me for a long time. The instructions are written in English, which means that you either had a contingency plan in case the notebook fell into a human's hands or you dropped this book on purpose." Gilth tilted his head. "Smart," he praised before looking down at the chessboard. "You're calculative, I always knew. You're perfect for this death note." Knight packed up his chessboard. He clutched the notebook tightly in his arm. The notebook said that only the owner or people who have touched the notebook can see you. "That's right," Gilth confirmed. "You're sharper and more observant than I anticipated." Knight takes the notebook downstairs and he locks himself in his room. Gilth limped into Knight's room as if he had been injured. "How has the world been since the reign of Kira almost 18 years ago?" Gilth asked. "Did they teach Kira that he is a hero?" Knight sneered and started grinding his teeth. "Teachers, politicians, police officers, they all have taught us that Kira was the evilest mass murderer in history." He clenched his fists. "I don't believe that." "Why not?" Gilth asked. "I was born 9 months after Kira suddenly vanished. When I was growing up, the global crime rate spiked 90%. Terrorist groups became more dangerous than before, politicians became corrupt, thousands of innocent people suffered just when they had everything going for them. And it's all because of Nier, who has taken the mantle of El. There was one Kira killing old people that Nier dubbed C Kira, and then there was a Kira, who put a death note up for auction. The world has never been worse before." Gilth's eyes lit up red. "Nier, you ruined everything all those years ago. I'll make sure you pay." He takes out a pencil. "If I knew what Nier's real name was, then I would write it down. I know this death note is real, I believe it, but I still require an experiment. I want to see the power of God before me." Gilth stopped him. "I have to warn you, Knight, the human who uses a death note can neither go to heaven nor hell for eternity. And when your time comes, I will be the one writing your name in my notebook." Knight scoffed. "Humans go to MU when they die. Either way, I don't believe in heaven, hell, God, or the devil. Religion is a waste of time and Kira is my one and only deity." "Knight," Gilth thought, "you really are your father's child. You are Light Yagami's son. What you are holding in your hand is the very weapon that Kira used to rid the world of evil." Knight laughed softly. "I already deduced that. I still have my memories of my previous life," Gilth thought. "I think I'll transfer my memories into my son." Gilth chuckled before he grabbed Knight's shoulder. "You want to know a secret, Knight? It better be worth my time, Shinigami," Knight said with a rude and condescending voice. He whispers, "I want to tell you that I am Kira." Knight froze. Does this Shinigami expect me to believe this? Does he expect me to believe that he is Kira? "Prove it," Knight challenged. "All right." Gilth held out a hand and grabbed the back of Knight's head. "Is this enough proof?" Knight's heart dropped to his stomach. His eyes went wide. His breath was stolen from him. Visions flashed through Knight's mind, the entirety of Kira's life passing through his mind, specifically, when Kira received the notebook, all the way to his inn near the Yellow Box warehouse. He saw the last of the flashes where it revealed that Light Yagami was Kira. Light Yagami, my father, was Kira? And my mother was Misa Main, the second Kira? A smile crossed Knight's face and his eyes turned red. I'm heir to Kira's throne. He smiled, which gave him an uncanny resemblance to his father. My father was Kira. I, Knight Yagami, son of Light Yagami and Misa Main, am heir to Kira. This Shinigami claims to be Kira himself, which could only mean one thing: Light Yagami was reincarnated as a Shinigami. He came back to the human world to see to it that I finish his work. And I won't disappoint my father, mother, or all those kind and gentle people who suffered because of Nier. He picks up the notebook. With this tool, I will change the world. I will redeem the world back to Kira's utopia, and I will make sure there isn't an L to chase me down. I'm going to kill Nier and everyone involved in his death. This means everybody in the SPK and the Japanese task force that chased down Kira and killed him. I'm also going to make sure no inferior carbon copies of L chase me down. I'll write down the names of everybody in the Wammy House. Knight prepares to write in the notebook before there is a knock on his door. He quickly hid the notebook in his drawer before he walked to the door. He puts his hand on the knob and hesitates. Don't worry, they can't see me, Gilth said. Knight opened the door to find a girl standing there, blushing. Kip, the girl said. Knight recognized her as a child under the alias of I, or Ice. Ice Knight called her by her alias. What do you want? She blushed. I was just... She reached into her jacket pocket and took out a yellow envelope. I just wanted to give this to you. Does she have to blush whenever she's around me? Knight takes the envelope and tears it open. It was a paper with his test results. Gilth laughed. Number 1 again, Knight said, scored 2,000 points on the Wammy House exams. That's the highest score anybody has received in the Wammy House. You've been number 1 for 3 years in a row, Kip, I said. If you keep this up, you will succeed Nier in no time. Knight chuckled. Why would I want to succeed Nier? You're the smartest kid in the Wammy House and the test results prove it. You should be the one to succeed Nier. The kids at the Wammy House are groomed into succeeding L, and you are the most qualified candidate. Knight turned and sank into his chair. Step in and close the door behind you. Ice blushed again, but she followed Knight's command. What is it, Kip? Ice, I need your honest opinion. What do you think about Kira? Ice looked at the ground with twitching fingers before looking at Knight. What do you mean? What's your opinion on Kira? I know that we are groomed into becoming detectives to stop people like Kira out of duty, but what is your personal opinion of Kira? Gilth watched the exchange between the two and laughed. I can't wait to hear her response. Well, she began, in my opinion, Kira is evil. Knight's eyes widened. Her fingers twitched. What? He whispered. What did you say? You think Kira is evil? Knight's fingers twitched. He looked down at the ground. Iona Abernathy, you call Kira evil? Knight opens his drawer without looking. Kira is justice, he growled under his breath. He slowly looked up at her with red eyes. When Kira was law, global crime rates dropped 70% and wars have stopped. Criminals became fearful of Kira and stopped themselves from committing crimes and at the same time discouraged people from doing bad. 600,000 innocent people were saved from violent criminals every year for 6 years, and people who did no wrong could live a cheerful life. Ever since Kira went dark all those years ago, crime has worsened. Knight, I said carefully, why are you saying this? He takes a pencil and presses it to the notebook. Let me ask you something, Iona Abernathy. If I rape you right here and now, I would be a bad person. I'm smart, so I can find a loophole in the system to get out of jail for free. Would it be justice if I rape you and get off scot-free? Ice gasped. It wouldn't be right. Of course, Knight said, but that's what you were saying. You are saying that you would rather live in a world where I could rape you and get away with it than to live in a world where evil people get punished for their crimes. Kip, I said, I know that you support Kira, but what has gotten into you? Why are you saying this? Because. He looks at his watch. I am Kira. Ice's eyes widened and she gasped. 38. 39. 40. Ice clutched her chest and collapsed to her knees. She falls on her side and gasps for air. She holds out her twitching hand as she gasps in horror upon realizing what was going on. Knight. Knight took out the death note and flashed the page with her name written on it. He smiles. I'll see you in nothingness, Iona Abernethy. She slowly exhales her last breath of existence. Her eyes slowly closed as she drifted off where she could rest in peace. Gilth laughed. You are too perfect for the death note, Knight. I couldn't be more proud of my son. Knight chuckles. I know what I must do now. He slowly turns his head towards Gilth. I will succeed where the original Kira failed. Once I get rid of Nier and everybody at the Wammy House and Japanese task force, I will then become the god of the new world. Hell, I'm already god. I'm the smartest kid at the Wammy House orphanage, and thanks to the memories you showed me, I now know the names and faces of everyone involved in the death of Light Yagami. Gilth laughed again. Do you have a plan for taking down the SPK and the Japanese task force, or are you just going to write their names down? To tell you the truth, I want them to suffer. After all they've done in killing Light Yagami and restoring this world to its original rotten state, I do have a plan and they will suffer. He thrust the death note on his desk and put the tip of his pencil to the page. October 31st, 2030, Japan. Are the rumors true? Matsuda asked Aizawa as he sat in the passenger seat. Is there another death note? Aizawa began, said that he detected a large number of mafia families dying in Japan. He said that mobsters of the Matsuri gang started dropping like flies from heart attacks, and before anyone knew it, this became the case for all mafia families in Japan. All except for one, the Hayden family. So there's a good chance that the death note's been picked up by a member of the Hayden family mafia. That's what L said. He contemplated. Ryuk, Matsuda said, could he have dropped another death note? It's been about 5 years since I saw him. It was with Akira, Aizawa said. L dubbed this current Kira as M Kira, for Mafia Kira. They see a man pass by their vehicle. Is that Haruki Haruno? Matsuda asked, the second in command of the Hayden family? That is. Aizawa and Matsuda get out of their car. They trail Haruno but keep a distance from him. They have their hands on their gun holsters and ready to draw their guns. Look, Matsuda pointed. They spotted a notebook under Haruno's arm. Is that the death note? He asked. Haruno paused. What's he doing? Stay on alert, Matsuda. Haruno turns his head and looks down an alley. He takes out a pencil and writes something down in his notebook. He stands there doing nothing for about 30 seconds before he places the notebook inside his jacket and starts walking. After him, Aizawa ordered. Police, Matsuda called out. Haruno turned and ran off upon seeing the two officers. The two looked down the alleyway that Haruno was staring down to see 3 men in suit and ties collapse to the ground. They recognized them as mafia members. The 2 officers chase after Haruno. Aizawa calls into Magi and Ide and tells them that Haruno is the owner of the death note and that they are in pursuit. The 2 officers chase the mob boss down all over the city. He runs into oncoming traffic and barely manages to evade the officers. He runs and jumps down an overpass and lands on shipping containers. Aizawa and Matsuda copy his actions. Haruno runs to the Daikoku wharf. He is cornered by a police car with Magi and Ide inside. He turns around and runs into the closest building, the yellow box warehouse. He forces the door open and runs for it. Matsuda gets to the door and he aims. Haruno turns around and gets shot 5 times. He is barely alive and falls into a puddle of water. Nice shot, Aizawa said. Use 1 bullet next time, we need him alive. The 4 close in on the wounded mobster as he lays there unable to move. There was blood in his eyes. Eyes, he muttered, eyes. Eyes, Aizawa said. He is talking about the Shinigami eyes, which means the Shinigami is in the room with us. Magi and I'd search the wounded mobster and find the notebook in his inner pocket. Can you see the Shinigami? Matsuda asked. Ide and Magi looked around, neither one said an answer. I can't see it, Ide said. Could it be that the Shinigami is hiding? Maybe it phased into the ground. Aizawa took the death note. Ide and Magi check Haruno. If we move him then he'll bleed out quicker, Ide said. Nier is in Japan, Aizawa said, and he said that he wanted to talk to the mobster himself. Until then, we have to check the death note to make sure that it is authentic. The officers checked the death note and they found no names written on with the exception of "fuck you" written across one page. This has to be a decoy, Matsuda said, but we saw those men die in the alley. Let me check the notebook for myself. Nier, Giovanni, Hallie, and Rester stood at the door. Nier was standing but he was carrying toys with him. Nier sat in the middle of the room and grabbed the notebook. He touched his hair. This is a decoy, he said, and then he contemplated. Unless... Thump. Haruno screamed in agony as he gave his life away from Kira's calling card. The 8 of them stared in shock at the deceased mobster. What? Matsuda said, he's dead, but how? Nier deduced the answer. We've been played. The door behind them was opened and stood Knight Yagami. The 8 looked at the young boy, who had a grin on his face and was snickering. Kip, Nier said, what are you doing here? Knight continued to snicker. He burst out into laughter. My name is Knight Yagami. He studied their shocked expressions. And I am Kira. Thump. Dead on arrival, Knight laughed. Shuichi Aizawa and Anthony Carter collapsed to the ground. Knight looked at his watch. That's for putting my father under suspicion, Aizawa. Thump. Kanzo Magi and Stephen Loud collapsed. That's for switching the notebooks, Giovanni. Thump. Hideki and Hallie Buluk went next. That's for opposing Kira in general. Tota Matsuda fired a bullet but missed Knight, who didn't even flinch. Thump. Matsuda collapsed. That's for shooting my father. Nier was the only one standing. Nier looked at Knight Yagami, recognizing no emotion in his eyes. What have you done? Nate River, Knight said, I set this all up for you. Knight pulls out the real death note and flashes it to Nier. You are all being manipulated by me. He turns to the page he wrote in. October 28, 2030, the names of 30 men part of the Matsuri gang die of heart attacks. October 30th, 2030, the largest mafia gangs in Japan start dying off, one by one. October 31st, Nate River, Hallie Buluk, Stephen Loud, and Anthony Carter fly to Japan to investigate. Haruki Haruno takes a notebook and writes death note across the cover in white painting. He stumbles upon a gang of 2 members of the Hayden family, who die of heart attacks. Shuichi Aizawa, Kanzo Magi, Hideki and Tota Matsuda chase Haruno into the yellow box warehouse. Matsuda shoots Haruno and fatally injures him. The 4 SPK members meet the Japanese task force in the yellow box and they start dying off as someone walks into the warehouse behind them at 1:29 in the afternoon, with the exception of Nate River, who dies at 1:30 p.m. He closes the notebook. I didn't actually write that, I was just giving you a general idea, but you get the point either way. I wanted to recreate everything that happened on January 28th, even the date and time, but I'm not able to wait that long. Especially considering that I used the death note on ice recently. Nier bowed his head in defeat. How could you do this, Kip? You were the smartest child at the Wammy House and you were next in line to become my successor. Knight laughed. Me, your successor? You make me laugh, Nier. Did you really think that I would want to take over after you died? To take over for the man who caused the death of my mother and father? The man who made this world a dystopia? Nier looked up at Knight in shock. You're just as crazy as your dash. Thump. Nier's eyes widened in shock. He drops a toy he was holding and collapses on his side. Knight stands over Nier with a maniacal grin on his face. What's the matter, Nier? He lifts his foot and smashes Nier's toy with it, not breaking his devilish grin. The end is near for you. He kneeled and grabbed Nier's hand. A parting gift, Knight chuckled. He put Nier's hand to the death note. Nier's wide eyes saw the Shinigami standing behind Knight, who had the same grin Knight displayed. This time, the notebook is real, the Shinigami said. Nier. Light Yagami. Nier's eyes closed slowly. Say hi to L for me, Gilth taunted. Knight gasped upon seeing the life drain from Nier's face. He was at a loss of breath before he broke out in laughter once more. Nier, there will not be another L. He laughs harder and looks at his Shinigami. I've succeeded where you failed, Father, I am God. His cell phone rings. He answers it. What are ye? I've done it, Roger Ruby said. Every single child. Knight's smile does not falter. Good, then proceed as instructed. He hangs up. I was going to say, Gilth said, what were you going to do about the Wammy House? I calculate every move I make to the 144th degree. It's easy for a person like me, who plays chess by himself every chance he gets. Whether it be a pawn or a bishop or my personal favorite, the knight, I always plan 9 steps ahead for both sides. He reads from a page. On October 31st, 2030, at 12:30 p.m., Roger Ruby uses a piece of the death note provided to him to write the names down of every child attending the Wammy House orphanage, picturing their face as he writes their name. After he finishes writing the names, he calls this number listed and tells the person on the other end that it is done. He then proceeds to set the entire orphanage on fire and he burns to death along with the corpses of the students. He closes the notebook. Everybody that opposed Kira all those years ago will be cleansed from my perfect world and I will pick up the trail that Kira left behind. Are you willing to trust Watari to write the names of every orphan at the Wammy House? Gilth asked, what happens in the event that one of them survives? Unlikely, Knight said, in the event that someone is still alive for whatever reason, I also ordered Ruby to tell me the names of the people whose face he couldn't picture on the phone. And if he has a face in mind but doesn't know their name, I told him to send their photo ID to me via email, and if he doesn't have a photo then I told him to sketch out the face as best as he can and send the photo to me. What happens if one person from the Wammy House survives? Unlikely, Knight said, I still have contingencies, I always plan ahead. As I said, I plan everything out to the 144th degree. Backup plans for backup plans for backup plans. If one person does happen to survive, then I will forfeit ownership of the death note. You'll take it back to the Shinigami realm and I'll have you kill this person for me before returning the notebook. In addition, on the paper that Watari used to write the children's names on, I had him write my name, spelling out Knight Yagami without a K, so if anyone investigates, they'll believe that Knight Yagami died in the fire. Gilth stared at Knight, trying to find the words to say. Wow, the Shinigami thought, he's thought everything through, inside and out. He read the rules to the notebook and like I did when I was a human, he used it to his advantage. He's strategic, calculative, and highly intelligent. Who would have known that my spawn with Misa would have turned out to be a perfect heir to Kira? If I knew that he would have turned out this perfect, then I never would have considered writing his name down in the Shinigami realm. Knight vacated the warehouse. He approached the set of stairs his father died upon all those years ago. Halfway up and halfway down, a clear symbol that Death Note users don't go to heaven or hell, considering that all humans go to MU when they die. It also symbolizes that his father never made it to godhood. Knight lays himself down on the same spot his father died in and sighed while closing his eyes. Kira never died, Knight said, he just took a break. He rises up from his father's resting place and climbs up the stairs. With the SPK and Japanese task force taken care of, I will inherit their criminal database and Kira's reign will spread farther than before. Knight climbed to the building where his mother jumped off and he stood at the edge. He takes out a pencil and his death note. This world is mine now. His eyes turn red as he gets to work. One by one, he writes names down. He doesn't skip any beats as he fills the body bags full of villains. He could practically hear the men screaming in pain as their hearts stopped. He started out with small-time criminals in Japan before he aimed higher, killing off every major criminal in Japan, including the rest of the Haydn family. Kira's killings reached China, then Russia, and continued to spread west. Terrorist groups, corrupt politicians, ruthless murderers both inside and outside of prison were dropping dead like the scumbags they are. He wrote the names of the evilest people imaginable in the continent of Asia. He wrote the names of every known terrorist leader in his notebook when he killed villains in Africa. Once he was done with one continent, he moved on to the next one. He reached the United States and it was a field day for him for the next half hour. There's one loose end I have to tie up. His grandmother, Sachiko Yagami, died 8 years ago from a heart attack peacefully in her sleep. His aunt, Sai Yagami, became a member of the police force and was next in line to become part of the Japanese task force. He wrote his aunt's name down and wrote that she died in a traffic accident. With the memories the Shinigami gave me, I can learn from my father's mistakes and I can surpass him. He continues to write names down. When he's done, he's killed approximately 2,340 criminals, with each page containing 156 names. I am the god of the New World. The number of pages of the Death Note will never run out. It is useless trying to erase names written in the Death Note with erasers or whiteout. You cannot kill humans at the age of 124 or over with the Death Note. You cannot kill humans with less than 12 minutes of life left in human calculations. The Death Note will have no effect on pregnant women. In addition, a woman is considered pregnant 21 days, based on the human calendar, after conception. Chapter 2, Silver Platter. November 2030. Washington, D.C. Mr. President, are the rumors true? A reporter asked. Is it true that Kira is back and he is passing judgment on criminals? Mr. President of the United States, or POTUS, refused to answer any questions as he was escorted out of the White House by a dozen bodyguards. Ever since the killings of Kira started, criminals all over the globe started dying and the global crime rate crashed almost overnight. Kira's supporters have never been happier in their lives as their god had returned from a 17-year hiatus. First, criminals in Japan started dying off before the killings spread outwards like a virus and killing criminals one by one. POTUS was escorted to a press conference where he was going to give his speech to the people at the Washington Monument. He stepped up to the podium and he spoke into the mic and addressed the several thousand people before him. 17 years, POTUS said, it's been 17 years since Kira's will became law. During that time, criminals were afraid to commit crimes and people who did nothing wrong had nothing to fear, and when Kira's vanished, crime rates spiked. Kira, a supporter shouted, God. Now, POTUS continued, the rumors I've been hearing is that Kira is back and I've been able to confirm these rumors myself. I am neither for Kira nor against Kira, but as President of the United States, I cannot have someone working outside the law passing judgment. The crowd's reaction was mixed. The Kira supporters were shouting in anger and making threats while the reporters tried asking trivial questions like, do you hate Kira? Kira is a criminal, POTUS said. He has no right to judge people, no matter the crime they committed. I will not stop and I will not rest until this terrorist is brought to justice. Which is why I am issuing an arrest for the mass murderer known as Kira. Knight's apartment. It's been about 3 weeks since Knight picked up the Death Note and passed judgment on the wicked. On average, he would write 156 names per page and use 3 pages a day, giving him a total of 9,828 names written down. Altogether, Knight's kill count is 12,168. Knight had found Light's old apartment that the task force had used for headquarters 17 years ago. He moved away from Winchester, England, and settled into his father's old apartment. He had been living there ever since he came to Japan to see the deaths of his loose ends and was living by himself on nearest inheritance. He would make sure to get his morning coffee and that he would get a full 8-hour sleep every night. When he wasn't writing names, he was studying to get into college. What's your plan, Knight? Gilth asked. I get that you have a lot of free time to write names in a notebook, but why do you only use 3 pages a day? If I exhaust myself from killing all criminals, then I won't have any time to conduct experiments. If I kill them all, things will start to get boring and I want things to be interesting. You have the advantage of not going to school, so you get all the free time in the world. True, but I'm going to have to sacrifice that. If the police send someone to investigate me like the FBI, it'll only look more suspicious if I'm a teenager who does nothing but stay home all day. Especially during Kira's killing time. Knight turns to the computer in front of him and opens up a website created by Kira's supporters. My acolytes are already setting up websites for Kira. They're putting names of people they think should be punished by Kira. He points to a picture of a man. I have their name and face and the crime they're accused of. His name is Hiroto Takashi, a convicted rapist, murderer, and child molester. It must feel good to have this power in your hands. It feels good, Gilth. People are passing me names and faces on a silver platter. At this point, I won't need the Shinigami eyes. If the president backed down from Kira all those years ago, the current president of the United States will do the same. Pretty soon, I'll bring every country to its knees. For now, however, I'll just write down this person's name. Knight writes Hiroto Takashi's name. Gilth laughed. I'm impressed. You surpassed me, Knight. As a human, I had obstacles to overcome, and even when I took down one obstacle, I had more to overcome. But you, Knight, you took out near and everyone involved in Kira's death 17 years ago. That, along with wiping out the Wammy House all the way. You give me too much credit, Knight said. I should be thanking you. Had you not given me your memories as a human, I never would have been able to avenge you, Dad. Gilth tilted his head. He called me Dad. Knight opens a drawer and hides his notebook under a false bottom with the same trap his father set up. Knight left his apartment and walked around the city of Tokyo. Gilth limped after him. This world is rotten, Gilth thought. I tried to make it a better world when I was Light Yagami, but because of L, Mello, and Nier, I've died and have been reincarnated as a Shinigami. Misa proved useful for carrying my child. Had I had no heir, this world would have rotted to the core. Knight stops in front of a convenience store. Gilth watched a girl cross the street. He recognized her. It's that girl, the one who was almost raped all those years ago. I saved her from a biker by writing that he gets hit by a truck. Kira, the woman whispered as if sensing Kira's presence. And 20 years later, she is a Kira worshipper. She's grateful for all that Kira has done, and pretty soon, everybody in the entire world will be grateful for Kira. Assuming that my heir can live up to Kira's name. Knight came out of the convenience store holding a bag of potato chips. Gilth limped after him and Knight sat on a park bench. Knight opens the bag. For you, Gilth. Gilth became excited. Barbecue-flavored potato chips, Knight said, your favorite as a human. Gilth took a handful of barbecue-flavored chips and wolfed them down. These chips have never tasted so good before. Barbecued potato chips are like apples to Ryuk, the Shinigami thought. I now understand why he considers apples to be an addictive substance. Gilth ate the whole bag. Knight crumbled up the bag and threw it in a trash can. Thank you, Knight. You know, if you fail to feed me potato chips without a reason, I might just write your name in my notebook. I'd like to see you try, Shinigami, Knight said. He's dead, a voice said. Hiroto Takashi is dead. The second person took an interest and licked his lips. That can only mean one thing. Kira does have access to the SPK and Japanese Task Force database. Hiroto Takashi's criminal record is available only to the SPK and Japanese Task Force. Yes, the first person said. We've narrowed the list down significantly, but there is still one thing I wonder. Is L dead? That is the case, a third man spoke. I got a report from ICPO that the SPK and Task Force were found dead in the Yellow Box warehouse. They all died of heart attacks. The first one spoke up. If that's the case, then it means that Kira is the SPK and Japanese Task Force. We have to be sure, the second one reminded. That is true, and we need to confirm if he has the Shinigami eyes. We have to time it, and if the person standing in front of the camera is still alive after 40 seconds, then it'll give us our answer. If Kira killed the SPK in task force, then he should have no problems killing people like us. It's like Kira returned from the grave. It's like he took a break from killing before he woke up. Don't worry, we have an advantage that the original L never had. We have a Shinigami. A fourth man, a police officer, came into the room. Break, Roach, Maroon, we have another one. The man going by the alias of Break pulled open a drawer and took out a death note. He walks out of the room with the two following behind. He heads into a prison cell and he looks down upon a criminal restrained to a chair. His name is Alex Malone, the office said, and today is the day he is to be executed. Break took out a pen and wrote his name down. The death note should be used on criminals, Break said, but only by people working within the law and on criminals on death row. This is why we can't allow Kira to continue. We have to obtain the death note from him and sentence him to death. The Shinigami that only the three men could see stood directly behind Break and watched as the criminal on death row went limp. Ryuk was right, the Shinigami thought, humans are so interesting. Knight's apartment. We are now live in downtown Los Angeles and it is chaotic down here, a news lady said. I'm standing outside Los Angeles' First National Bank where police are calling in SWAT to handle the bank robbery situation. Gilth laughed. This should be interesting. A robbery in progress involving hostages? Knight pulls out a piece of the death note from his back pocket. It would be so much easier if I had the Shinigami eyes, but I'm not taking the chance. I am God and God should not have to have his life for power. Gilth laughed. My son is just like me in more ways than one. We have identified the leader of the robbers heading the bank robbery. A photo of a man with reddish-brown hair appeared. Suspect identified as Roman Harper is responsible for the bank robbery. This just makes my job easier. He writes the name down. Wait, the news reporter gasped, we're getting reports that the leader of the thieves has suddenly collapsed. Knight chuckled. That's the whole point, he's supposed to die. The screen froze suddenly. The news lady moved off the screen and the camera went black. What the hell is going on? Knight and Gilth asked. The screen returned to normal and a man with sandy blonde hair stood in front of the camera. Hello, Kira. What the hell? I can't believe it worked, it actually worked, the man said. What? Knight exclaimed. Who is this guy? Kira, my name is Break, the man said. I am part of a three-man team of investigators. My colleagues go by the names of Roach and Maroon and we've taken it upon ourselves to hunt you down like a dog and sentence you to death, Kira. Knight narrowed his eyes. You're going to sentence me to death, Break? I'm giving you a challenge, Kira, write my name down. Knight's eyes widened. What? He stammered, is he asking for a death wish? Never mind that, Knight scolded himself, I don't know his real name. Break smiled. What's wrong? You've seen my face, do you need the eyes to know my real name? Time froze for Knight. The eyes? Knight closed his eyes and sighed. This guy, Break, is aware of how Kira kills people. He knows about the Shinigami eyes. Gilth said nothing. This wannabe is no L, Gilth thought. L never would have been so casual as to mention something like the Shinigami eyes on a live broadcast. A thought came to his head. Unless. It's been 2 minutes, Kira, Break said, and I'm still alive. It looks like you need a name and a face and luckily, I'm safe. Looks like we're standing on equal ground. Knight leaped out of his chair, spilling his water on the ground. He slams his hands on the table and shouts at the TV. You have no right to play God like that. I'm going to find you, Break, and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to break you in half. And thank you for letting me know where you are. Knight was confused. This broadcast, although it was announced as a Los Angeles broadcast, was only broadcast to the headquarters of the Japanese task force. Everything you saw has been staged and the criminal you killed was actually a prison inmate who was scheduled to be executed today. Thanks to your help, we've been able to narrow down our list of suspects. The man you killed this morning, Hirota Takashi, his information was available only to the SPK and Japanese task force. If he died, then we would know that Kira was operating as the SPK and task force or with the SPK and task force. It's your sense of justice that leads you to reveal your location. He's copying what L did with Lind L. Taylor, Gilth said, but he used a private broadcast instead of a national one. The fact that he was able to narrow the list down to the headquarters of the Japanese task force means that this guy is good. His intelligence is on par with the original L's. Break continued, "This is what we know. You don't have the Shinigami eyes, you are in Tokyo, and since you're watching this live broadcast, you are headquartered at the task force's old apartment, the one that belonged to Light Yagami. You can run, Kira, but you can't hide. Unlike L, I possess an advantage that he doesn't and I intend to use it to the fullest extent. It won't be long before I catch you, Kira, and sentence you to death. That'll be all." The broadcast ended. Knight's heart pounded. He grabs his hair and slams his fist into the table. "Fuck!" He punches the wall. "I can't believe I fell for the same trick my father did." There's nothing more humiliating for Kira than falling for the same trick twice. "I have to deal with not one but 3 L copycats," Knight thought. "It's like I'm dealing with L, Mello, and Near all at once." He went silent. As a thought came to him, his eyes widened and a smile slowly formed across his face. The Shinigami eyes. Break knew about the Shinigami eyes, and what's more, is that he said, "Write my name down." That, and he said something else, "We are standing on equal grounds." He figured it out, Gil thought. These 3 investigators, Break, Roach, and Maroon, have a death note of their own and a Shinigami helping them out. This makes things interesting. Gilth smiled. It's Death Note user versus Death Note user, and the one who wins gets both notebooks and the loser gets his name written in the notebook. Ryuk is missing out on the fun. Upon dying, a human owning the Death Note can be reincarnated as a god of death, but several conditions are required. 1. The human must own a Death Note for 1050 human days. 2. The human must write the names of 121,252, at least, victims in the Death Note. 3. She must own the Death Note, not borrow it. 4. They were either killed by the god of death possessing them or they met their natural end. 5. They have to have written in the Death Note. 6. Not required, they have their lifespan extended by a god of death. To avoid confusion in the human realm, a god of death is forbidden to say their name they had as a human. To see the names and lifespans of humans by using the eye power of the god of death, the owner must look at more than half of that person's face. When looking from top to bottom, he must look at least from the head to the nose. If he looks at only the eyes and under, he will not be able to see the person's name and lifespan. Also, even though some parts of the face, for example, the eyes, nose, or mouth are hidden, if he can see the whole face, he will be able to see the person's name and lifespan. It is still not clear how much exposure is needed to tell a person's name and lifespan, as this needs to be verified. Chapter 3, Home. That is Kira? The Shinigami in the room thought as he recorded Knight Yagami from behind. He wrote down the robber's name on the news. All I have to do is film him when he turns his face around. I can't see his name and lifespan until I see his face. After Knight had accepted the challenge of Break, Roach, and Maroon, he kept quiet. There was this aura glaring at him from behind that he couldn't explain. The urge within him told him to turn around and face this mysterious presence head-on, but he resisted. Gilth was out of the Shinigami's sight. Gilth looked over his shoulder to see the Shinigami standing in the doorway holding a camera up to his face. The Shinigami was wearing a trench coat with spikes sticking out of its back. It had bandages wrapped around its face except for his left eye, and he had talons on all 10 fingers. Is that Grudge? Gil thought, what's he doing here? Is he the god of death possessing that guy on TV? He spotted the camera he was holding. That's it, it was a double trap from the beginning. Before they would air this broadcast, Break, Roach, and Maroon had Grudge fly into my old apartment to film Knight writing a name down. Once he gets away with the film, Knight will be arrested in no time. But then again, Knight's back is turned to Grudge so he can't see his name nor lifespan, and as far as I know, his face wasn't captured on film, but I have to destroy the camera. Gilth took out his skeletal hammer he had been carrying on his back. Turn around, Grudge thought, so I can see your face and name. Gilth swung the hammer like a baseball bat into Grudge's face. The god of death went limp instantly and fell flat on his back. The camera fell to the ground on its side facing the door, prompting Knight's attention. "What?" he whispered, looking for an explanation as to why Gilth was swinging his hammer at nothing. "It has to be a Shinigami," he deduced. He spotted the camera. "Where did that thing come from?" Knight grabs the death note and opens it to a page. He writes in it before tucking the notebook inside his jacket and shoving a computer in his backpack as he runs off. Gilth picked up the camera and turned the lens towards him. "Hi," he waved mockingly into the camera, "my name is Gilth." He throws the camera to the ground and smashes it with his hammer. He looks over at the Shinigami lying on the ground with his eyes frozen open. "Let me guess, Ryuk told you what happened in the human world and you decided to experience it yourself. I hope it'll be worth the experience." "Did you at least get a look at his name and lifespan?" Break asked the Shinigami possessing him. Grudge took a 2-liter of soda and chugged the whole thing. "Soda is so good," he said, "but to answer your question, no. I saw Kira writing in his death note, but the entire time, his back was turned to me so I could not see his name nor lifespan. The Shinigami with him, he was in my blind spot so I didn't see him." "Why do you have only one eye covered?" Break asked. "An accident in the Shinigami realm." Roach and Maroon sighed and turned away while Break continued to ask questions. Roach turned to Maroon. "At the very least, we know that the Shinigami with Kira is actively helping him out. And now that Grudge was incapacitated by Kira's Shinigami, Kira will know for certain that we have a Shinigami and a death note with us." "It works both ways," Maroon said. "We're on high alert for Kira and he will be on high alert for us." Break turned away from the Shinigami to answer Break and Maroon. "The camera was our best shot, but even if it didn't work, we still have contingencies." Roach spoke up. "Based on the times of killing, Kira is unemployed. Like the original Kira, he has a childish sense of justice." Maroon sat down in a chair. "Let's not forget, Break, Roach, that Kira was staying at Light Yagami's apartment. Not only that, but he knew the names of the original task force members and the SPK, and he killed all of them in the Yellow Box warehouse." "That is true," Roach said. "How did Kira know the names of everyone involved in the Kira case 17 years ago?" Break pondered this question. "There is the possibility that the Shinigami gave out the names to Kira, but Shinigami are forbidden to give out names and lifespans to humans with a death note. So he figured out the names another way." "Not only their names but faces," Roach reminded. Break went silent. This Kira knew the names and faces of the task force and SPK, yet he didn't possess the Shinigami eyes, otherwise, I'd be dead. I know that L was a kid named Nier whose name was written down in a fake notebook, but that fake notebook had been incinerated along with the 2 death notes. If this Kira didn't get the names from the fake notebook, then how did Kira get the names? More importantly, how did he get the faces? Roach was pondering in his mind. If Kira could get the faces of the task force and SPK without the Shinigami eyes, then does that mean he can get our names and faces? He doesn't know mine's and Maroon's face nor names with the exception of Break, yet he only knows his face. Maroon mentally thought of possible solutions. The only people who saw Nier's real name were the members of the task force and 3 others, and I've read a report that Kira was in the Yellow Box warehouse, but his real name was never made public, not even to the government. If that was the only instance in which Nier's real name was written down, then it stands to reason that Kira somehow has connections to the SPK and/or Japanese task force. Break, Light Yagami was the only person who was killed by Kira that day in the Yellow Box warehouse, while the others were spared from death, but from what I heard, Nier was able to corner the real Kira into a corner with the names written in the fake notebook. Roach, if they switched Kira's notebook with a fake one, why was Light Yagami the only one who died? Maroon, could it be that? Break, Roach, Maroon, Kira was Light Yagami? The streets of Tokyo. Well, Knight, Gilth said, "Your cover was almost blown. You got lucky. Had your back not been turned, your face would have been on camera and Break, Roach, and Maroon would have caught you before the race began." A second thing to note is that because your back was turned, the god of death was unable to see your name and lifespan. The eye power of a god of death requires you to see the person's face, and if the person's face isn't shown, then they won't know that person's name or lifespan. Knight was silent as he walked the streets of Tokyo with both hands in his pocket. He had been walking for at least 20 minutes without saying a word. His Shinigami, Gilth, was chatting off his ears on what kind of contingency plans he has. A contingency plan he already had in mind was that instead of Gilth limping after Knight, he would phase under the ground and follow Knight so that way, the rival god of death can't weed out Gilth nor Kira. I already planned for a situation like this, he thought. In the event that Kira was somehow discovered at Light Yagami's old apartment, I would have an arsonist living nearby set the old apartment on fire. In order for this to work, I had him pull the fire alarm so everyone would evacuate the building before he set fire to the apartment and burned all evidence of Knight Yagami being there. The arsonist would burn along with the building as well, being the only casualty. "Where are you going to live now?" Gilth asked. "I assume you have a backup plan." "I do have a backup plan. About a week after I wrote that my Aunt Sayu would die in a traffic accident, I used Nir's inheritance to buy off her house, which is, ironically, the Yagami household." Knight approached his family's old house and opened the front door with a key he kept in his chest pocket. Knight locked the door behind him. "This is my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, and my aunt's house." Gilth phased out of the ground and stood beside Knight. Knight went upstairs while Gilth went into the kitchen. Gilth limped over to the cupboard above the fridge and opened it. He remembered as a human that he hid his barbecue-flavored potato chips in the back so no one would steal his chips. He also remembered how he used a mini-TV to write the names of criminals whilst being watched with surveillance cameras. Knight approached Light Yagami's old room. Just as expected, there was a slip of paper in the door and the handle was lowered by about 5 millimeters from a horizontal position. And there's a mechanical pencil on the hinge. He opened the door and stood in Light Yagami's room. This Kira's bedroom. He tossed his backpack onto the bed and he sat down at the chair near the desk. "And I already have a booby trap drawer for my death note." He uses the pen to open the false bottom to see the thin plastic casing set up inside. "I have to replace the gasoline if I want the trap to work." Gilth floated into the room from below. He sat down on the bed. "What are you thinking, Knight? You got a plan to take them on? This whole thing is like one big chessboard. Kira is the king with Break, Roach, and Maroon the rival king, queen, and knight. Enough with the chess analogies, I want to hear your plan." Knight rotated in his chair and faced the Shinigami. "You're forgetting that the laptop I brought back with me isn't just a regular laptop." He retrieves his backpack and opens up his computer. The thing about this computer is that it can easily access the SPK and Japanese task force at the same time. Because this computer can access the network of the SPK, I can use their network to break into the US government's private network without leaving a trace. If Roach, Break, and Maroon possess a death note of their own and they have access to criminals on death row, then without a doubt, they are working within the US government. Especially since the President of the United States decided to grow some balls and order a manhunt on Kira. Break, Roach, and Maroon have to report to somebody and I'll use the information they report to keep one step ahead of them. A good start, but is there any way you can attack them directly? You're all about attacks, Gilth. I already know that they're in Japan. He figured that part out too, good. What gave that away? A god of death can only go 14 kilometers away from a Death Note owner and Sakura TV is 11 kilometers away. Even if they weren't using Sakura TV, they are still in the Kanto region of Japan. My guess is because I can't see their Shinigami, he'll be watching from above to look for another Shinigami. That's why, whenever we leave the house, you phase into the ground to follow me. Got it, Gilth nodded, but what about counterattacking? Knight put his jaw on his hand. I know they are here in Japan, they're using the Shinigami as their eye in the sky, so the only thing that I can do is use the death note to get them in close. He takes out the death note. Once the Shinigami reports to them that he couldn't get my face on camera, they'll try different tactics. Unlike L, who prefers direct confrontation, they'll use sneak attacks, as they did with the Shinigami holding the camera. If this is the case, then chances are, they'll be trying to use some sort of tactics to narrow down the possibilities of my location or my occupation, and once the list of suspects gets shorter and shorter, they'll be investigating deeper. You only know the face of only one of them, how are you going to figure out the names of the others? Roach and Maroon, for all I know, could be fictional, but I can't take any chances. Break did seem sure that there were 3 others with him, so he might be telling the truth. Once I figure out Break's real name, it shouldn't be hard to deduce who Roach and Maroon are. Gilth asked a different question. Why not look up their names? Let's see if he'll go for the bait, Gilth thought. If these people own a death note and they had planned to use one of them as bait to see if I had the Shinigami eyes, then they would have deleted their real names and faces from the record. There's no point in looking up who Roach and Maroon could be because I don't know what they look like. Right now, Break is the only one whose face I know. So your goal is to figure out Break's real name? Yes. How are you going to narrow down the list? Knight smiles. I'll corner Break until he slips and gives me his name. I'll do that by chipping away his advantage. I know how the death note works thanks to the memories given to me by my father, Gilth. I can use Light Yagami's prior knowledge in my memory to outwit my enemies. Just watch, Gilth. I'll push Breaks back to the wall and then one by one, take away all his advantages. He works for the US government, or at the very least, the ICPO. I have a dozen plans running through my mind on how to take out these 3, but I have one that is going to be of great interest. Gilth smiled, his eyes lighting up red. He holds up the death note. Break, Knight hissed under his breath. Break held up his death note. Kira. Knight/Break, I will hunt you down, Kira/Break, and I will kill you for using the notebook. I am God/L's successor. If you write, die of disease with a specific disease's name and the person's time of death, there must be a sufficient amount of time for the disease to progress. If the set time is too tight, the victim will die of a heart attack after 6 minutes and 40 seconds after completing the death note. If you write, die of disease for the cause of death, but only write a specific time of death without the actual name of disease, the human will die from an adequate disease. But the death note can only operate within 23 days in the human calendar. This is called the 23-day rule. If you write, die of disease like before with a specific disease's name, but without a specific time, if it takes more than 24 days for the human to die, the 23-day rule will not take effect and the human will die at an adequate time depending on the disease. Chapter 4, Breakthrough. Where the hell is Grudge? A Shinigami wearing jewels around his neck named Grem asked. The second Shinigami, named Hurt, threw a card down on the ground and mumbled to himself. Should have been back here a long time ago. The third Shinigami that was hanging with them was named Pike, and he had an answer. He took a trip to the human world. Like Ryuk, he dropped his notebook. Grem chuckled. Someone else dropped their notebook? Gods of death these days are getting clumsy as they are lazy. Pike replied, a Shinigami in the human world is not considered lazy when you think about it. Hurt contemplated, first Ryuk, then Grudge. Maybe I should drop my notebook. Pike shook his head. Grudge dropped his notebook in the human world on purpose. Grudge, despite being a god of death, has a soft spot for humans. Maybe he wanted to be friends with a human. Grem scoffed at that idea. What a ridiculous idea Grudge has. What about that other Shinigami? Hurt pointed out, the one that wanted to talk to Ryuk to hear his story? Pike shrugged. I don't know what his motives are. He's a new guy, but I heard from Ryuk that he went to the human world. Grem cringed. All these Shinigamis in the human world, it's utterly ridiculous. With Break, Roach, and Maroon. You know guys, Grudge began, you can still make the Shinigami ideal. That should make things easier. What point would Shinigami eyes have if it'll just half my remaining lifespan? Break asked, I'm not using the death note to murder people like Kira, I'm using the death note within the law. Criminals' names and faces are given to me and they are criminals on death row. If you say so, Grudge said, but the deal's always open. Roach and Maroon looked at each other. I wonder what my lifespan is, Roach said. Maroon nodded. Grudge looked at them. I can see your lifespans and if I could, I would tell you but I don't think it would make a difference. I'm not halving my life, Break said, but I am still going to find Kira and I will figure out his name without the Shinigami eyes. To use our numbers to our advantage, we have to divide our resources. Counting Grudge, there are 4 of us in total. Let me guess, Roach began, you want 2 of us to investigate those connected to the task force and SPK while the other 2 continue the investigation of Kira so he won't catch on. Break nodded. The best choice would be Grudge and me to investigate the task force and SPK. You 2 stay on top of Kira. Understood, Roach and Maroon nodded. December 2nd, 2030. Do you have a plan as of right now? Gilth asked Knight as he phased into the ground beneath Knight's feet. He knew Knight could still hear him, even underground. Knight took out his phone and put it to his ear. Yes, I do have a plan. Let me hear it. This whole game of cat and mouse is one elaborate chessboard and I'm a grandmaster in chess. Break is American so he should stand out in Japan. I don't know his name nor will his name be available in Japan so I will turn to the United States to get them to cooperate. Cooperate? Yes, I have access to Interpol's database through hacking of the SPK and Task Force network, which allows me access into any police database all over the globe. I'll give you details of the plan. Okay. I'm going to look up a list of petty criminals in America that are currently incarcerated. I'll write that they have heart attacks and before they die of heart attacks, they leave messages on the wall asking for Break, Roach, and Maroon's real name and face. Once the petty criminals die and I have no answers, I'll move on to the more guilty ones. The police will realize that I have access to their information and this will cause them to panic. They'll hide their names and faces off the police database and that's when I'll start executing cops. The cops will be terrified for their lives and they'll investigate Break, Roach, and Maroon until they know their real name and faces. Once the police give Kira the names and faces of my 3 enemies, that's when I'll eliminate them and take the notebook for myself. Gilth laughed. Nice plan, Knight. It's a well thought out plan. And the chances of this plan working are 97%. You better be careful, however, Gilth warned, they could pick up on what you're trying to do and remove their names from the database. Don't worry, even if they do remove their names, I still have contingencies. It's like I said, with every chess piece I move, I think 9 steps ahead. Every move I make is calculated to the 144th degree. Boys' bathroom, Daikoku Private Academy. Knight opened a stall and locked himself in the bathroom. He sat on the toilet and opened his backpack. He took out a mini TV and turned it on before muting it. Gilth phased out of the ground and in front of Knight. Knight held up the mini TV, which was showing a live broadcast of a weather report. Smart plan, Gilth thought, he wants me to put the mini TV in my mouth. Once the TV is in my mouth, it'll become invisible to all around him and if I turn myself transparent, he should be able to see the screen through my semi-invisible skin and write the names of criminals whose names and faces are broadcast, therefore, maintaining his pattern of having no time pattern to kill. Gilth opened his mouth and put the camera in. He swallowed it. He turned himself half invisible so Knight would be able to see the mini TV laying dormant in his stomach. I've got to test it out first. Knight walked out of the stall to find another teenager washing his hands. He washed his hands with him and looked at Gilth in the mirror. Even though the teen was looking in the mirror, he couldn't see Gilth, nor could he see the mini TV through Gilth's semi-invisible skin. Perfect, Knight thought, now the only person who can see the mini TV, even when he's half invisible, is me. Knight smirked. He headed to class and was in his seat by the time the bell rang. His teacher was going over a lecture and he called upon Knight to translate a sentence in English. Of course, because he is a Japanese-born English, he could speak Japanese and English fluently. His teacher praised him. Knight took out his pencil as Gilth positioned himself in front of his desk so he could see the mini-TV. "Knight," a voice called to him. Knight turned to his girlfriend. "Hello, Hina." Gilth studied her. "Good work on translating the sentence into English," she said. "Since when did you become fluent in English?" "I was born in Japan, but I moved around some orphanages before I settled in England for a short while. That's when Aunt Sayu adopted me and took me home." "You're amazing, Knight," she blushed. "You've been a student here for 2 weeks starting this Friday and you're already at the top of the class." "You're at the top of every class. Why does every girl I come across have a crush on me for some reason? Am I really that handsome?" There was a crime on the mini-TV. Knight smirked. He wrote down the names of the 3 criminals being broadcast in his red composition book, which is where he hid several pieces of the death note. "This is just too easy. I know it's the first day of the school week, but do you want to make plans sometime this weekend?" she asked. Knight looked at her. "I'm pretty busy all week, got a lot of work to do." Another news report. He writes down the name of the criminals. "You're always busy," Hina complained. "I really want to hang out with you this weekend. If I keep on turning her down, then she might get suspicious and even stalk me. Women are obsessed with their loved ones after all. Let's go to Spaceland this weekend. How does Saturday sound?" Hina blushed again. "I would love that. And I'll bring Gilth and several pages of the death note while I'm at it. If Breaks Shinigami decides to follow me to Spaceland, I can easily lose him in the crowd with Gilth's help." December 5, 2030. With Roach and Maroon. Roach and Maroon sat in an empty room with the lights turned off and files and documents containing everything they gathered on the Kira investigation. Day in, day out, nothing unusual from Kira, Roach complained to Maroon. "I'm growing impatient and wanting to hear results from Break." Maroon put his feet up on the couch he was sitting on and took a bite out of a donut. "I can't agree more, but even if there is nothing unusual from Kira, we still have to investigate." Roach sat on the floor with his legs crossed. He looked at the names of criminals who died. "The media has to stop releasing these criminals' names and faces, otherwise they'll keep dying." He froze. "Wait a second." He goes over the list one more time. "What did you find?" Maroon asked. Roach held up a file. "I just noticed it, but, in the last 3 days, the majority of criminals dying had their identities released on TV." Maroon took an interest. "Explain." "Kira has access to criminals worldwide, so why is he targeting criminals who are being broadcast on the news? Is there a pattern to the people he's killed?" Maroon licked his lips. "Because this could benefit the investigation. There is no pattern. Criminals whose names are being broadcast, regardless of their crime, die." Maroon smiled. "Interesting." Roach looked at the ground. "Why would Kira go through the trouble of targeting criminals regardless of their crime? I don't think that bike snatching or stealing tires from a car qualifies as punishable by death." He pauses. "Unless he's killing criminals whose names are being broadcast so he doesn't look suspicious. Previously, before we came onto the case, there was no pattern at time at which Kira killed his victims. They were all throughout the day at unpredictable times, but now that he's killing criminals whose names are being broadcast, even though he doesn't need to look at the TV screen to kill people? I'll look up the time at which these criminals' names were being broadcast and see if I can narrow it down." He stood over the files and sorted them carefully. The names of these criminals were broadcast between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. After 3 p.m., the killing times once again became erratic. This pattern has been consistent for 3 days. Maroon touched his lower lip. Given the time of death for the victims, Kira could be a student. "High school and cram school," Roach said. "There are also criminals who are being broadcast between 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. midnight. The killings are erratic between the time of 4 to 5:30 before they're back to broadcast kills. And there's this other pattern, not sure it helps, but Kira doesn't kill people within an 8-hour time span, which is between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Anyone can guess that's when he goes to sleep." You need at least 8 hours of sleep every night if you want to keep up your mental performance in school, Maroon agreed, so our list has been narrowed down. If we can narrow down the list to which news station was broadcasting the criminals and how many viewers they had each day, that would help with the Kira investigation. Roach smirked. Kira, in an attempt to appear as a student, you gave yourself away by killing criminals as soon as their identities are broadcast. Those with the eye power of the god of death will have the eyesight of over 3.6 in the human measurement, regardless of their original eyesight. The individuals who lose the ownership of the Death Note will also lose their memory of the usage of the Death Note. This does not mean that he will lose all the memory from the day he owned it to the day he loses possession, but means he will only lose the memory involving the Death Note. Whenever an individual with ownership of more than 2 Death Notes loses possession to one of the Death Notes, he will not be able to recognize that Death Note's God of Death's appearance or voice anymore. The God of Death himself will leave, but all the memory involving that Death Note will remain as long as he maintains ownership of at least one other Death Note. Humans that have traded for the eye power of a God of Death will see a person's primary lifespan and will not be influenced by the Death Note. If the victim is killed using the Death Note, the remaining lifetime of that victim will be provided to the God of Death. Chapter 5, Suspect. December 5, 2030. At the very least, we can conclude that Kira may be a student, but narrowing the list down can be tricky, Roach said. This Kira is smart, resourceful, cunning, and always has a backup plan, Maroon stated. At the very least, his intelligence is on par with the original Kira's, who was smart enough to kill the original L. So we're looking for highly intelligent students, Roach said. We should pull up a list of students who attend cram school and private academies. Maroon tilted his head. Private academies? This Kira has gifted intelligence, he's not going to waste it on public schools. Private academies offer a better education. Light Yagami was a student of a private academy. Maroon nodded. True. Roach took out his cell phone. Chief, Maroon and I require assistance on the Kira case. Roach, the voice on the other end said. It was the director of the NPA in Japan. What is this? You have a daughter who goes to a private school and a cram school, right? What are you saying? I need you to print a list of everybody attending your daughter's private high school and cram school. I have reason to believe that Kira is a student at Daikoku Private Academy and goes to cram school. I need a list of every student attending both Daikoku Private Academy and every cram school in Kanto. He doesn't let the detective say any more before he hangs up. Maroon looks at Roach. Daikoku Private Academy? Light Yagami attended that school. Maroon smirked. We're lucky that we have the cooperation of the NPA on our side. Chief Kudo is a great detective and his team could help up in the investigation. Same way the original Japanese task force helped L. December 6, 2030. 4 men entered the darkroom and turned on the light. When the lights came on, it revealed a group of 2 men sitting on the floor, crisscross, with a computer in front of them and papers at their feet. One was a black man and the other was a chubby one. The black man with dark hair stood up and introduced himself. My name is Roach. The chubby spoke up from his sitting position, and my name is Maroon. Roach started off with you guys are the reinforcements. Maroon was indifferent. It's nice how Roach talked to the director of the NPA and gave us reinforcements. I am the director of the NPA, Chief Kudo, a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair, introduced himself. I'm the one you spoke on the phone. The 3 men standing behind the chief pulled out their badges. Itsuki Height, the bearded one, introduced himself. Height was a tall man with tan skin and dark brown eyes. His hair was black and had a short crop of hair. Katashi Soma, the youngest one, said. Soma was of average height with fair skin and brown eyes. His hair was red with bangs hanging above his eyes. Kaito Yamane, the one with dark brown hair, said. Yamane was a short man with fair skin and dark brown eyes. His hair was a buzz cut. These are aliases, Kudo said, with the exception of mine. One can't be too careful nowadays, Roach said, but you should get a false police badge. I know that Kira needs a name and a face, Soma said, but how does he commit these murders? The young and eager one I see, Maroon smirked, I'll explain everything but no information spoken in this room must leave. Turn off the light. Kudo turned off the light and the darkroom was lit up with the light coming from the computer screen in front of Roach and Maroon. Why are the lights off? Height asked, I can barely see in here. We work better with the lights off, Maroon answered. Sit down, Roach instructed, sit down crisscross like we are. The four cops obeyed. To let you in on a little secret. Roach began, Kira kills people with a special notebook called a death note. If you write someone's name while picturing their face, that person dies. These notebooks come from a world known as the Shinigami realm. What? Height said, you expect us to believe in gods of death? Height, Kudo began, Kira can kill people with a heart attack from anywhere in the world. He has proven his power to the world numerous times. If Roach says that this notebook is how Kira kills and that it belonged to a Shinigami, then I believe him. But at the same time, it seems absurd, Height replied. Kudo turned back to the two detectives. He pulled out a file and an envelope he brought with him. Here are those files. Roach took the files and looked over them with Maroon. What is this about? Soma asked. Roach and Maroon speculate that Kira might be a student attending Daikoku Private Academy and cram school, Kudo answered. How could they have known this? Because, in the last 4 days, Kira killed criminals whose names are broadcast on local TV stations in Japan without taking into consideration of their crime. After 3 o'clock, when school typically ends, Kira's killing patterns become erratic for a brief window before they revert back to criminals being broadcast. And this happened during school hours? Height asked. Yes, Maroon answered. We speculate that Kira has been killing people during school hours so the police could rule a student out as a suspect. I theorize that Kira is using his Shinigami to kill criminals. What are you talking about? Soma exclaimed. A human owning a death note is possessed by a Shinigami until they die or they forfeit ownership. They can only be seen and heard by people owning the death note or by people who have touched the death note. What I know about Shinigami is that they are intangible and that any object they're holding will look like it's floating to those who can't see the Shinigami, but when this object enters their body, it vanishes into thin air. What does this really prove? Kudo asked. We theorize that Kira is hiding a mini TV inside the stomach of his Shinigami. It's a near-flawless plan. The mini TV is invisible to all but him and he can watch criminals who are being broadcast live and he can write their names in the death note. The only flaw is that he can't really look into whether these criminals are truly deserving of death and he kills them as soon as they're broadcast, regardless of their crime. Care to explain why Daikoku Private Academy? Kudo asked. This Kira's profile is almost identical to the original Kira almost 17 years ago. The OG Kira's name wasn't publicly revealed, so we're investigating who the original Kira could be, and the suspect we have in mind attended Daikoku Private Academy. That doesn't mean anything, Height said. This Kira is highly intelligent, Roach said, on par with the original Kira. I can only assume that someone matching Kira's intellect wouldn't waste their brains on public schools, so that while we're looking into private schools, specifically, the one the original Kira suspect attended. Roach scanned through the names of kids attending the private academy before he came across one name in particular. Knight Yagami. His eyes perk. Knight Yagami, as in Light Yagami? Is this a relative of Light Yagami or someone who just happens to share a similar name? He looked at his date of birth. October 6, 2012. By that logic, he can't be Light Yagami's son. Light Yagami and Misa Amain never conceived a child. The latest they could have conceived a child was December of 2012 and their son would be born in September of 2013. Then again, it is possible that Amain could have been late and gave birth to Knight, almost a monster, after he was supposed to be born. But what if Knight Yagami is actually the child of Saya Yagami? Then again, I could be wrong and it is just one hell of a coincidence to find a student named Knight Yagami attending a private school, the same one Light Yagami attended. Maroon watched as Roach scanned over a file before he grabbed a file himself. It was for students attending cram school. One name, in particular, stood out to him. Knight Yagami, similar name to our OG Kira's suspect. He's attending cram school. If Knight was a relative to Light, what would his relation be? His son, nephew, cousin? Either way, we can't overlook this. Break, Roach and I suspect that Light Yagami was the original Kira and we have a student attending cram school with the same name. It's most likely not a coincidence, but then again, having a similar name to a suspect doesn't necessarily prove anything. We have to look into this. Detective Kudo, Roach looked up. Do you happen to know a Knight Yagami attending Daikoku Private Academy? Kudo tilted his head. He's my daughter's boyfriend. And how long have they been dating? I don't see how any of that is your business. Maroon looked at Roach. I know what Roach is thinking, Maroon thought. Knight Yagami is a suspect. Roach narrowed his eyes. Knight Yagami is the son of Rado Yagami. Both Knight and Rado helped us solve cases in the past and they are both exceptionally intelligent. Unfortunately, Rado has been promoted to working in France and hasn't been home in decades. I want Knight Yagami to help us in this case. Maroon nodded, catching on to his plan. Are there any plans that your daughter has with Knight Yagami? Roach asked. They're going to Spaceland tomorrow, Kudo said. I'll talk to him on Sunday, Roach said. Roach, Knight Yagami, there's no evidence that you are Kira but your profile is identical to Light Yagami's. Maroon, we can't overlook suspects, no matter how perfect they may seem. The only way to prove that Knight Yagami is Kira is to look for the death note. If he's not Kira, then we'll investigate how he's connected to Light Yagami. Roach/Maroon, however, FF Knight Yagami is Kira, we must search his house for the death note when he is gone. December 7th, 2030. Spaceland Adventure. Spaceland Adventure was everything that Knight dreamed of, based on the memory that Gilth bestowed upon him. He and Hina had a good time. It was too risky for him to write names in public, especially in a crowded place where Break, Roach, and Maroon could sneak attack him with their Shinigami. He stayed with Hina the entire time, always keeping his hand entangled in hers. They come across a dart game and there was a giant teddy bear that Hinga was staring at. You want that giant teddy bear? Knight asked. Hina nodded. Yes, would you win it for me? I can play darts in my sleep. He picked up 3 darts and he got 3 bullseyes, winning the teddy bear for her. He kisses her on the cheek, making her blush. Knight took her to a stand where they were giving away caramel apples. I don't know about you, but I'm buying a caramel apple. In the Wammy House, I was known for playing chess all by myself, but I had a secret love for caramel apples. Knight bought 2 caramel apples and gave one to Hina. They sat at a table and ate their caramel apples. Hina put the teddy bear and caramel apple down to answer her phone. It was a call from her father. Knight and I are having a good time at Spaceland, Hina said. I'm having fun, Dad. She paused. I promise to call the second we leave. Love you, Daddy. Knight looked at her. Was your father asking about me? He just wanted to make sure that we got to Spaceland safely and that I was having a good time. Knight's house. Knight's grand plan was put into effect. While Knight was on a date at Spaceland 12 kilometers away, Gilth was at home, taking pictures of profiles on the ICPO network and doesn't miss a beat. Knight's grand plan involved taking pictures of everybody in the ICPO database, and ever since Monday, he's been taking pictures of profiles on the ICPO network while Knight slept for 8 hours. Even if he took pictures for 6 hours, he would have to continue for another 6 hours, and this seemed like a lot of work, but, unlike Ryuk, he was on Knight's side. There was a car door that slammed outside. Roach and Maroon stepped out. They calmly walked up to the house. Roach narrowed his eyes. Knight Yagami lives in the same house that Sai Yagami lived in, confirming that Knight Yagami is related to Light Yagami in some way. The only conclusion I can think of is that he is Light Yagami's nephew and Sai Yagami's son. Tragically, Sai Yagami died in a car accident. the chances of Saya Yagami being killed by Kira are slim. At the same time, Saya Yagami's death doesn't necessarily prove that Knight Yagami is Kira. Kira killed her because she was going to join the Japanese task force and didn't kill Knight Yagami, as he was a student, or B, her death was a natural accident, which would also explain why Knight Yagami is still alive. The only way to find out if it was natural or homicide would be to look into Kira's notebook. Maroon approached the front door. He put his hand on the handle and picked the lock. If Knight was Kira, then his Shinigami would be trailing him at Spaceland Adventure. Then again, at the same time, Spaceland Adventure is only 12 kilometers away and a Shinigami can only go 14 kilometers away from the person they're attached to. It's a double-edged sword. Everything with our Knight Yagami suspect appears to be a double-edged sword. They infiltrate Knight's house. Shit, Gilth thought, someone's in the house. I've got to hide the death note and computer. Gilth hides the death note in the usual spot and hides the computer in a secret compartment in Knight's drawer. He looks outside the window. What the hell is going on? This could be a house robbery. I better check these people out for myself. He floated down the stairs and saw Roach and Maroon searching the house, specifically, for books. What? Who are these people? He looked at the door. They picked the lock on the door. These guys are police, they have to be burglars. But if they were, why are they digging through books? Gilth's hair and eyes turned red. Could these two be Roach and Maroon? If they were, it would explain why they're searching through books. Also, Knight suspected that Roach and Maroon are Americans like Brake is, and without a doubt, these two are Americans. These two have to be Roach and Maroon, or at the very least, working for Brake. Police don't pick locks, they talk to suspects. By definition, what these two are doing is breaking the law. There's no doubt, these two are Roach and Maroon. The god of death must not stay in the human world without a particular reason. Conditions to stay in the human world are as follows. When the god of death's death note is handed to a human. Essentially, finding a human to pass on the death note should be done from the world of the gods of death, but if it is within 82 hours, this may also be done in the human world. When a god of death stalks an individual with an intention to kill them, as long as it is within 82 hours of haunting them, the god of death may stay in the human world. Chapter 6, Doubles. December 7th, 2030. There was a car door that slammed outside. Roach and Maroon stepped out. They calmly walked up to the house. Roach narrowed his eyes. Knight Yagami lives in the same house that Saya Yagami lived in, confirming that Knight Yagami is related to Light Yagami in some way. The only conclusion I can think of is that he is Light Yagami's nephew and Saya Yagami's son. Tragically, Saya Yagami died in a car accident. The chances of Saya Yagami being killed by Kira are slim. At the same time, Saya Yagami's death doesn't necessarily prove that Knight Yagami is Kira. Kira killed her because she was going to join the Japanese task force and didn't kill Knight Yagami, as he was a student, or B, her death was a natural accident, which would also explain why Knight Yagami is still alive. The only way to find out if it was natural or homicide would be to look into Kira's notebook. Maroon approached the front door. He put his hand on the handle and picked the lock. If Knight was Kira, then his Shinigami would be trailing him at Spaceland Adventure. Then again, at the same time, Spaceland Adventure is only 12 kilometers away and a Shinigami can only go 14 kilometers away from the person they're attached to. It's a double-edged sword. Everything with our Knight Yagami suspect appears to be a double-edged sword. He takes out a pen and paper from his back pocket. He gets to writing. I'd rather be safe than sorry, he thought. About 20 minutes later, two men approached the house and they opened the door. Roach called to Maroon and they got back in the car and drove off until they were 14 kilometers away from Spaceland Adventure. Discreetly, Gilth smiles. I can see their names and lifespans. If Roach and Maroon were smart as Brake was when he broadcasted that criminal to the task force, then these guys would have been quieter in approaching the Yagami household. Then a thought crosses his mind. Why are these guys searching through Knight Yagami's house? There's no evidence that places him as Kira, and how did they know that Knight wouldn't be in the house? Something is wrong, but what? Gilth flies into the ceiling and high up in the air. He flies high enough to look in the direction of Spaceland Adventure. Spaceland Adventure is 12 kilometers away. He phases back into the house to look at the two men. Roach and Maroon are digging through Knight Yagami's house when they knew he wouldn't be here. They must have had some inside information that Knight wouldn't be home, but who could have told Roach and Maroon that Knight would be away at Spaceland with his girlfriend? His eyes widened. His hair and eyes turned red. Of course, Knight's date, Hinakudo. On Monday, they made plans to go to Spaceland Adventure on Saturday, and Hina would have had a week to have told her family. If someone in Hina's family is working hand in hand with the police, then he would have given information to Roach and Maroon that Knight would be gone. Why they're suspecting Knight is beyond my comprehension. He looks at the two men. Roach and Maroon are stupid, however. They know that a Shinigami can only go 14 kilometers from their owner, and Spaceland Adventure is 12 kilometers away. If they were as sneaky as to have their Shinigami record Knight, then they would have sent doubles in their place. Gilth's eyes narrowed. Doubles. These two men searching the house could very well not be Roach nor Maroon, but someone taking their place. Either way, they are Americans based on their names. Maximus Gardner, 41122877. Paul Carter, 49302221. A smirk crosses Gilth's face. Based on their lifespans, they are both due to die within 23 days. That proves it, they're not Roach and Maroon, they are death row inmates. If Brake used a death row inmate on his scheduled death day to draw out Kira, then what's stopping him from using criminals who are scheduled to die in 23 days? I have to alert Knight. He sprouts his wings and flies to Spaceland Adventure. Spaceland Adventure. I have to use the bathroom, Knight told Hina as they stopped in front of the Ferris wheel. Wait here and save my spot in line. Knight walks into the men's room and he locks himself in a stall. Gilth phased from the ceiling and into the bathroom. Knight looked over his shoulder. I know that you can't say anything, Knight, Gilth said, because you're in a public bathroom, so just listen to me. What is this about? Knight wondered. Gilth whispered, there are two men raiding your house right now at the moment, searching through books and looking for the death note. Knight's eyes widened. His skin went cold, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and the hair on the back of his neck stuck up. His hair and eyes turned red. What? Two men, raiding my house looking for the death note? How is that possible? I left no evidence that suggests that Knight Yagami is Kira. How did Brake, Roach, and Maroon come to suspect me as Kira? It has to be Brake and his team. Who else knows about the death note? It's not Roach and Maroon, though, Gilth said. Knight looked at him. He narrowed his eyes at the Shinigami, non-verbally telling him to explain. I'm not allowed to give out names and lifespans, but the lifespans, so you'll have to figure out why. Knight remembered his first encounter with Brake. Brake was in Japan, within 14 kilometers of Light Yagami's apartment when he used that death row inmate as bait. Chances are, there are more death row inmates and they're the ones searching my house. Gilth bowed his head slightly. When L was challenging me for the first time, he put a criminal in his place who was scheduled to die the day of the broadcast. Then, he was going to test the 13-day rule on a criminal who was scheduled to die in 13 days. Knight caught on to what he was saying. Of course, these people operate just as L does. When he challenges Kira or tests the death note, he uses a criminal on death row. Brake and his duo operate in the same way. If these guys preferred sneak attacks, then they would have sent two criminals in their place. If they used the death note to manipulate these criminals, then it's a perfect strategy. They can control the criminals for 23 days and they would be immune from Kira's attack. Even if I figure out their names, I won't be able to kill them with the death note because their name was written in Brake's notebook first. His red eyes lit up. However, there is a large advantage that has been bestowed upon me. He smiles. Knight took out his phone and took out a piece of the death note he kept in his wallet. He didn't use it to write a name but to write instructions. He handed the piece of paper to Gilth. "What's your plan, Knight?" Gilth asked. He smiles. He leaves the stall and washes his hands. Gilth appears behind him. "Don't worry," Gilth said. "I will do as instructed." Knight subtle nods. "Perfect." He walks out of the bathroom and meets with Hina in line for the Ferris wheel. Gilth flies off back to the house. He checks his watch. It was then their time to get on a cart. They sat on opposite ends of the cart, Hina looking nervous at Knight while he had an emotionless expression on his face. "I can't do anything," Knight thought. "If I take any action against the two criminals in my house, then Break will definitely know that Knight is Kira for sure. I can't kill the criminals either way, but still, even if they tried to sabotage me, Break gave me an opportunity to figure out his identity." He takes out his wallet and removes a piece of the death note. He gets to writing with a pencil he brought with him. His expression remained emotionless as he rereads what he wrote. "Break, Roach, Maroon, I vow to kill you." It was about 15 minutes later when they decided to leave. Knight's emotionless expression remained. He turns to Hina, who is holding the giant teddy bear that Knight won for her. "Hina," Knight spoke softly, "I think it is time to go now." "What?" Hina said, "But we've only been here for 2 hours. I thought we were going to stay longer." "I promise to make it up to you," Knight whispered. "I want to come home with you." Knight looks flustered. "What?" "Yeah, we've been in a relationship for a while and I want to get to know you more." Knight nodded. He took her by the hand and he led her to the bus stop. They climbed in and sat down in the very back. Hina grabs her phone to call her father. "Wait," Knight puts his hand on her wrist just as she brings the phone up. "I'm sure your dad would be displeased if he knew that you were coming to my house." Hina nodded nervously before closing her phone. "I get it." They get off the bus and walk the rest of the way home. Knight suddenly grabbed Hina's elbow and clutched it as if hanging on for dear life. Gilth phases through the door. "They're still here." Knight took out his keys and he unlocked the door. Finally, Knight said in a drawn-out tone. Gilth's red eyes lit up. He vanished into thin air. He opens the door and escorts Hina inside. When he looks forward, he sees 2 men standing at the top of his staircase. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" Knight shouted. "You better get out before I call the police." "We are the police," Gardner said. "Your house is a crime scene," Carter said. "Knight," Hina whimpered. Gardner drew a gun and aimed it at the two. Knight and Hina had no choice but to raise their hands. "Get up against the wall," he ordered. He too complied. "Heads to the wall and hands behind your back." Knight pressed his forehead to the wall and laced his hands behind his head. A tear escaped his left eye. Carter put his hands on Hina. "You got a pretty girlfriend here, Knight Yagami." Knight slowly turned to Carter. "How do you know my name?" "Your house is a crime scene," Gardner said. "We're investigating you on the suspicion that you are Kira." "What?" Knight exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" Gardner slapped Knight's face forward. "Shut up. Tell us, how does Kira kill?" "I'm not Kira," Knight cried, more tears draining from his eyes. "What will it take for me to prove my innocence?" "You could start by sharing your girlfriend here," Carter said as he groped Hina's breasts. Knight yelled, "Don't touch her." He punched Carter across the face. Gardner raised his pistol and whipped Knight in the back of the skull, knocking the young man unconscious. Gilth watched the scene unfold in front of him. The 2 men stared up at Hina. "Knight," Gilth thought, "what is your plan? If a human who is being controlled by a death note can no longer carry out their intended task, then the victim will die of a heart attack. You can only change the time of death within the first 6 minutes and 40 seconds after writing the time of death. No matter how soon it may be, the time of death cannot be changed after 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Chapter 7, Aftermath. Yellow Box Warehouse, December 7, 2030. Break opened the red door to the Yellow Box Warehouse and looked inside. His Shinigami, Grudge, stood behind him and walked in after Break. Break looked around. It's been 3 weeks since the deaths of Near and the task force and SPK. He knew almost every detail concerning their murder, but he wasn't interested in that. Grudge, Break turned. Is it true that Death Note owners can turn into Shinigami upon death? Grudge shrugged. It says so in the rules, but I don't know if that's true. Even if it was, at this rate, you won't turn into a Shinigami if you keep on writing in the names of criminals on death row. A couple of years ago, the United States spent $10 trillion to buy Kira's remote ability to kill people, the Death Note, and then they lost it. The United States government was upset, and when I showed them the notebook, they demanded that I use it to replace the one that was lost. I get it, Grudge said. If I paid $1 million for a bottle of soda, I would be upset if I didn't get it. But the Shinigami King hated the idea of the Death Note being sold in the human world, so he put up a new rule. Any human who buys or sells a Death Note will die. Since the president didn't take the Death Note, he was spared. But the Kira who sold it died. Yep. Break stood in the middle of the room. He looked all over the room, scanning with a 360 rotation. This is where Kira was defeated 17 years ago. If Light Yagami was Kira, then I have to prove it somehow. I'm interested in how you figure it out, Grudge said. Break spotted something. You see the wall in front of me? Grudge saw the wall, but nothing special about it. I don't get it. There's a gunshot on the wall, he said. He looks at the ground. And there's another gunshot on the ground. Break checks the gunshot on the wall. Shot from a revolver. He checks the bullet hole in the ground. Same bullet, same gun. Break, Grudge called, what is the point of this? Checking for bullet holes in walls and grounds, I don't get it. Break licked his lips. Roach, Maroon, and I have a theory that the original Kira has a connection to the current Kira aside from a Death Note. The current Kira killed the SPK and Task Force without the Shinigami eyes. I have a theory that the original Kira reincarnated into a Shinigami, and my theory can be backed by the notebook saying that a Death Note owner can be reincarnated into a Shinigami after dying. And I also have another theory. I know that Shinigami are forbidden to give out names, but what about giving out memories? That's a tricky one. If Light Yagami was Kira and he was reincarnated into a Shinigami, it could benefit the investigation. The current Kira could be anybody. But if Kira did reincarnate, why did he wait 17 years? Maybe he was waiting for the right moment or whatever, but there is one thing that stumbles me. There were 2 Kiras back then. Let me guess, Grudge said, a Kira who needed a name and a face, and a second one who needed a face. Ryuk told me about that in the Shinigami realm. I'd rather not repeat myself twice, but I think Break already knows about the Kira's different abilities. On January 28, 2013, the report was that Kira died and Light Yagami died of a heart attack, Break said, but there are gunshots, and the report said that Kira took a ballpoint pen and stabbed himself in the aorta artery before bleeding out. The report was that Kira died, but what about the second Kira with the eyes? Something was covered up, and I'm going to find out what it is. Break walks to the red door and stands on the outside. The second used his Shinigami eyes to write down the names of the task force and SPK in his journal. Overconfident, he opens the door, and when everyone is still alive, he is restrained by the SPK. He takes out a piece of the notebook hidden in his watch to write down the name of Light Yagami, who runs off in fear and dies 40 seconds later. The second uses his pen to stab himself in the aorta artery and kill himself. He walked back inside. If the second Kira were to write someone's name down, why would it be Light Yagami's? Why not Near? And how could he have written a name down on a secret piece if he's been restrained? Surely, if the SPK knew of his power, then they would have restrained him so he couldn't write. A thought came to his mind. Light Yagami was indeed Kira. The second wrote the names down of the SPK and task force, and when Light was exposed, he was shot and wounded. He ran off when the second stabbed himself and died of a heart. The report said that Yagami died halfway up a set of stairs. There's no way he could have run to the stairs and made it there in less than 40 seconds. So the only conclusion I can come to is that Light Yagami was Kira and he was killed by the Death Note. Both Kiras died in this warehouse. He smirks. Aren't I just smart, grudge? December 7th, 2030. When night came to, the back of his head was hurtling as if someone had hammered a brick there. He touched the back of his head with 2 fingers and felt a wet and sticky substance that dried a few strands of his hair together. When he removed his fingers, he saw blood painted on the tips of his fingers. I was pistol whipped. He looked upward and saw Hina laying on the ground in front of him. Her eyes were wide and her shorts were down around her ankles. Knight felt his heart drop to his stomach like a bowling ball. He crawled over and put a hand on Hina's face. "Can you hear me?" Knight whispered in her ear. "Hina?" Hina broke down in sobbing. She was raped, Knight thought with sadness welling up inside of him. Those 2 men, they broke into my house, claiming that I was Kira. They shoved me and Hina up against the wall, and started touching her inappropriately. They hit me across the head. They knocked me out and they raped her. These 2 people, these 2 men, they have to die. I have to kill them, I have to give Hina the justice she deserves. I'm going to figure out their names and I'm going to have Kira kill them. Knight took out his cell phone and called for the police. 7 minutes later, several police sirens approached the Yagami household. A car door was slammed and Knight heard it. He moved over to the front door and opened it to see NPA Chief Kudo. "Officer," Knight gasped, "I was walking home with my girlfriend, and she..." "Hina," he gasped at his daughter on the floor. He kneeled and held his daughter up to his chest. He hugged her tightly and didn't hold back any tears. "2 men, they broke into my house, they said that I was a Kira suspect." "I'm not Kira," Knight cried, "but Kira, I have to find him. I have to find him, give him the names and faces of these 2 men so he can kill them." An ambulance pulled up 5 minutes later and they loaded the traumatized Hina into the back. Knight stood outside his house with a hurt expression. Detective Kudo turned to Knight and wiped the tears away before he mustered the strength within to speak. "Knight." He spoke. "I felt like I could have done something," Knight sobbed. "If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have gone down so easily and I could have fought them off. I could have prevented this if I hadn't." "It's not your fault," Kudo said. "We'll see to it that these 2 men face justice for their crimes." "Kira has to kill them," Knight said. "Kira is the justice they deserve. Proper justice." Something lit up within Knight like a lighter. "Hina and I were spending the day at Spaceland. When it was time to leave, she wanted to spend time with me at my house. I opened the door and there were 2 men standing at the top of my stairs. They pulled a gun on me and said they were investigating me. They said that I was the Kira prime suspect. They were just using the investigation as a ruse to rape her. If you give them the legal system put in place by those imperfect people, they'll get off if they have a good lawyer. They were Americans, so they'll be sent back to America where they'll get lawyers to get them off with a slap on their wrist. They have to die. Wait, they broke into your house because they said that you were the prime suspect in the Kira investigation? It's not possible, I'm not Kira. But if I was, I would kill them. Put their name on the internet," Knight shouted, "their names and faces. Kira has to kill them." Knight fell into Kudo's embrace and sobbed in his shoulder. Kudo hugged Knight tightly as he felt tears stream down his own face. How could this have happened? Kudo thought, why did this happen? It probably wouldn't be such a bad thing that Kira killed these 2 men. "I promise that they'll face justice for their crimes," Kudo vowed once more. "We need you to come to the police station to answer a few questions." "Anything," Knight said, "anything to see that they die." Police station, interrogation room. Knight sat in the interrogation room with a one-way mirror to his left. He had been provided with a glass of water and the detective interviewing him was Detective Atsuki Hayate. "You were spending the day with Hina Kudo at Spaceland Adventure, correct?" Hayate asked. "Yes," Knight nodded slowly, "we've been planning to go for a while." "And you both went back to your place?" "Yes," Knight nodded, "she told me that she wanted to see my house so I took her up on that offer." "How old are you?" October 6th, Hina and I were the same age. And these two men, they broke into your house and they pulled a gun on you? Knight nodded. They said that I was the prime suspect in the Kira investigation. Hi-8's eyes lit up with confusion. Why would they say that? I don't know, Knight said. I'm not Kira. I'm a supporter of Kira, but that's it. That's all I am. Hey-8 took out a notepad to record what he was hearing. I find that hard to believe, considering that your father, Light Yagami, is working in France for Interpol. Knight's brow went down in confusion. What are you talking about? My father passed away before I was born. Hi-8's eyes went wide. Roach in maroon said that Knight's father was working for Interpol in France. Are they lying, or is Knight lying? He looks into Knight's eyes. The emotional reaction behind his answer is too real to be acted. There's no doubt, Knight is telling the truth. Who told you that my father was working for Interpol? Hey-8 looked over his shoulder at the one-way mirror. Roach and Maroon lied about Knight Yagami, but why? They said that they wanted to talk to Knight about joining the team. They were asking what his plans were on Saturday, and then, all of a sudden, two men break into Knight's house and tell Knight that he is the Kira prime suspect. There are only two things that could be happening right now. The two men were working for a third party, or the two men were working for Roach and Maroon. Whatever the reason, Roach and Maroon lied. Roach and Maroon were behind the one-way mirror, watching with interest, studying the young Knight Yagami. Could he be Kira? Roach asked. This feels too real to be an act, Maroon answered. If only we had searched that house instead of using Carter and Gardner as bait. We never should have brought those two with us to Japan. Could Kira have manipulated the criminals into raping Detective Kudo's daughter? Roach thought about it for a moment. No, we wrote their names down first, which renders them immune to writings from other death notes. The only instructions we gave was that they investigate Kira for 23 days before passing away. There's no way Kira could have manipulated the two prisoners. Maroon stares back at Knight. Hey-8 knows we lied, no doubt that he's going to be suspicious of us. December 9th, 2030. Knight was walking home from school. He waved goodbye to his friends before entering his home and locking himself upstairs. He threw his backpack onto the ground before laying down on his bed. Gilth phased out of the ground with the death note in hand. He touches the death note to the top of Knight's head. Knight's eyes widened and he gasped for air. Knight's hair and eyes turned red. He grabbed the notebook with both hands and looked down at it. Hina, I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry that you were raped, and I promise that I will achieve my dream of a peaceful utopia so something like this can never happen. Gilth tilted his head. What was the plan, Knight? Knight slowly looked up at Gilth. His face cracked with a smirk. That was the plan, Gilth. A human's lifespan can be rewritten using the death note. However, when rewriting a human's lifespan, it can only be shortened and not lengthened beyond their original lifespan. The numbers seen above a human's head are not only a death date but the human's death age. Chapter 8, Indirect. December 7th, 2030. His red eyes lit up. However, there is a large advantage that has been bestowed upon me. He smiles. Knight took out his phone and took out a piece of the death note he kept in his wallet. He didn't use it to write a name but to write instructions. He handed the piece of paper to Gilth. It read, I'm going to forfeit ownership of the death note when I say the word finally. Once I do that, I need you to fly away with it. Where you go doesn't matter, but 2 days later, after school, I want you to return the death note to me. What's your plan, Knight? Gilth asked. He smiles. December 9th, 2030. What was your plan, Knight? Gilth asked. Knight smiled. It's complicated, so I'll be as detailed as possible. The plan was not to kill these criminals but use these criminals to take down Break and his crew. I have Hina gets assaulted by the two men invading my house. I knew it would be a gamble, but if these people were criminals on death row as I suspected, then they would be capable of such things. Once Hina has been assaulted, the two men would be arrested and sentenced to jail and I would be questioned. In order to make sure my reactions were genuine and that you wouldn't be discovered by their Shinigami, I would forfeit ownership of the death note, but before I did that, I used the page in my wallet to write Hina's fate. He pulls out the paper. Hinata Kudo, suicide. Upon arriving at her boyfriend's house at 3 p.m. on December 7, 2030, she gets assaulted by two men in her boyfriend's house and traumatized. 3 days later, she commits suicide by ingesting poison and dies peacefully in her sleep at midnight. I never wanted her to be raped, Knight said and bowed his head. I just wanted her to be beaten and catatonic. Why? If the police realize that two men that Break's group brought over from America attacked the daughter of the NPA chief in Japan and caused her to commit suicide, they'll turn against Break and his group. Not only this, but the US government will also turn against Break and will make my grand plan that much easier. Once Break, Roach, and Maroon are wanted for the causal link of Hina Kudo's death, then people will willingly give out Break, Roach, and Maroon's real name. That's when I'll kill them. December 8, 2030, Narita Airport. You guys are going to jail, Kudo, the driver, said. Back to jail in America, but I will make sure you two are put away for the rest of your lives. Gardner and Carter were taken out of the police cruiser that pulled up to the airport. They both had shackles around their hands and ankles with smiles on their faces. Not much of a life, Gardner said. We're already sentenced to die in a few weeks. At least we got a little action. Yes, Carter agreed. Kudo slammed his foot on the brake as he was pulling up to the parking lot and drew a gun on the two prisoners. Neither was fazed, however. Do you worse, Gardner goaded. If you shoot me, then it's the dash. Thump. Gardner and Carter burst out screaming and clutched their chest as if trying to rip something from their chest. Gardner fell against the door with Carter's head falling in his lap. Taito Hotel. It was the same day that Carter and Gardner had perished. When those two prisoners were being transported back to America, the other inmates were waiting in a suite at the Taito Hotel. A large crowd of officers came into their suite with the full intention of arresting each one. The first prisoner on death row was named Edward Schmidt, and he resisted as an officer put handcuffs around his wrists. I have full protection from the U.S. police, Schmidt said. If I survive for 23 days in Japan, then I'll get a pardon from Dash. Thump. His eyes went wide and he gagged. He fell to his knees before his body went heavy and he collapsed onto the ground head first. The officer arresting him backed away and stared down at the fallen prisoner. What? He gasped. A second prisoner collapsed as if he suddenly lost all feeling in his legs and died. No, a third prisoner cried. Break promised that we wouldn't be killed by Kira. Thump. He collapsed onto a coffee table and it shattered into a million pieces of wood under his weight. The remaining prisoners in the room screamed all at once, as they were singing in unison before one by one, they collapsed to the ground. With Knight heads over to the computer and turns it on. He found a link that took him to a page detailing the deaths of Maximus Gardner and Paul Carter. He pulled up another page and smiled. Just as I suspected, Knight said, they were being controlled by the death note. How do you figure? Gilth asked. Paul Carter and Maximus Gardner died of a heart attack in a police cruiser at the airport, but the police in the U.S. have in their files that Gardner and Carter were scheduled to die on the 30th and 28th, which was almost 23 days after the 7th. The death note can control people for 23 days at the most. How do you know that Break didn't write their names in the notebook? After 6 minutes and 40 seconds, the time of death cannot be changed, no matter how soon it may be. And plus, there's that rule that says that a person can only be controlled within their realistic limits. If Carter and Gardner were being controlled to investigate Kira, they could no longer carry out this task with them behind bars, so they died of heart attacks in prison. Gilth tilted his head. What do you know? He killed two people without writing their names in the death note. Knight turned to Gilth. It was actually part of my plan that those two prisoners die. I took inspiration from that bus-jacking incident when you used the criminal to get Ray Pember's name. How so? He was being controlled to see demonic beings from another world. Had he not touched the piece of the death note, he would have been unable to follow the death note's command and died of a heart attack. The whole operation depended on that criminal touching the piece of paper torn from the death note. Gilth narrowed his skeletal eyes. I almost forgot about that. He opened the files on Carter and Gardner. Paul Carter and Maximus Gardner were criminals sentenced to die in Washington, D.C., so I could only infer that Brake, Roach, and Maroon's base of operations in the United States is Washington, D.C. He turns to Gilth. We got work to do, Gilth. With Brake. Brake was sitting in his car with his death note in the glove compartment. Grudge was outside finishing a bottle of soda. Brake turns on the car before he gets a call. Yes? Brake answers it. Brake, an angry voice shouted, what the hell is going on? The President of the United States? Why is he calling me? What are you talking about, Mr. President? The next time I tell you to go to Japan to capture Kira through any means necessary, I'll know that I'm losing my sanity. What are you talking about? Brake shouted. Paul Carter, Maximus Gardner, 2 of the 20 death row inmates you brought with you to investigate Kira, raped a teenage girl. Brake's eyes widened. What? You told me that as long as they are under your thumb, they wouldn't pull any sick shit. You are off the case. Wait! The President hung up the phone. Brake gaped at what he heard. He lost the feeling in his fingers and let the phone slip from his grasp and into his lap. His hair and eyes turned blue. Gardner and Carter raped a girl? I was aware that they were being sentenced to death due to multiple rapes and murder charges. Would it be such a bad thing if I wrote their names in the death note? He pulled up his phone, and when he pulled up Google, the first international news report he saw was over 20 criminals brought to Japan from DC all died of heart attacks. What? All of them are dead? Every single one? He pulled up the names and recognized Carter and Gardner's name. They were prisoners we brought from DC. All of them died of heart attacks, no doubt that Kira killed them. But then again, how was Kira able to kill them? We purposely left out the names of prisoners we were taking with us to investigate in Japan so Kira couldn't trace them back to DC. Is it possible that Kira got the Shinigami eyes? He suddenly remembered something important. No, that's not possible. We were given 20 inmates to take with us to investigate Kira. I personally wrote down the names of all of them with the exception of several. I purposely did this so Roach and Maroon can control these prisoners. I did give them pages of the death note. He licks his lips. I wrote the names of all criminals to die on their scheduled execution days so Kira shouldn't have been able to write their names down. What was that about? Grudge asked as he peeked his head through the passenger window. Brake turned to him. 2 criminals we brought with us from DC raped a girl, he answered. You think it was Kira? Grudge asked. No, Brake said, even if it was Kira, I don't think he would stoop so low as to have a girl raped, even if it benefited him. The most likely explanation is that they were acting on their own behalf. He stares off into space, thinking of possible answers. I've discovered evidence that proves that Light Yagami is Kira. Could Roach and Maroon have also found evidence of who the current Kira is? If that's the case, then I need Roach and Maroon to update me on the current events. More importantly, I have to figure out how Kira was able to kill all these prisoners when I wrote their names down in the death note first. He looked into the detail on Carter and Gardner's death by opening up the article. Died of heart attacks at the airport. A thought crosses his mind. He takes out the death note from the glove compartment and reads from the rules. The conditions for death will not be realized unless it is physically possible for that human or it is reasonably assumed to be carried out by that human. Brake went back to deep thought. When I became the owner of a death note, I vowed to kill criminals on death row on their death day, never a day before or after. I trust Roach and Maroon. I've seen them use pieces of the death note to kill criminals themselves, so it's more than likely that Gardner and Carter were killed by Kira somehow. But there's the thing, only Roach, Maroon and myself knew Carter and Gardner were coming with us to Japan. We told the police not to make reports that death row criminals from DC are heading to Japan. Most likely, Kira found a way to kill Carter and Gardner without writing their names down. The most likely explanation is that Roach and Maroon were controlling Carter and Gardner to investigate Kira for 20 days. After they raped the girl, they were arrested and therefore could no longer carry out their intended task and died of heart attacks. He bit his lower lip. Could Kira have somehow found a way to kill Carter and Gardner without writing their names in the notebook? Could he have found a loophole? By the looks of it, this Kira surpasses the original Kira. So far, the current Kira, I'll call him S Kira, S for successor, was able to kill the entire task force and SPK without getting their names and faces from an existing source, and he managed to kill 2 criminals without writing their names in the notebook. He clutches the Death Note spine and felt a vibration in his hand. He looked down at a blank page and imagined writing a name down. No, I can't do it. My father was a decorated cop who was killed by Kira 20 years ago just for standing up to him and opposing his view. My father was an innocent man, provided food and shelter for my mother and siblings, and when Kira took his life, my mother fell into a depression. She became catatonic and was relocated to a hospital. I understand what Kira is trying to do, trying to make a world without crime, but the fact that he kills people just for opposing him, I can't allow someone like this to remain active. He looked up at his Shinigami. When I catch Kira and he's sentenced to death, I will be the one to write his name in my notebook. December 10th, 2030. Knight took out his book and pencil and began writing names down, sparing no one in his path. He looked at the computer on his screen and he slashed his pencil across the page. In a prison in Washington, D.C., criminals were in their prison cells, and the inmates on death row prepared as they were going to wake up and endure their next prison day. Choke on this, break! Knight shouted at the top of his lungs and he wrote the next name. A criminal on death row sat up in his prison bed, bit down on his finger, and drew a letter on the wall in his blood. He then collapsed and died from a heart attack. Who? Knight shouted. Is. He slashed across the death note again. Break! The prison cells were full of criminals screaming in agony like they had aliens ripping out of their chests at the same time. The prison guards ran to each cell with batons in hand and watched the prisoners through the bars as they wrote a letter on the wall in their blood before collapsing. Soft and quiet chuckles escaped from Knight's lip as he finished the last character on the death note. He slumped in his chair and admired his work he put into the death note. Gilth chuckled. You looked like you were enjoying yourself, Knight. Things couldn't have worked out better for me, Knight said as he looked up at Gilth with joy in his eyes. Now that the rape of Hina Kudo has made international news, no doubt the police in the US will turn on Break and his crew. Everything's going according to plan and I'm one step closer to eliminating my competition. The messages that could be deciphered from the letters written in blood were as follow. Who is Break? Who is Roach? Who is Maroon? What I did was that every 10 minutes, a criminal would die in a prison in Washington, D.C. When each prisoner dies, they write a letter on the wall, and when investigators look at the letters, they'll figure out that Kira is asking who Break, Roach, and Maroon are. It's only a matter of time before someone from inside the police station cracks and gives me what I want. And even if I don't, I have a plan. Someone out there knows who Break, Roach, and Maroon really are, someone working in the police station. Once I'm done with the criminals and I still don't get an answer, I'll start killing police officers and have them write the same message. Sooner or later, somebody will speak, and once I have what I need, I'll kill Break and his crew, and take the death note for myself. A wide grin appears on Gilth's face. I was correct in choosing him as my successor. You've done well, my son. Chapter 9, Funeral. December 14th, 2030. Knight was dressed in all black and stood with the police detective as they lowered Hina's coffin into the grave. There was a small number of family members present, aside from Detective Kudo, which included Hina's 2 younger brothers and her mother. The family didn't hold back the tears escaping their tear ducts, but Kudo tried to keep his expression emotionless for the sake of his family. Knight was crying, but he still maintained ownership of the death note. You didn't have to come here, Kudo said as he looked at Knight. I wanted to come here, Knight rebutted. I was with her when everything happened. I tried to save her. I should have saved her. It's not your fault, Kudo said. once they knocked you unconscious, there was nothing you could do. That's what I keep telling myself, Knight sobbed, but I'm still responsible. I'm a Kira suspect, he cried. She is dead because I was under investigation. No, Kudo thought, the reason Hina is dead is that Break, Roach, and Maroon brought death row inmates to Japan. They are at blame. Gilth stood behind Knight and looked down into the grave. He looked at his sobbing son and laughed. Phenomenal actor, he praised. Hinata would still be alive had it not been for those investigators coming to Japan, Kudo said. Knight looked at him. They went by the code names, Break, Roach, and Maroon? It's public, international news by this point. He nodded. When they were sent here to investigate Kira, they brought 24 or so criminals on death row with them. I contacted the president and he told me that if these 24 criminals survive investigating Kira for 23 days, then they'll be pardoned from execution. I can't believe the president would approve of something like that, he sniffled. Are they still on the case? No, last I heard, the president took them off the case. That's it, Knight thought, just keep giving me information. The more information in my hand, the better I'll play this game. Where are they? Knight asked. Did they just up and vanish or did they return to the States? That's the strange thing, Kudo said, they just vanished. I have no idea where they went. When I called the president to ask if they returned to the States, he said that they haven't returned. And here's the thing, the prisoners they brought with them, they all died of heart attacks. All 20 of them. 20 criminals died of heart attacks? If my theory is correct that they only kill death row inmates, then these criminals were scheduled to die on their execution date. Break must have written that they came to Japan to investigate Kira, and because they've been pulled from the case, they could no longer accomplish their task. Knight inwardly smiles. With all the prisoners dead and the Japanese and Americans against Break, he and his 2 cohorts will have to investigate me on their own. They have no superior to report to and they have no death row inmates to sacrifice. He smirks. Things are getting interesting. Taito Hotel. Break sat on in a leather chair and stared at the television screen in shock. There was a news report with a reporter speaking Japanese. The man said that 20 men all dropped from a heart attack simultaneously. It's not possible, Break said in horror. I made sure to write their names in the death note. He reaches under his chair to grab the death note. He wrote the names of all 20 criminals and that they would investigate Kira in Japan before passing away on their execution date within 23 days. I brought 23 criminals. The first one died during the fake broadcast while I left Gardner and Carter in Roach and Maroon's hands. The others were all under my control. He pauses as a thought crosses his mind. He looked over to his right to see Grudge standing near the fridge, drinking another 2-liter of soda. Grudge, he called, I have a question. Grudge finished his soda before tossing it over his shoulder and approaching Break. What is it? The death note can control a human for 23 days, right? Grudge took a second before answering. Yes, 23 human days. And they can only be controlled within their realistic limits? The Shinigami nodded. That proves it, he said. Kira killed the 20 criminals without writing their names in the death note. How do you figure? The death note can only control people within their realistic limit for 23 days. Once they're unable to really carry out their task by the death note, they die prematurely, before their intended death date. Kira killed 23 criminals without writing their names in the death note, and I know that even if he wrote their name in his notebook, their deaths wouldn't occur because I wrote their names first. Do you think this was all part of Kira's plan? I don't know, he answered, but I wouldn't discard it as a possibility. So far, Kira has proven to be extremely dangerous, even more so than the original Kira. There was a knock on the door. Break got out of his chair and went to answer it. Knocking on the door was Roach and Maroon. Were you followed? Break asked. They both shook their heads. I'll do a quick check, Grudge said before wings sprouted from his back and he flew and disappeared into the ceiling. Roach and Maroon stepped inside regardless. Break locked the door. Do you guys understand what happened? Break asked like a drill sergeant. Kira somehow managed to find a way to kill all of our inmates. He has truly surpassed the original Kira, Roach said as he sat down on the couch. We have to find him. What are we going to do once we catch him? Maroon asked. Kill him with the death note? No, Break said, we work within the law. We may be disavowed, but we represent justice. We represent how the death note should be used. I don't know how, but we are going to fight back, even if it is just the three of us. Four of us, Grudge exclaimed as he floated into the room. Let's think how this all happened, Break continued. This all happened when you guys investigated Knight Yagami. Why would you investigate Knight Yagami? When we considered that Light Yagami might be the original Kira, Roach began, we considered the possibility that Knight Yagami, his relative, might be Kira. Is there any evidence that proves that Knight is Kira? Roach and Maroon shook their heads. Break nodded. You guys are so lucky because I now know that Light Yagami was the original Kira. What? Roach gasped. So it's true? Yes, Break said, but just because Light Yagami is Kira doesn't mean that Knight is. I mean, I heard you guys sent 2 prisoners into Knight's house to investigate, and these 2 prisoners assaulted Knight's girlfriend. It is our fault, Maroon said. We'll take full responsibility. But we can't discard the possibility that Knight is Kira. Why not? Break put his chin in his palm. Think about it, if Kira is the same as the original Kira, then he's equally ruthless. I doubt that the prisoners dying was a mistake. I think that Kira became aware of the prison inmates and conducted a plan to get rid of all of them. Like the original Kira did with the FBI. Hinata Kudo committed suicide 3 days after being hospitalized. She ingested a poison and died in her sleep. That could be written off as a coincidence, Roach said, to the public at least. I know that Kira couldn't control the criminals because we had control over them, but what if instead of controlling the criminals, he controlled the victim? What if Kira wrote that Hinata Kudo would get assaulted by 2 criminals investigating Knight Yagami's house, and then she would commit suicide 3 days later out of grief? It doesn't seem far-fetched, Maroon said. Hinata Kudo would get assaulted by 2 American prisoners, die of ingesting poison, and then America would turn on us, and Knight Yagami, the victim's boyfriend, would be completely innocent. That's another thing. Why did Hinata Kudo die and not Knight killing himself out of grief? Roach and Maroon looked at each other. Good point, they said to Break. Plus, I think that Kira's end goal is to get America to turn against us. I came to that conclusion when everything seemed to fall over like a domino effect after the incident with Hinata. Teenager gets assaulted by 2 men brought to Japan by American Kira investigators. Then when I become international news, the US president takes them off the case. If we are an inconvenience to Kira, then why would he want us off the case and not kill us? I think Kira's plan is still to kill us, but because he doesn't know our names and faces with the exception of mine, he must be figuring out another way to get our names. Like how? Break contemplated. He looked off to the side, thinking about countless possibilities. If Kira's goal was to make us public enemy number 1, then he must have a plan in mind. If America has turned on us, then there's no doubt that people will willingly give out our names. I made sure that my name and face were erased from the database, but there are still some people who know my real name. He thought back to someone he met early in his life. She knows my real name and face. Not only that, but she is a strong-willed officer with a sense of justice. I doubt that she'll willingly give out my name and face to Kira, but if Kira finds out about her, then we're both in danger. I can't afford to wait anymore. I have to pull off another sneak attack. There's only one to know for sure if Knight Yagami is Kira. I back him into a corner where if he kills me, then all solid evidence will point to one person. Knight Yagami, you are our prime suspect in the Kira investigation. Knight's house. Well, Knight, Gilth began, I searched through your computer and there is no snitch as of right now. Knight chuckles and leans back in his chair in a comfortable position. I knew it would be too easy. My plan was always to keep on killing criminals until someone came forth, and that plan is still in motion. You're going to have criminals right who is Break, Roach, and Maroon on the walls until someone confesses. What if someone still doesn't confess? Then I'll have the criminals write that Kira will kill cops for not betraying corrupt investigators. I'll have them write the same messages. Eventually, someone will come forth or someone will let it slip that someone knows. I'll let the whole world know that I can control my victims before death and I can make someone tell me the names of Break, Roach, and Maroon. And then? I'll kill those 3 false gods. I'll kill them and make an example of what happens when you abuse Kira's power. This is all one big chess game, one that I am going to win. Gilth smiled before his expression dropped. What about the Shinigami? Knight looked at him. What are you talking about? The Shinigami that is attached to them, his name is Grudge. Unlike most Shinigami, he has a soft spot for humans and I can only infer that he came to the human world to befriend a human. What? Knight exclaimed, why should I care about this? Think about it, Grudge was willing to record Kira as he wrote down the name of a criminal scheduled to die on a live broadcast. Although this act can be described as neutral, the Grudge I know cares for humans and voiced his desire to befriend a human. Assuming that Break is the owner of the Death Note, there's a good chance that Grudge befriended him. This is only speculation but I wouldn't put it past him. Knight nodded. So he's like how Rem was to my mother? Gilth nodded. Yes. I would consider him to be just as dangerous as Break is. I'll keep that in mind. If that's the case, when I eliminate Break and the other 2, I might have to eliminate Grudge as well. He sank back in his chair. I thought Shinigami were forbidden to give out names to humans. Well, we can't give out human names, but there's no rule saying that we can't give out names of other Shinigami in the human world. That's how your mother knew my Shinigami's name was Ryuk, Rem told her. What about this Grudge telling Break about you? The god of death shrugs. Nothing to tell. I was a recent Shinigami in the Shinigami realm and only a small number of death gods knew about me. So, you're basically the new kid in school. I've been planning my return to the human world for a long time, keeping a very close eye on who I should pick to be my successor. Knight rested his chin in his palm after putting his elbow on his desk. You know, Father Gilth, there is one thing I wonder, how did you end up with 2 death notes? I understand that in order for a god of death to go to the human world, they need 2 death notes. How did you end up with a second one? Gilth's back stiffened as if he was stunned by the sudden question. A smile broke out across his face with his red eyes beginning to glow. I'll tell you what, I will tell you how I got a second death note as long as you tell me why you think that Kira has been a hero to you. I've been watching you for a long time so I know that you thought Kira was a hero, even at the age of 9. Knight chuckled. That's one boring story, I don't think you'll be interested. Gilth put his face in Knight's. I was Kira. I was the god of the new world before I lost. I'm always intrigued when I hear that someone thinks of me as their personal hero. Knight looked back at Gilth and decided to humor him. If you say so. You will lose memory of the Death Note when losing its ownership. But you can regain this memory by either obtaining the ownership once again or by touching the Death Note. This can be done up to 6 times per Death Note. If the 6 times are exceeded, the person's memory of the Death Note will not return and they will have to use it without any previous memory of it. Chapter 10, Knight's Origin. I don't know where my love for Kira came from exactly, but I do know that I've looked up to Kira ever since I was a little boy. 4 years old is probably the earliest I can remember, and I remember worshipping Kira at such a young age. Knight Yagami, age 5. Hello, a young Knight Yagami said excitedly to students in the Wammy House classroom. I know that we're not supposed to give out our real names, but I want to be called Kip. The teacher turned and patted Knight's shoulder. Welcome to the Wammy House, Kip. You're a part of the family, now. Thank you, Knight said with a blushing smile. At our house, we'll groom you into becoming the world's smartest detective. Who knows, you might be able to surpass the world's current greatest detective. I know I will. Tell us a little about yourself, Kip. Okay. He looked down at his feet and rubbed his chin, thinking of something. His eyes lit up with excitement when he thought of something. A lot of people say that I am smart and I like playing that game with those castles and horses. Chess? The teacher asked. Knight nodded. Yeah. What do you want to be when you grow up, Kip? I don't know, Knight shrugged, but I know I'll be the best at whatever it is. Who are some people you look up to? Who do you aspire to be when you grow up? Knight already had an answer. Kira! The room suddenly went quiet, like someone pressed the mute button on a TV. The teacher's cheerful aura dropped in less than a second faster than the blink of an eye. She looked down at Knight with a guilty expression on her face. The student said nothing but stared at the smiling Knight, who looked like he did not have a worry in the world. Okay, the teacher, go take your seat, Kip. Knight did as he was told, and he sat next to a girl who had red hair and went by the alias Iris. She blushed and side-eyed him. Knight noticed her and she turned away shyly. Hi, he said quietly, not wanting to interrupt the teacher as she started her presentation. Hi, she nervously said. My name is Ice. That's a weird name, Knight said. You got the wrong hair color. Ice blushed as red as her hair. A couple of weeks later, I had a video conference with the legend him, Nier. I knew all about Nier being the world's greatest detective, and I was eager to ask him so many questions. When I asked him my question, what do you think of Kira, his demeanor changed through the livestream. The answer to my question, and I say, quote for quote, was Kira is nothing but a crazy mass murderer. Nothing more, nothing less. I had been at the Wammy House for about 2 weeks if memory serves correctly, and that was the first time someone had dissed Kira in front of me. And to say that he was also the one who defeated Kira was adding salt to the wound. A wound in my heart. Knight Yagami, age 6. October 6th, that was Knight Kip Yagami's birthday. When the Wammy House threw him a party, the man running the orphanage, Roger Ruby, gave Knight a birthday cake. When it was time to sing happy birthday, no one sang along. The other kids just stared at Knight with blank expressions on their faces. Why are they looking at me like that? Knight wondered day in day out as he felt those daggers glared at him. Maybe they're jealous, he told himself, because I got a better score on the spelling test. Even when the cut was cake, kids still got slices, but no one bothered to eat next to Knight and didn't acknowledge the rest of the day. It sure is lonely. No one is eating birthday cake with me. I'm sure it's fine. Ice was the only one who gave Knight a birthday present wrapped in orange wrapping paper. I hope you like it, Kip, Ice said nervously. My sister and I spent a lot of money for it. Knight tore open the wrapping paper and discovered a chessboard. Yay, he squealed as he opened it up to look inside. This is so cool, thank you, Ice. Ice nervously smiled. I didn't know what the problem was. How could I? I was a little boy who thought of Kira as a hero. People were avoiding me for seemingly no reason at all. It sorta stung that no one would hang out with me, but no matter what, I always kept a cheerful smile on my face. I felt like, if I dropped my smile for a single second, then I would fall into eternal sadness. I was just a little boy smiling, that's all I was. Knight Yagami, age 7. They say 2020 is supposed to be a new year, fresh, but it seems the complete opposite. During the coronavirus pandemic, Knight was forced to stay indoors, as if he had a choice, and he had to practice social distancing. Whenever he went outside, he wore a face mask to prevent infection and washed his hands almost hourly like a hypochondriac. In September, 1 month before his 7th birthday, Knight was assigned an essay and submitted. He worked hard on the essay, putting his heart and emotions into the paper because the topic applied to him on an emotional level. He hoped that once his teachers read the paper, they would understand the love he has for his hero. What? Knight exclaimed as he got his essay back. A big fat F was scribbled in red in the middle of his paper. But how? He shouted at the teacher. How did I get an F? I made sure that I had no grammar errors and I followed the answer, prove, explain format. Your essay was wonderful, the teacher said, astounding. No grammar errors of any kind. Then why did I fail? Your topic. Knight looked at the title at the top of his paper. Why Kira is my hero. What's wrong with it? The hero you wrote about is a mass murderer, the teacher scolded. We teach ethics here at the Wammy House, and what have we always taught you about Kira? Kira is not a murderer, Knight nearly sobbed, he's a savior. He brought peace to the world. Kira is nothing but an evil bastard, nothing more and nothing less. But, Knight began crying, please dash. Failed. Knight didn't bother to stay for class. He ran out of the room and went into his room to cry. I put my heart and my soul into that paper. Kira has always been my hero, and to have an F on that paper broke my heart. I cried myself to sleep, not a single soul comforting me. The next day at school, I was told to do a redo of the essay and pick another topic or I would fail the assignment completely. I couldn't do it. I couldn't pick up that pencil and write about why L was my hero because it would be a betrayal to the one person I truly look up to. I think something happened to me that night. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I think it made me realize something. I didn't know what it was at the time, however. Knight Yagami, age 8. May 1st, 2022. Kira is back, a child said. When Knight heard Kira's name, he raced into the entertainment room and turned to the TV in anticipation. There were worldwide reports that Kira has returned, but in a different way. It was not Kira, but someone with Kira's power. Knight was happy to hear that Kira was back, but once he realized that this person with Kira's power was starting an auction to sell the power to remotely kill people, he became heartbroken once again. What? Knight said in horror. Kira is selling his power? The news showed a photo of a message Kira left behind at Sakura TV station in Tokyo. The power to kill people as remotely used by Kira is being put up for auction. If you want to buy it, use the hashtag #PowerOfKira on Twitter and indicate your bid amount in American dollars. It was bittersweet. It was sweet because Kira was back, but bitter because he was selling his power to remotely kill people. How could this happen? If you have Kira's power to kill, you should use it for the good of mankind. You should use it to make the world a better place. If someone were to buy this power, they would use it for their own selfish reasons. He balled up his fists in anger. Kira, how could you do this? How could you sell the powers of a god? You're not Kira, you're a false god. You don't care about justice, you're only in it for the money. I hope that Nier catches you, Kira, and he sentences you to death. He was about to burst with anger. I hope you die. He walked out of the room after kicking a boy's toy truck against the wall out of anger. He stormed back into his room. 3 weeks later, Kira's power to remotely kill people was sold to the United States of America for $10 trillion before it was distributed equally into everyone with a Yotsuba account under the age of 60. Knight had a smile on his face as he watched the news on the TV. You may have not been worthy of Kira's power, but you made good use of it, despite not killing anyone. Japan's economy, which had been going downhill for the longest time, had jump-started and benefited nearly every citizen in Japan. The people of Japan were grateful for this Kira incident that the public dubbed the Kira bubble. I guess I can let this one slide, Knight thought. After all, this Kira forced Nier to admit defeat and everyone now believes that Kira is a hero. I think it was about a month or two after the Kira bubble that I started to look at things differently. Now that I realized that Kira was never coming back and I was being raised in the same house that the man who defeated Kira was raised in, I had different opinions. As days turned into weeks, I slowly began to realize that I was truly alone in this orphanage and I would always be outcast as someone who is supporting a terrorist. I wanted to commit suicide. I wanted to hang myself because I was going to be living in a house that opposes my hero my entire childhood life. I was never going to have a happy ending as long as I was living in this hellhole. I wanted to end my life, and I was barely 8 or 9 at the time. But something told me to hang on a little while longer. June 10th, 2022. What's your thought process? A whole crowd of students sat in front of a computer with the live stream on. They couldn't see Nier's face, but they could see his letter and hear his voice. When Nier was asked a question, he answered as honestly as he could. Knight was sitting all by himself away from the group of kids, his back turned to them as he played a game of chess with his own being the opponent. Knight was less than interested to hear Nier's thought process. He was usually a happy-go-lucky boy around the Wammy House, crying only when his savior and god, Kira, was tarnished and would cry for about 10 minutes or so in his room. But for the past few weeks, he had been different. He didn't interact with any of the kids, even if they wanted to hang with him, and just sat all by himself, playing chess with no one but himself. Ice came over to where Knight was sitting and she held out a glass of water. "I got you a glass of water in case you were thirsty." He slapped his hand against the glass like swatting a fly. The glass fell to the ground and created a loud thump that caught the attention of the others. "What's going on?" Nier asked on the computer. Upon hearing Nier's voice directed to him, he slowly turned and faced the screen. There was a tear that escaped from his eye, but he was 15 feet away from the computer and doubted that Nier could see it. "I'm glad that Kira defeated you," he said. "You deserve it for defeating the real Kira." Nier then said, "Are you upset because I brought Kira to justice?" Knight stands up. He faces the computer and slowly walks forward. Kira was justice. Because of Kira, wars have ceased to exist and global crime rates have been reduced by over 70%. Not only that, but Kira made peace a reality. Criminals walked away from robberies, rapes, murders, and got off scot-free when the justice system wouldn't bring them in. Honest and hardworking people who wanted nothing but happiness for their families had their loved ones taken from them by criminals. With Kira's law, criminals do suffer the repercussions of their actions and families can truly find happiness with their families. Children could grow up in a world where crime doesn't exist, where you could trust people, where there were genuinely nice people around to watch their backs. And because you killed Kira, criminals are now able to escape the police, families get torn apart, and children grow up in a world where violent crimes are irregular. It's because of what you did, Nier, that you have destroyed peace. Kira didn't bring peace, he only brought fear, Nier suddenly said. True, while I don't condone what Kira did, global crime rates did drop by 70% and in the last few years, violent crime rates spiked, but that doesn't make it any less right. Wars have resumed and there are generations suffering, but killing criminals is not the right way to bring world peace. If one person would judge all, then we'd be living in fear of losing our lives. How can you call that peace? How can you call people fearing for their lives peace? If you have to kill people to bring peace to the world, then it isn't peace. All you have to do is not break the law and you would be unharmed by Kira. Tell that to the FBI, Nier rebutted. Knight felt emotions rising within him. It was necessary. Kira wanted to build a world where there was no crime and kind people lived. If he had been caught by the FBI or by L, then everything he would have done would have been for nothing. All those people that he killed would have been for nothing. So murdering innocent agents doing their job is necessary? It's no different than what L did in having Linda L. Taylor take his place on the news. Kira could people so he could create a utopia, and the FBI agents, they knew the risks but they went along with it, nevertheless. You shouldn't be rooting for Kira, a boy said, he is evil. He is a hero, Knight shouted, why can't you all understand that? Killing of any kind is injustice, a girl said. Tell that to the law that sentences people to death. Not only that, but if killing is injustice, then why are there still wars? Why do we condone wars if the killing of any kind is wrong? Think of all the falsely convicted people Kira killed, another boy yelled. And think about all the innocent people on death row. Nier is brainwashing you guys, he wants you to hate Kira just because he took him down. Can't any of you see that Kira is justice? How he made peace a reality. Ice approached Knight and said, Kip, there's no point in arguing. Knight went silent. I think you should listen to her, Kip, Nier responded. Knight's back was turned to the computer. He stared intently at Ice as if she had set him up. His breath escaped through his teeth as his facial expression changed from the look of someone who has been defeated and humiliated to something else. He balls up his fists and glares. His hair and eyes turn red. They all deserve to die. The owner can have their memories of the Death Note erased if they so desire. A god of death should stay near the owner of the Death Note, but they may go as far away as 14 kilometers. A human who buys or sells a Death Note will die. Chapter 11, Arrival. December 14, 2030. Knight frowned upon recalling that memory. Whenever I look back at that memory, I think of how my future could have changed, how it was never going to change. It was inevitable for me to end up in my current state. I know that I am ruthless, but I was destined to be this way because of my belief for Kira. Even if I wasn't constantly scolded for liking Kira, had I obtained this death note in my happy-go-lucky attitude, I still would have turned out the same way because I'm willing to admit my belief for Kira and even take over as heir. You think your whole life could have been different if you were treated differently? Gilth asked. Not necessarily, Knight answered. Granted, I may have still been happy-go-lucky as my mother was, but I still would have ended up like this regardless. That conversation with Nier just opened my eyes. And speaking of which, how come you were next in line to succeed Nier if you hated him so much? Logically speaking, I was the only one who could. I always came in first place in every test the Wammy House gave me. I was number one my entire life there, so it would only make sense for me to become Nier's successor, despite my beliefs. Why didn't you leave? I was too young, and even so, in public schools, kids would beat you up if you believed in Kira. I respect and admire Kira, but I also respect my body to not get beaten up by bullies. Do you know how to fight? No, I never took martial arts. I prefer brains over bronze, and I'm quite skilled with persuasion when the situation comes down to it. We'll see. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his hands over his chest. I don't understand. Why do people see Kira as a murderer? Who made violent crime all but non-existent? Who made wars disappear? Who made the global crime rate go down by 70%? Who was the one who stopped crimes before they even began? They call me evil for killing people, but I bring peace. I am more than willing to get my hands dirty if it means making life better for other people. Justice is subjective, Gilth said. When we are little, we are told what's right and wrong based on what our parents believe, but as we get older, we develop our own sense of justice. Deep down, people see Kira as a good person, but because they want to look politically correct, then they will oppose Kira. Some just think the normal justice system is effective on its own. The justice system is broken, Knight said. It was built broken from the very beginning. It was created by people who each had their own different opinion of how right and wrong should be handled, and years later, people take advantage of the imperfect system. Criminals get off with plea bargains, innocent are wrongfully accused, and apparently, if someone poses a threat to society, then that person will be executed. He laughed. I don't understand. If killing is so wrong, then why have the death penalty? If all life is valuable, then why have it in the first place? And why should that person's life hang on the balance of a majority vote? I just don't get it. If anything, Kira proves that the people in the justice system are hypocrites. The police say it's wrong to kill criminals, but how come you guys kill criminals when a majority vote calls for it? Gilth mocked. It just sickens me. For every 100 criminals on death row, 4 of those criminals are innocent. This means that, even when an innocent person pleads for his life, the jurors decide that he is guilty regardless and must be punished by death. Yes, it may be true that Kira does kill people under false charges. Even if he is extremely careful, there will always be the 4% of people who are innocent. It's inevitable, but at the end of the day, the ends justify the means. The police, they're the real bastards, Knight said. The justice system. With Kira, you get one point of view. If you are a criminal, then you die. With one person calling the shots, no contradictory points of justice will interfere, and the sentence by Kira will be fair, unbiased, and unprejudiced. If you break the law, you die. Not only am I killing criminals, but I am stopping latent criminals. People who were going to do harm, to begin with, get a second chance before they waste their life. Good, honest, and hardworking people finally feel safe and feel like there's someone watching out for them, someone that really does care for their well-being. This God's sense of justice is simple and fair, and peace is brought not only to one country but to all countries across the globe. I think the police hated me because I killed the FBI. Knight looked at him. Think about it, you are trying to create a world of peace, for everyone to enjoy. You are risking your life and soul to make life peaceful for good people, and these FBI agents and police officers and detectives get in your way trying to stop you. The way I see it, you have two options. 1. You do nothing and then they catch you, meaning that the new world that you wanted to create, free of injustice, will never come to pass. Or 2. You kill them. This may seem like a callous decision, but if you kill them, then you won't be captured and you can create a new world that is free of injustice. Gilth laughed. I bet that is what was written in your essay. Knock, knock, knock. Looks like someone is here, Gilth said. Yeah. Hide the death note for me just in case. Knight stepped out of his room and headed downstairs. He poked his eye through the peephole and saw the left side of a man's face. He didn't recognize the man, but he saw that he was wearing a trench coat and had dirty blonde hair. He opened the door and seeing who it was almost sent his heart flying out of his chest. Knight Yagami? Knight's hair and eyes turned red. Break. Break's hair and eyes turned blue. Kira. Taito Hotel. The plan is simple, Break said as he sat up from the couch and faced his two associates. I will confront Kira myself, or at least the Kira suspect. And how will you prove that he is Kira? Roach asked. By sacrificing my own life. Roach and Maroon's eyes went wide. Are you serious? Roach asked. I will tell Knight Yagami my real name, and if I die, regardless of the reason, treat Yagami as the prime suspect. You can't do this, Maroon exclaimed. Who knows what could happen? What would happen is that we will have concrete proof that Knight Yagami is Kira, and it would be your job to bring him into custody. He kneeled before reaching under the couch to pull out something. The death note itself. Roach, I am handing my notebook over to you. Roach took the notebook. Why? If I die, then ownership will be transferred over to you, and if that's the case, then Knight Yagami is Kira. From the very start of this battle, I have miscalculated. Showing my face on TV was a mistake. Now all Kira needs is my name, and I'm sure he'll get it sooner or later. You guys are the safest, so it's up to you to bring Kira to justice. It's the least I could do for having brought those death row inmates with us to Japan. How can you be so careless? Maroon asked. I'm not being careless. I am willing to sacrifice my soul to solve this case. My father was an innocent victim who was killed by Kira. I can't allow this mass murderer to continue to roam free. And who knows, maybe I'll get to meet my father in the afterlife. Grudge floated into the room. Any human who has used a death note can neither go to heaven nor hell for eternity. All three of us have used a death note or a piece of it, Maroon said. Does that mean we're all bound for purgatory? There is no heaven or hell, Break said. Isn't that right? Grudge went wide-eyed. Yeah, I thought all humans believed in heaven and hell, but no, they don't exist. When humans die, they are all equal and go to the same place once they die. Where would that be? Nothingness. Break smirked. Maybe I will get to see my parents after all. Knight's house. Knight stared at Break with intensity, his eyes narrow. I'm Detective Brock with the American Police, Break said as he flashed him a police ID. The ID said, Alex Brock. An alias, obviously, Knight thought. I would like to come in and ask some questions. Come on in. Break stepped into the house. Break, I don't know how you came to the conclusion that Knight Yagami was Kira to begin with, but entering my house was a mistake. His eyes widened. But if Break is the owner of a death note, then a Shinigami should be following him and I can't see him. However, the Shinigami will be able to see Gilth and tell Break if there is a Shinigami in the house. I have to make sure Gilth is at least 14 kilometers away from here, but I can't go upstairs spontaneously or else it would look suspicious. You play chess? Knight turned to see Break standing over the coffee table where the chessboard laid. Yeah, Knight answered. I'm quite the chess master, Break said. How about a quick game to break the ice? Why not? Knight locked up the door before he set up the chess pieces on the table. He had the black chess pieces while Break had the white. This'll be a good time to ask him some questions regarding the Kira case, Break thought. There's no doubt he'll start asking me questions involving Kira, Knight thought. No doubt there's going to be some trick questions, so I have to stay on high alert. Knight moved his pawn. I'm sorry about your girlfriend, Mr. Yagami, Break said. It's a tragedy what happened. Break moved his pawn. All I gotta do is watch your reactions. If you show no reaction, then the chance your Kira has increased. If you do show reactions, then I must consider the possibility that he is acting. Thank you, Knight said. This is the same thing that L did with my dad during their tennis match. He's just trying to get a reaction out of me. I suppose I could show him no reaction, but then again, innocent people always stress out when they are falsely accused. Knight moved his bishop. Is it true that this house belongs to one Yagami? Yeah, my aunt. So you admit to being the son of Light Yagami? Knight looks at him. How do you even know that to begin with? Break smirked. I did a background search on Mr. Light Yagami and discovered that he used to be a member of the Japanese task force hunting down Kira long before you were born. Your grandfather is Soichiro Yagami. I see you've done your homework, but what does this prove? Nothing, only that if Kira were to pick a successor, he would pick you because your profile fits Light Yagami's profile. And what's that supposed to mean? It means that if your father, Light Yagami, was the original Kira from 17 years ago, then it would only make sense that his son, Knight Yagami, would be heir to Kira's godship. Knight's hair and eyes turned red while Break's turned blue. Knight, that's how they came to the conclusion that I must be Kira. They figured out that Dad was Kira before I was born. Break, I can see the wheels turning in your head, Knight. What's the matter, feeling cornered? Knight, calm down, Knight, this doesn't prove anything. Just because my father was Kira is not enough to arrest me. They might question me, but that's all they can do. Unless they find the notebook, there's nothing they can do. They have nothing on me. However, if his Shinigami finds my Shinigami, then I'm in big trouble. Break, when people are stressed out due to being falsely accused, then there's a greater chance they'll slip up and say something incriminating. I've put Knight in a situation that's 10 times more stressful than any false conviction. He knows he's Kira, I know that he is Kira, and I've backed him into a corner that will guarantee his defeat if he makes a move. He's completely harmless and incapable of attacks, the only thing he can do is defend himself. Knight, I don't care what it takes, I will kill Break and take the notebook for myself, but he's put me in a tight spot. No one has snitched and come forth with his real identity from the US, and the fact that I don't know the names nor faces of his two partners, Roach and Maroon, once again, I am at a large disadvantage. Knight/Break, one small move is all it'll take for this to come to an end. Either way, I'm going to win. I will sentence you to death, Kira/false god. Knight moved the knight piece. Checkmate. Break looked down at the board. That is quite impressive, he says with a smile. I see you are the better chess master. I've been playing chess for years, Knight said. You're more than welcome to call for a rematch, but I'm afraid that you'll lose again for the second time. Confidence, you got confidence, Mr. Yagami. Or arrogance. Break pats his knee before getting up. He checks his watch as if he was on a schedule. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I will get straight to the point. Knight stood up with him. Yes. Break pulled out his ID. This name I've given you, it's false. Alex Brock is not my real name. Knight narrowed his eyes. What's he up to? My real name. Break stares at Knight, gaze not breaking his red eyes. Is Brian Baker. Knight's eyes widened slightly. His real name is Brian Baker? No, it has to be another alias, has to be. Why should I care? Because you are the only person who knows my real name, he said. If I die for some reason, whether it be a heart attack or an accident, then it's obvious that it would be Kira. You're the only one in Japan who knows my real name. Knight's foot slightly twitched. I knew it, Brian Baker isn't an alias, it's his real name. I should have known. Not only that, but... He looked around the house. Even if I do die, for whatever reason, then you too will die as well. Knight's eyes widened. What are you talking about? The Shinigami, he answered. You obviously know about the Shinigami that is attached to Kira. I have a Shinigami of my own and you know what he said, if you die, for whatever reason, then I promise to avenge you. I will kill Knight Yagami and avenge you. Knight's heart pounded in his chest. You mean, if you die, for any reason at all, regardless of the cause of death, then I will die? I'm not Kira. If you weren't Kira then this would be awkward. Break smiled. He looked at his watch again. I'm afraid that's all the time I have for today. He pushed a button on his watch, causing it to beep. But, I must be going now. Thank you for taking the time to hear out my warning. He stuffed his hands into his pockets before moving over towards the door. Knight watches him intently as he moves across the room, grounding his teeth behind his lips. Break opened the door before shutting it. Knight sighed heavily with wide red eyes. Damn it, I can't believe it. Damn, Break, the situation's getting worse and worse with each passing second. Chapter 12, Hope. December 14th, 2030. Knight put his hands in his pockets and turned away calmly. He slowly walked back upstairs with an emotionless expression on his face. With each step he took, the sounds echoed throughout the house. When he got to his room, he took one hand out of his pocket to open the door. Stepping inside, he closes the door behind him and locks it. He puts his hand back into his pocket and walks over to his desk. He sinks down into his chair and places his hands on his desk in a slow and controlled fashion. Gilth floated from below and stood behind Knight. The coast is clear, Gilth said. There is no Shinigami and Break is already long gone. Knight said nothing. Gilth turned towards the door with the false bottom. The death note's been hidden. Knight still said nothing. I've checked dozens of times. There is no Shinigami watching us nor are they any surveillance cameras. I've checked for wiretaps as well. What is it, Knight? What did Break say? Knight made a shaking fist with both hands and the dam holding back his anger was about to burst. He slams his hands onto the table. I can't believe it! Giltha's eyes widened. What's going on? Knight slams his fist down on the table again. Break, goddamn you. There's nothing more humiliating than getting humiliated twice by the same guy. Knight growled in anger before he turned to his Shinigami. Break told me his real name, it's Brian Baker. Based on your reaction, it came with a price, however. Break told me his real name so I would be put in a stalemate. He said that I was the only one in Japan who knew his real name and if he were to die, regardless of the cause of death, then the prime suspect in the Kira investigation will be me. Tough luck, Knight. It doesn't end there. Gilth cocked his head. I know for a fact that Brian Baker is his real name because there's no famous celebrity in America named Brian Baker. Break is doing the same thing that L did but he's taking it one step further. L used the name Hideki Ryuga because it was the name of a popular idol and if Hideki Ryuga were to die accidentally then you, Dad, would be the prime Kira suspect. He's telling me his real name, otherwise, what would he stand to gain by giving me some random name that doesn't have any significance? True, Gilth nodded. Icing on the cake, if Break dies, regardless of the cause of death, then I'm going to be sentenced to death by their Shinigami. Really? Gilth smirked. Break told me that his Shinigami cares for him, sees him as a friend, and that if Break were to die for any reason then he would automatically assume that I, Knight Yagami, am Kira and would kill me with the death note. Knight sank back into his chair, crossing his arms over his chest in an attempt to calm himself down. This is a perfect strategy for Break. He's put me in an impossible situation where the only thing I can do is sleep with one eye open for the rest of my life. Break, Roach, and Maroon are determined to catch me and they have a Shinigami on their side willingly to kill for them. He rests his elbows onto the table and sighs. This whole contest between Break and I is one big chess match and right now, I'm in check. If I make even a single move without thinking very carefully, then it's checkmate for me. He runs a hand through his strawberry blonde hair. Break, Roach, and Maroon are my enemies as of right now but Grudge, that's a different story. If I want to kill Break, then I have to get rid of Grudge first. Unfortunately, the only two ways to kill Grudge are to force him into a situation in which he sacrifices himself, or we steal his death note and prevent him from writing the names of humans. Both are practically impossible to make happen. I have no idea what Brian Breakbaker's lifespan is, and we have no idea how many years Grudge has left to live. Quite the scenario, Gilth said in a mocking tone. I'm eager to see you get out of it. And since I only know Break's real name, Roach and Maroon will still be a nuisance, and I can't write that Brian Baker kills Roach and Maroon. Nicknames don't work with the death note, nor can you make people kill other people. Gilth turned and sat down on his bed. You better use your brains on this one, Knight. Prove that you are the true successor to Kira. Find a way to kill your enemies. Knight looked at him. That's been my goal from the very beginning. Right now, the opponent I must consider to be the most dangerous at the moment is Grudge. Break may be the main antagonist of my mission, but Grudge is the bigger bad. I have to find a way to kill Grudge before I can kill Break. He paused. No, even if I kill Break and Grudge, Roach and Maroon will still be around, and if Break and Grudge both die, then they'll catch me. I have to kill all four at the exact same time. He sighed and licked his lips. I have to be very careful, though. One wrong move, one slip up, and it's game over for me. If I'm not killed by Grudge, then I'll be sentenced to death in prison. I need a strategy to take out all four of these guys at once, otherwise, I'm doomed to be trapped in an infinite stalemate. He facepalms before sighing. He took out his death note from the secret compartment and opened it up to the rule page. He read over each rule carefully multiple times to make sure he didn't miss anything. His eyes caught sight of one particular rule. His eyes widened and he gasped. Gilth noticed this and stood up from where he was sitting. He slowly walked over to Knight's seat and towered over him. He leaned down so he could see what Knight could see. His eyes widened as well. Knight and Gilth snickered quietly before his laughs evolved to chuckles and then eventually to hysterical laughter. I can't believe I didn't see it before, Knight said. I may be at a disadvantage without the Shinigami eyes, but I still have my Shinigami with him. Knight looks over to Gilth with a maniacal smile on his face. I figured out a way to defeat all four of my enemies. I figured out a way to kill Grudge. Unfortunately, it's a gamble itself that could prove to be fatal. But, Dad, you did say you were on my side. I am on your side, Gilth confirmed, as much as Grudge is on Break's side. Good. Knight closed the death note after taking out a few pages. This is my plan. He told Gilth the plan. It's very risky, Gilth said after reviewing the plan. Chess games are all about taking risks, sacrificing pawns for the greater good. But since I work all alone, I have to compensate for it through various other means. Gilth, if you want Kira to win this battle and bring the world back to a peaceful time, then you must follow my instructions to the letter. You must help me. Gilth cocked his head at him. I'm always going to be on your side, son. Don't expect me to be doing this all the time. I am proud of you for being a worthy successor to Kira, but don't forget, I will not be doing everything for you. I am the last resort. If you have me doing everything for you, then you're not worthy of becoming Kira. Knight grabbed the notebook and faced Gilth. I understand. But with this plan, Grudge will die, and Break, Roach, and Maroon will suffer the same fate. At the airport, a plane had touched down coming from the United States. The crowd of people stepped outside of the terminal and into the airport. One woman, in particular, was wearing a black leather jacket and had long straight black hair. She had a purse by her side and she sat on a bench a few feet away from the terminal. She pulls a phone out from her purse and turns it on. She changes the time to Japanese time before pulling out her driver's license. My name is Genre, she told herself. As long as I am investigating in Japan, this is what my name will be. She puts her ID into her back pocket before standing up. Knight's backyard, 4 hours later. Instructions have been written down in the notebook, Knight said as he stood outside his patio. He held up the notebook and Gilth grabbed it. You know what to do, Gilth. The Shinigami nodded. Knight stiffened his back like a soldier when a drill sergeant came in. I forfeit ownership of this death note. Gilth cracked a large smile across his face. See you later. Gilth tucked the death note into his satchel. He turned to leave before Knight said his name. What is it? Knight took out a red apple from his inner jacket pocket and threw it to Gilth, who caught it without blinking. For Ryuk. Gilth nodded before he sprouted wings from his back and flew into the air. Knight's eyes followed the Shinigami as he flew up and up into the sky, shrinking as he flew farther and farther away. Knight's red eyes returned to his normal blue color. Knight stuffed his hands into his pocket as he walked back inside the house. He locks the screen door behind him before heading over to his fridge. He opens it and looks inside to find something to satisfy his hungry taste buds. He decided to get creative. He took out a bowl of apples, put on some classical music by Igor Stravinsky, and got to make some caramel apples. After he finished with his baking, he had 5 caramel apples for the week. He took one before walking up to his room. He sat at his desk and sighed. He silently took a bite of his caramel apple as he stared at his reflection on his computer screen. As he was about to swallow the piece of apple in his mouth, he freezes mid-bite. He subconsciously looks over to the drawer, where his original self hid the death note. He opened the drawer up as if he was expecting to find something inside. Instead, there was nothing but a card with the insignia for the National Police Agency in Japan with Chief Kudo's name and number. He picked up the card and read it carefully, flipping it over to look on the blank backside. His head tilted. On the back was written, "Call the number." Knight narrows his eyes in confusion, wondering when he wrote this on the back of Detective Kudo's card. I remember, Detective Kudo gave this to me on the day of Hina's funeral. He told me to call him if I had any information to share. Knight licks his lips and sighs. First of all, Break challenges Kira, causes my girlfriend to commit suicide, then he accuses me of being Kira in my own home. This will not stand. Since I know Break's real name and I've seen his face, I could post it on the internet, but if I do that, who knows what could happen. If Break were to suddenly be killed by Kira after he told me his identity and without a doubt, he told someone his plan, most likely Roach and Maroon, then there's a good chance the police will arrest me for indirect murder. He leans back in his chair and sighs at the ceiling. I want nothing more than for Break to die, not only for indirectly traumatizing an innocent woman but for them to pay for trying to take down Kira. If it was only Brian Break Baker then it would be easy, but unfortunately, he has 2 companions backing him up. He looks down at the card. Roach and Maroon served in the police force with Hina's father before they were disbanded, but they're still operating independently. If Break just approached me. His eyes perk up as an idea comes to his mind. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to join the police force. In order to sentence Break to death, I have to find out the names of Roach and Maroon. Once I've investigated Roach and Maroon and find out their names and faces, I'll make their information public and have Kira murder all 3 of them. Not only that, but it will allow me to keep track of the Kira investigation. He took out his phone and dialed the number on the card. He waited patiently before he heard Detective Kudo's voice on the other end. This is Kudo. Chief, Knight said in a calm voice, it's Knight Yagami. Knight? The teenager sighed and closed his eyes. I want to help in the Kira investigation. I want to join the new Kira task force. Joining the Kira task force goes against everything I stand for. But an innocent girl was killed because Break brought those prisoners to Japan. I'm not going to join the Kira task force to hunt down Kira. I'm going to join the Kira task force so I can figure out Roach and Maroon's name. Break already approached me and told me that his name is Brian Baker. Why he told me his real name is anyone's guess, but once I figure out Roach and Maroon's real name, I'll make their identities public so Kira can kill them. I appreciate you wanting to help, Kudo said over the phone, but the police force is not for amateurs, especially the Kira task force. I'm not an amateur, Knight insisted. I've been raised to become a great detective ever since I was a kid. If I can somehow prove myself to you that I'm worthy, then let me be a part of the task force. But why do you want to be a part of the task force? I thought you were a supporter of Kira. I am a supporter of Kira. I believe in his sense of justice. That's why I'm going to bring in Break, Roach, and Maroon. They are responsible for your daughter dying and the president took them off the case. However, today, somebody approached me today. He walked into my house, claiming to be an agent named Alex Brock and that he suspected me of being Kira. He heard Kudo gasp on the other end. I was interrogated by the police who then worked with BRM and I was accused of being Kira. If I told Kudo that I was approached by someone who thought that I was Kira, then the only person who would cross his mind is Brake, or rather, Brian Baker. His real name, I will keep to myself, so Chief Kudo will know Brake's real name only as Alex Brock. I could only guess that he was Brake or a proxy. I want in, Knight said. I want to prove my innocence and more than that, I want closure for Hina's death and bring Brake to justice. Justice via heart attack. Whenever a god of death who had been in the human world dies, the death note is left behind and is picked up by a human. That person becomes the owner. It is very unlikely, but if by any chance a god of death picks up the death note, that god of death becomes the owner. Chapter 13, Genre. December 20th, 2030. Friday could not have come at a better time. Starting Monday, winter break will last from December 23rd to Friday, January 3rd, then, I'm back to school on Monday, January 6th. However, I will be taking my entrance exams into Toei University on Wednesday, January 15th. Knight walked out of the doors of Daikoku Private Academy with his report card in hand. He has a +S in all subjects, with each teacher commenting on what a prodigy Knight is. Knight smirked after looking at his report card. He waved goodbye to his friends before walking home. When he's inside his home, he locks the door behind. He presses his back to the door and sighs. He checks his watch, having only a few hours to prepare for the last day of cram school before he goes on winter break officially. He walks to his fridge and pulls out a caramel apple he made a week previous, and he played the classical song, The Rite of Spring by Igor Stravinsky. He sat at his kitchen table and finished his homework for cram school. He took out his phone and put it on the table. It's been days since I called Hina's father. I can only wait to see if he'll call back. I want nothing more than for Brake and his crew to die. The longer I wait, the more likely Brake will act out of impatience. He might pull off a sneak attack. He paused and rested his head on his forearm. The thing that I can't help but wonder is, why does he think that I'm Kira? I don't even know how Kira kills, yet he suspects me of being Kira. The idea of being Kira intrigues me so very much, but it bewilders me. He lifted his head. Is it possible that I am Kira? Is it possible that I'm killing people subconsciously by wishing death on them? No, that can't be. He turned on the television set and switched to the news. There was a report about more criminals dying from heart attacks. There are criminals dying left and right that I have no knowledge of. If I was Kira, I would need to know a person's name and face in order to kill them. But then again, Kira's remote ability to kill people was being sold all those years ago, so I can only conclude that his power is transferable and therefore requires a conscious thought of killing people. I have no idea who is dying on TV. I don't know their names nor faces, so I can't be Kira. But why does Brake insist that I am Kira? But, if Kira's ability to kill people is remote and transferable, then it's possible that I was Kira at some point, but I transferred my power to someone else and I lost memories of my ability as Kira. If that's the case, then I was Kira and I gave up my ability to kill people and I lost my memories. He smirked. I am Kira. If that turned to be the case, then life couldn't be happier for me. Kira was always my hero, and to deduce that I used to have his ability makes me happy. His eyes turned red. If I was Kira, then why did I give up my ability to kill people? I must have a plan in mind, and what I am doing right now, having no memories of being Kira, must be part of the plan. Either way, I have to find out Roach and Maroon's real names so I can murder them when I get Kira's killing ability once more. His inner thoughts were interrupted when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He looked at the phone and smirked. He picked up the phone and checked the caller ID. His smirk widened. Hello, he spoke. Knight, it's Kudo, the chief said. I've talked with the rest of my teammates and we decided that if you can prove your worth, then we'll let you on the team. If this is part of some plan that I came up with if I was Kira, then I must go along with it. Whatever it is, I'll do anything to prove my worth. We're sending someone to your house to meet with you. They should be arriving at around 4 o'clock. Knight tilted his head and looked at his wristwatch. It was already 3:57 p.m. Have I really been studying for that long? The doorbell rang. Knight looked over at the door and he went to answer it, keeping his phone at his side. He looked through the peephole, wanting to make sure that it wasn't Break. It was a woman with long dark hair and a leather purse by her side. He opened the door and stared at the woman. He put the phone up to his ear and said, "I think she's here." He hung up before Kudo could say any more. The woman looked up at Knight, her eyes widening at how handsome Knight was in person. Her wide eyes narrowed as she studied him. Kudo told me all about him, she thought, about how he was being bombarded by Brian for being the prime Kira suspect. Apparently, Roach and Maroon sent 2 criminals to Knight Yagami's house and they assaulted his girlfriend, which led to her suicide. Now, Brian, Roach, and Maroon are on the run. Something doesn't feel right. The previous day, at the NPA headquarters, Soma and Yamane were sitting at their desks, inputting data into their computers when Director Kudo and Height approached them. They got their attention before the chief spoke. "Gentlemen, in light of recent events, the President of the United States has come to a compromise that we will be provided with a replacement for Break and his team. However, it comes with a cost. The President of the United States gave a request for us to bring Break, Roach, and Maroon in immediately. But, sir," Soma said, "our job is to catch Kira." "True, but I have reason to believe a theory our latest recruit has given us." Kudo and Height parted ways as a woman walked into the room. She had an emotionless look on her face and started at Soma and Yamane with a blank expression. "Nice to meet you," she said dryly. "Like Break, Roach, and Maroon, I go by an alias. You may call me." She paused, thinking of a nickname. She smiled as she thought of one. Genre. Genre? Soma said, "That's a unique nickname. What's your real name?" "I'm not telling you my name any more than you're telling me yours," Katashi Soma. She turned to Kudo and said, "How much do they know about Kira?" "The basics," Kudo answered. "They know that he needs a name and a face in order to kill." She narrowed her eyes. "What else? Did Break tell you how he kills?" "He told me. He told us dash." "Chief," Height said, "information that Roach and Maroon told us must still be kept between us. He kills with a notebook, genre finished. If you write a person's name down in a notebook while picturing their face, that person dies." "I'm not surprised." Height stared at her with wide eyes. "How did you know?" "I'm one of the few people in the United States who knows how Kira kills people. Unfortunately, we're not here to talk about Kira." "Then why did you bring him up?" "I wanted to see how much information Break and his 2 companions gave you before they went on the run. Even though this group is technically called the Kira Task Force, Next Generation Kira Task Force, our goal has changed. The President made a formal request that the Japanese task force work with us to bring in Break." "That part one still don't understand," Height said. "Why?" "Break is the owner of a death note," Genre said. She looked at him intensely. "If you breathe a word outside this circle of 5, then you'll be demoted to a desk clerk. So Break did have something to do with Kira." Genre narrowed her eyes. "Brian, you're the owner of a death note. Why did you have to go and do this to yourself? What is your relationship with Break?" Kudo asked. "Rivals," she answered. "We were rivals when we were training in the police academy." "So you know Break's real name. Is it Alex Brock?" Genre snapped her head to Kudo. "What did you say? Is Break's real name Alex Brock?" Her hair and eyes turned blue. "Alex Brock, that's an alias that Brian has used dozens of times. I'd known Brian for several years at least. He would never give out that alias unless he was 100% sure of himself. Come to think of it, Brian came to Japan to investigate Kira. He would never give out his real name, but even giving out his fake name, Alex Brock, is something to keep in mind." "Is that what Break told you?" "No, Kudo shook his head. It's what a teenager told us. And then time froze for her. Brian actually told his infamous alias to a teenager. Why would he do that? Brian knows that Kira can kill people by writing their name down, so why would he give out an alias? Unless, is it possible the person he told his fake name to was Kira? He puts her hand to her forehead. Brian came to Japan to investigate Kira. He brings along Roach and Maroon with him and 20 or so inmates on death row. The president blames Break for the death of Hinata Kudo, the chief's daughter, and then Break reveals his false alias to a teenager, and now he is in hiding. If I didn't know any better, I would say that Brian may have found a lead in the Kira case. If I could figure out the name of this teenager. I would like to hear more of this teenager, she said. He was my daughter's boyfriend, Kudo said softly, and he was Break's prime suspect in being Kira. What is this boy's name? You might meet him. We're considering bringing him on the police force to help us investigate bringing Alex Brock in. This boy, Break's prime suspect in the Kira investigation, wants to help the police catch Brian? Interesting. This boy, I want to be the first one to talk to him. Seeing as to how he was the known person to have direct contact with Break, I think it would be better if I could gather intel from him first. With my prior knowledge and his, I'm sure we can find a breakthrough in the case faster than working separately. Present time. Nice to meet you, Knight Yagami. My name is Genre. Knight chuckled. That's obviously an alias. Smart as a whip, she complimented before letting herself in. Knight shut the door and stared at the back of her head, studying her with caution. She stops in the middle of the room and smelt in some of the air. Nice place you got here, Knight Yagami. I live by myself, he said. Are you here to recruit me for the Japanese task force? Of course I am, she said and turned around. Why else would I be here? Do I have to give you an update on Break, Roach, and Maroon? Because rehashing everything all over again is going to be exhausting. She shook her head. No, I'm up to date. Chief Kudo told me everything. I am deeply sorry for your loss. Knight nodded softly. Hina was a good person. It was wrong what happened to her. At least she is in heaven, she said. She studied him for a reaction. Do you believe in heaven? Knight shook his head. Oh, she said, I didn't know if you had any religious beliefs, and I'm a Catholic, so if I told you what I really thought. Just get to the point, Knight almost growled. I don't have any time for games. But, I like games, they're fun. Play one with me and maybe I'll let you in on some secrets about Break. Knight groaned in frustration. Why do I get the feeling she's going to be annoying? Let's play a quick game. If you beat me, then you're worthy of helping to catch Break. Knight tilted his head. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I was sent by the United States in response to Break, Roach, and Maroon on the run. The president made a request for us to stop catching Kira and bring Break to justice. I figured, since you have a strong sense of justice, based on you being a Kira supporter, you might want to help bring Break in. This is perfect. The President of the United States is asking for the Japanese task force to bring Break in as soon as possible. What game are we playing? Chess, she said. I couldn't help but notice that you have a chessboard and I'm a fan. If you beat me, I'll let you in on the Kira investigation. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But we're going to switch things up a bit, she continued. Instead of the king being the one to checkmate, you have to checkmate the queen. Knight's eyes widened. Why? Because it's different and exciting and it's going to be a true challenge. Knight groaned but opened up the chessboard and set up. He had the black chess pieces while she had the white. And the king, he can still only move one move, Genre said. But why the queen? Because the person we're catching is quite flexible and moves several steps ahead, not just one. You have to learn to adapt if you want to defeat your opponent. Okay then, Knight said, I guess we're playing chess with the queen being the target. I've never played a game of chess where you have to checkmate the queen before. I have to use careful strategies if I want to win. If I win, then Break, Roach, and Maroon will die. Knight made his first move. Chapter 14, Queen. The Yagami household. Knight made his first move in a game of chess to checkmate the queen. I want Break and his two cohorts to die more than anything in the world, he thought, which is why I cannot lose to this floozy. Calm down, Knight Yagami, genre urged after feeling the heated aura radiating off of him like a furnace. It's just a game. She made her first move as well. It's a game that'll determine if I can catch the people who hurt Hina. He slashed his bishop like a knife across the board. I guess so. Genre picks up a pawn and slams it on the chessboard. Knight grabbed a knight and positioned it forward. Genre thrust her queen piece across the board. Knight slid his bishop across the board. Check, he laughed. She moved her queen. Check. Knight's eyes widened. He picked up his pawn and planted it forward near her queen. Check. Genre moved her rook and it blocked the pawn's path to the queen. Check. Knight moved his knight piece. Check. Police station. It was slow this time around at the police station, especially with Christmas only 5 days away. Officers were working at their desks, but they were all working on different cases instead of the Kira case. Chief Kudo made it clear that the current Kira will not hesitate to kill law enforcement if they got in his way like the original Kira, and that they should focus on other cases. Only those who were willing to put their lives on the line were let in on the Kira investigation. That's why Kudo and Heiei were sitting at a desk in the far corner of the room where their conversation could not be picked up by other officers. Kudo pulled out a file and laid it flat on the table before he picks up his coffee mug and heads over to the coffee maker in the kitchen outside the detective's room. As he brews a cup of coffee, Heiei appears behind him and puts a hand on his shoulder. Something on your mind, Heiei? I've been thinking about genre recently, he answered. Can we really trust her? She said that she and Break were rivals, but that doesn't mean they hated each other, only that they were competing for the same goal. There is such a thing as a friendly rivalry. Kudo picks up his cup of freshly brewed coffee and poured some sugar in before taking a sip. I guess you have a point. Nevertheless, she is working the case with us, which makes her an ally. She even volunteered to personally recruit Knight into the task force. How do we know that it's not some kind of game? What if she is conspiring with Break? You're meaning to tell me that she is working with Break to set up Knight as Kira? Something like that, sir. Kudo faces Heiei. So you believe that Knight isn't Kira? We still have to consider all possible suspects, no matter the percentage of them being Kira. All I want is for Kira to be brought to justice, and genre said that Break is the owner of a... He paused when he realized he was in a public room and whispered, Death Note. Kudo nodded. I understand what you're saying. The power to kill someone is evil, whether it be supernatural or through the justice system. I don't approve of sentencing people to death. Self-defense, I understand, but not the death sentence. So when we catch Break and Kira, I wish for them to redeem themselves so they can see the errors in their ways. All the more reason for us to catch Break and Kira, Chief Kudo. The Yagami household. After a few moves from both sides, Knight's queen was put in check by a rook. Knight's eyes widened at the sight. I can't lose, he shouted to himself. If I lose and I'm not working on the Break investigation, then Kira will be hindered in punishing criminals, and Break will still be alive. He picked up his knight piece and raised it above his head with wide eyes. I will win. He set the knight piece down. Knight smirked and looked down at the chessboard. His gaze slowly draws towards genre's wide eyes and his smirk widens into a smile. He chuckled as he said, checkmate. Genre's queen was trapped in the corner by two rooks, Knight's queen, and Knight's knight piece. Genre thought, if I move up then the rook will get me and the knight has been placed in a way that I am in double jeopardy. If I take out the queen then the knight will get me, and I take out the rook then the knight will get me as well. And I'm in no position to grab the knight piece, and I can't move left, right, front, or back because I'm backed into a corner and surrounded from all sides. It looks like I lost. Good game, Knight Yagami, she spoke as she stood up. She held out her hand and waited for Knight to grab it. You have truly bested me. Knight's smirk never faded from his mouth. He stood up and grasped Genre's hand in a firm handshake. Looks like we'll be investigating Break. This time, she smirked as if she had an ace up her sleeve. We will. Without missing a beat, in one fluid motion, she snatched a pair of handcuffs from her back pocket and quickly cuffed on end around Knight's right wrist before clipping the other around her left wrist. What the hell, he exclaimed and tugged on the cuffs, but they were already on. What in the name of Kira is this? I didn't know you were that devoted to Kira that you're actually speaking about him as if he Earth's one and only god. Knight tugged on the cuffs, but Genre tugged back. She put muscle into her shoulder as she tugged Knight forward and caused him to trip over the coffee table. The coffee table flipped over and landed on its side with the legs sticking at a 90-degree angle while the chessboard that was once resting on it crashed to the ground and spewed the chess pieces everywhere. Knight's fall was broken when his knee hit the ground. He winced in pain and grabbed his leg with his unrestrained hand. Genre looked down at the fallen student and laughed softly like she heard a slightly amusing joke. You and I are in this together, Knight. What's with the handcuffs? He lightly tugged on the handcuffs again, but Genre tugged back harder, almost ripping his arm out of his socket. I thought we were going to work the case together. We are. She got down to one knee and looked him in the eye with a serious look, one that said, I am not playing around. The way I see it, there are two scenarios concerning our current situation. One, you are Kira and this is a precaution to make sure that I monitor everything you do while we're doing this investigation. You can't even go to the bathroom without me watching. The police would never go this far, Knight said, which means this is an independent method devised by you. Correct. And before I forget, I'm going to tell you a secret. A blue aura surrounded Genre. Break possesses the remote ability to kill like Kira. A red aura surrounded Knight. What? Knight inwardly exclaimed. Break, that son of a bitch who is responsible for what happened to Hina, has the same power as Kira? Kira kills people with a notebook called a death note. If you write a person's name in the notebook while thinking of their face, that person dies. This is the power that Break possesses. Break must have concluded that you were Kira prior to him revealing his name to you and trapped you in a stalemate where you could do nothing. If you made a move, then it would somehow reveal that you are Kira. Should I trust this woman? She handcuffed me illegally and she caused me to trip over my coffee table. But then again, she told me that Kira kills people with a notebook. If it's a notebook that kills people, then what could have happened to it? If I was Kira and have no recollection of the killer notebook, it must mean that I destroyed the notebook. I must have destroyed the notebook and caused all my memories of the killings to stop. So, that's what Akira was optioning off 8 years ago. Knight sighed. What's the second scenario? Her calm demeanor reverted to her cheerful personality. I just told you, either you are Kira and I'm watching you or Break is Kira and he's stalking you. Either way, both scenarios are true. As long as I'm handcuffed to you, you can't judge people in the name of Kira, and on the other hand, she shakes her unrestrained hand with a chuckle, if Break does decide to kill you, this could save your life almost. What? Think about it, if you die from a heart attack, then all suspicions will be drawn to Break. I already informed everybody at the police force that if you, Knight Yagami, die from a heart attack, then we suspect the person in possession of the death note and they are aware that Break possesses a death note. Not only that, but the killer notebook can kill people in other ways, it doesn't have to be a heart attack. Meaning, if he writes that Knight Yagami dies in some other way aside from a heart attack, my life can be in danger. If the human whose name is written in the notebook influences and leads to the deaths of others not written in the notebook, then the victim will die from a heart attack. Knight's eyes widened. This is perfect. It's a double-edged sword, however, because if I am Kira, then I won't be able to judge criminals in the name of justice. At the same time, it protects me from Break because if I die from a heart attack, Break will be the automatic suspect. Not only that, but since Genre is attached to me 24/7, there's a high chance she could be killed if I die in some other way aside from a heart attack like accidental death or suicide. As long as we're handcuffed to each other, we share the same fate. I understand, he said with a slow nod. I appreciate the fact that you put your life on the line for me. But what if Break kills you? I know Break and he would never kill me. She tugged on the handcuffs. But these will show that I am challenging him directly. Knight smirked. With Break, Roach, and Maroon. After they've been on the run from the police and after Break exposed his real name to Knight, they've been staying in an old two-story house stationed 6 blocks away from his house. They had a portable TV perfect for traveling which they watched movies on, and when they got hungry, Grudge would go out, slide food into his mouth, and fly it back towards them. They didn't have to pay money for food nor electricity, and no one knew where they were. They sat near the windows where the sun was starting to set and the blue sky turned orange. Break was sitting on an old couch eating a burger that Grudge brought back from a burger joint. "It seems that Kira hasn't made a move," Break said. Roach, sitting crisscross in the corner with a cup of fries in his hand, said, "Not necessarily. I mean, criminals are still dying." Maroon, standing in the corner, drinking soda from a cup, said, "Haven't you noticed that all criminals who have died were broadcast recently?" "Kira timed their deaths," Break said. "The second I told Knight Yagami my true identity, criminals whose names and faces released via broadcast haven't died." "So," Roach began, "Kira timed their deaths? What is the point of timing their deaths? If anything, it just adds more suspicion to the fact that Knight Yagami is Kira." Break bit into his burger. He wiped a drop of ketchup off his lip before swallowing. "I don't know what goes on inside Kira's head. But we can't just assume that he rolled over and gave up. Just because I told Knight what my real name is doesn't prove anything if Kira hasn't acted. If anything, it only adds confusion. Why would Kira set the time of deaths of criminals to be killed in the future?" Break asked himself as he looked out the window. "It doesn't make sense. The only conclusion I can come to is that he did it because he knows I have a Shinigami who can spy on him. Grudge only reports back when Knight is asleep, and for the past week, Knight Yagami has not been seen using a death note." "Putting that big brain of yours to use?" Roach asked. Break snapped out of his thoughts. "The more I think about, the more I think it's about our Shinigami, Grudge." Grudge suddenly phased through the ceiling. "You guys are not going to believe this." The 3 detectives gave the Shinigami their undivided attention. "There is a police officer in Knight's house as we speak." "Who?" Break asked. "You know I'm not allowed to give out names." "It doesn't matter, this could benefit us." Break stared off into space. Kira has already punched in criminals' tickets ahead of time, rendering him requiring to kill criminals on live TV redundant. But, if someone is tailing him 24/7, then he won't be able to use the death note, meaning that salt has been added to his wound. "Grudge, we're going shopping." "Huh," Grudge grunted, "why?" "As long as someone is tailing him, he won't be able to use the death note. Once that person is off his back, he'll use the death note once again. We'll install cameras in his house so when he feels safe and lets his guard down, we'll catch him using the death note." "What about his Shinigami?" "All the better. If he has a Shinigami, then either A, the Shinigami won't notice the cameras and won't warn him when he uses the death note, or 2, he notices the cameras and won't be able to grab his death note from his hiding place." Roach laughed. "I get what you're doing, trapping the prime suspect in the Kira investigation into a deeper abyss." "Why have cameras when we have Grudge?" Maroon asked. He then mentally slapped himself for asking such a question. Grudge can't be in 2 places at once. He follows Knight day in and day out every day, reporting back only when he's asleep. If he does have slips of the death note on him, then Grudge will notice when he uses outside, but when he's in the house and we've installed cameras, then we'll record Kira in the act. "Exactly," Break praised. "Not only that, but if he has a Shinigami, we'll be able to record any signs of objects moving via invisible hand, which will add more fuel to the fire that he is Kira." "What about when he doesn't use the death note, even when the cameras are off?" Grudge asked. "If the criminals suddenly stopped after a certain amount of time, say, 23 days, then we'll be able to connect it to Kira. If the killings happen only when Knight is out of the house, we'll still be able to connect him to Kira. And of course, there's the other checkmate I put him in." "You told him your name," Grudge answered. "Right. At this point, Kira can't win this one. We're going to bring Kira to justice." Cram school. If I lost memories of the time I was Kira when I destroyed the notebook or got rid of it, then hopefully my memories will come back when I get the notebook back. I mean, it's a supernatural notebook that kills people and causes memory loss. If I want my memories to come back, I have to get my hands on Brake's notebook, and once that happens, I have to kill genres so I'm free to kill criminals once again. I still have my priorities: find out Roach and Maroon's real names. Yagami, the teacher whacked his cane on the table and snapped Knight out of his daydream. Were you paying attention? Knight restrained himself from rolling his eyes. Yes. Then read the next paragraph aloud. Knight cleared his throat and picked up his textbook as he stood up. He turned to the page and he translated the text into English. Do good away from evil, so you will live forever. Because the Lord loves justice. He does not abandon the saint. They will be preserved forever, but the children of the wicked will be cut off. The righteous will inherit the land and live there forever. He looked at the teacher and nodded. Perfect, Yagami, the teacher praised. I'm not surprised. You're a straight-A student and you've been here for 2 months and you're already on your way to getting into Tuo University. Thank you. Knight sat down in his seat and stared blankly at the board. Genre leaned in from beside him and whispered, Your teacher is jealous of you. Also, I noticed something interesting about the spelling of your last name dash. Would you shut the fuck up? After cram school was done, the two of them started walking home. Once they were out of sight, Genre put the handcuffs back on. Do you have a handcuff fetish or something? Knight asked. Shut up, she playfully patted his back. If we walked into cram school together wearing handcuffs, then you wouldn't be able to stay at the top of your class with only one hand. The only reason I took them off is that there is no way Brake would kill you in such a public place with so many lives at risk. Also, thanks for talking to the teacher into letting me stay. If you hadn't answered that math question correctly that only a handful of students, myself included, could solve, then he would have kicked you out. Now that high school and cram school are both over, it's time for winter break starting Monday. I'll have more than enough time to investigate Brake. Also, first thing in the morning, I'm going to call the police headquarters and put in a good word for you / Thanks. They entered Knight's home. Knight was forced to bring Genre up to his room so he could get ready for bed. He put his hand on his bedroom door's handle and he heard a click. What? He mentally exclaimed. He saw a slip of paper he planted in the doorway. His eyes wandered to the bottom of the door and his eyes widened at the fallen lead of pencil on the ground that was barely visible from his height. He took a deep breath before opening his door and lead his handcuffed comrade inside. What are you going to do now, Knight? Genre asked as she looked around his room. I'm going to take a shower. He held up his hand that had been cuffed. Does that mean you're going to join me? You won't do anything. Yagami backward spells I'm a gay. Knight rolled his eyes. Shut up about that joke. I've heard it a billion times already. And I'm not a gay. I'm not a gay is Yagatami backward, Genre smirked. Genre was forced to take off the handcuffs temporarily only so they could strip themselves naked, but the cuffs were back on once they hopped into the shower. Knight's back was turned to Genre out of respect for the female sex, but he couldn't do anything to stop himself from blushing or the fact that his handcuffed arm was wiggling like a snake because it was attached to Genre, who was washing her hair. I think we should be safe in the shower, he thought. He turned around and hesitated. Genre was rubbing soap on her shoulders with her back towards him. He forced his eyes not to look down as he steps forward and gently pulls her under the spray of the hot shower. He wraps his arms around her like he was hugging her from behind before he whispered into her ear, I think there are cameras in my home. He couldn't see it, but her eyes perked up and her face suddenly heated. She turns her head over her shoulder in the direction in which he whispered and replied in a soft tone, How do you know? I saw that slip of paper, it was still in the doorway. That was a diversion, it's the door handle. When that door closes, the door handle automatically returns to a horizontal position and it won't go any higher than that, but whenever I close the door, I adjust it slightly. I get it, if someone were to be in and out of your room, then you'll know based on the door handle because it returns to a horizontal position. That's right. I always lower it by about 5 millimeters. What about the possibility that you forgot to adjust it? I'm glad you asked. I wedged a mechanical pencil lead between the slip of paper and the door. If the door were to open for any reason, the slip of paper and pencil lead would fall to the ground. If someone saw the slip of paper when they opened the door, they wouldn't notice the pencil lead, and even if they did, the smudges left behind by the lead on the paper will tell me that someone tampered with the trap. So if you come home and there's only the slip of paper between the door and the lead pencil is laying on the ground, or there are pencil smudges on the paper, then you know that someone was in your room. The door handle was at a horizontal position, the pencil lead had fallen, and the slip was back in place. All this proves that someone was in my room. Not only that, but it was set up after we left for cram school. I thought I saw you messing with the doorway. And since you have no relatives, the only person it could be is Brake. He really crossed the line by installing cameras in your house, invading your innate right to privacy. There are no cameras in the showers. It's physically impossible as there are no air vents above the shower, windows, nor any room on the faucet or knobs to put the camera. I already checked the shower before we jumped in for any signs of wiretaps, and the only place in this house that is safe, so far, is the shower. And we're whispering because there could be wiretaps outside the shower. Yes. If Brake is behind this, and there's a 97% chance that he is, I can't see why he would put cameras in my room now. Why not do it earlier when he had more time to spy on me? Not only that, but he set it up after I left for cram school, meaning that he is somehow aware of my schedule. Jean returned towards Knight. Knight couldn't hold himself back as he passed a glance at her chest for a split second. You are so smart, Knight. I promise when this is over, and Brake is dead, we will celebrate. Knight narrowed his eyes. Dead? You want Brake dead? Genre suddenly looked at him. She couldn't help but notice that his hair darkened from the spray of the shower and it turned a deeper red color. She looked away in shame as she said, I do. Knight's eyes narrow and a smirk cracks on his face. Why not just broadcast Brake's real name on the news? I believe in justice, just not Kira's type of justice. Evil people deserve to die, but the fact that Kira is killing them unlawfully just upsets me. What is it that makes Brake evil? She looks him in the eyes. He accepted the death note without hesitation. He accepted the power to kill without hesitation. The fact that he didn't even bat an eye at the thought of accepting something so evil just proves that he is evil. And it's only a matter of time before he uses the death note for himself. He's only using the death note to kill death row inmates because the president said so. Apparently, using the death note to kill death row inmates saves money on doing traditional executions like the needles or the electric chair. He's not acting on his behalf when killing, but the power of the country's behalf. Doesn't that make the government evil? They're all evil, she nearly snapped before she lowered her voice, those using a death note and those puppeteering death note owners. She lowered her head. Then help me. He put a hand on her chin to make her look at him. Help me defeat Brake. Once we take him down, we'll burn his death note. After that, you can join the Japanese task force in hunting down Kira. The world needs people like you, ones who oppose evil. But you're a Kira supporter. We all have different opinions, especially on Kira. I just see the good in what he is doing. Sure, he is killing people, but he's killing people who take pleasure in harming innocent people. That still may be evil in your category, but I am grateful for Kira saving and helping innocent people. So, after we bring Brake to justice, what will you do, Knight? I can't be a part of the task force anymore because I can't oppose Kira. But I'll live and breathe easier knowing that I won't be killed at any time from anywhere. He leaned in, their lips almost touching. I will admit, it's been a long time since I met someone who shared a similar view of justice. I was the only one who believed in Kira growing up from where I'm from, and it pains me every day to relive those moments. I'm sure you feel the same way. It's not easy finding someone with the same moral standpoints as you. I'll second that. You know, I truly believe that the two of us, we can be good friends when this is over. How about, when this is done, we just hang out as friends? She paused for a moment. That sounds like a good idea. A red aura surrounded Knight, turning his hair and eyes red as he inwardly smiled and chuckled gleefully. I'm grateful that you share a similar viewpoint of justice as I do, but you already said that Death Note owners are evil. Once Break is dead, you'll try and catch Kira, and for that reason alone, as soon as I find out your name and I get my hands on Break's Death Note, you will die. The owner of the Death Note cannot be killed by a god of death who is living in the world of the gods of death. Also, a god of death who comes to the human world, in the objective to kill the owner of the Death Note, will not be able to do so. Only a god of death that has passed on their Death Note to a human is able to kill the owner of the Death Note. Chapter 15, News. December 20th, 2030. The Yagami household. This is perfect, Knight thought as he looked down at the woman whilst they both bathed in the spray of a hot shower. I have someone who wants Break dead just as much as I do. And there's a good chance that she'll help me figure out Roach and Maroon's names, and once I get my power back somehow, assuming that I was 100% Kira, I'll kill Break, Roach, and Maroon. Once they're done and out of the picture, I'll kill her. After all, she opposes Kira and would no doubt try to bring me down. Knight stepped away and looked to his left towards the shower curtain. I just realized, it's gonna be awkward knowing that someone is watching us while we're handcuffed together. We'll worry about that later, Genre said nervously. We'll play the part like we don't know it. But without knowing where all the cameras are installed, it's going to be difficult to find a blind spot. Our only blind spot would be outside the house, but even so, one of them might stalk us wherever we go. At this point, I really wished I had Kira's powers, he thought. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, she answered. Knight turned the shower off and Genre pouted. Can't we take a slightly longer shower? The water was so hot and felt so good. Knight groaned. No, I don't want to waste any water. Play the part, Knight told himself, stay in character. With the shower spray off, they'll be able to hear our conversation. They stepped out of the shower, dried themselves off, and removed the handcuffs only so they could get dressed. Once the handcuffs were back on, they stepped into Knight's bedroom in their pajamas. Knight looked at the bed awkwardly before imagining where all the cameras could be located. I want to turn in early, he told her. I want to get as much sleep as possible so we can work the case tomorrow. Sounds like you're just trying to get in my pants, she playfully teased, playing her part. Knight was wearing a white t-shirt and basketball shorts while Genre was wearing a muscle shirt and long-sleeve pajama bottoms. They climbed into bed together, forcing themselves to make room on the bed because the bed was for one person only. Since they were sleeping together handcuffed, in order to avoid rolling off the bed by accident, they slept as close to each other as possible. It took a while, but they both drifted to sleep. With Break, Roach, and Maroon. I never realized how boring it could be spying on someone, Roach groaned in frustration. You could say that again, Maroon agreed. Ever since this late afternoon, after Knight was supposed to leave for cram school, Break had ordered Grudge to go to the department store to steal several mini cameras and batteries. With the assistance of their Shinigami watching out for Knight's possible Shinigami, they broke into his house and quickly set up cameras and wiretaps. There were 30 cameras in total that Grudge had delivered to them personally, and they set 15 downstairs and the other 15 upstairs. There were a few blind spots such as certain corners in the walls or under some tables, but they had no time since Knight would be coming home soon. They had set up 10 cameras in his bedroom and 5 cameras in the hall and shower. Break and Grudge were absent. We are violating so many rights by installing cameras, Roach said. Even if we bring Kira to justice, we might have to face punishment for an invasion of privacy. That's true, Maroon agreed, but this is necessary. Also, I can't help but wonder about Knight's Shinigami. If Knight was Kira, then he would have a Shinigami, yet when we were setting up the cameras in his house, Grudge spotted no Shinigami. Maybe the Shinigami was following him to school, Roach suggested. Either way, we got lucky. If we didn't have Grudge on our side, we never would have been able to pick up Knight's schedule. I hear you. They both turned towards the laptop and replayed the footage from when the cameras were first set up. Nothing had really happened, except for the fact that Knight was indeed handcuffed to a female detective and they were sleeping together as well, in a non-sexual manner. "Who do you think that girl is?" Maroon asked. "Someone from the police force?" "I don't remember her being on the police force," Roach said. "Also, I can't help but notice that she isn't Japanese. She doesn't look Japanese. She must be a foreigner like us. This could be interesting. Now we can keep track of Knight, and since this footage is being recorded, we can use it as evidence to bring him in. After all, a small number of people in the US government knows how the Death Note actually works. But at the same time, Knight is a Japanese native, so the US government can't punish him for using the Death Note. And we were sent in to personally stop him, but only the Japanese government can't punish him. You have to be such a wet blanket, Maroon." The next day, after Knight and Genre woke up from their slumber, they got dressed and, wanting to avoid the cameras, decided to head out to discuss the break investigation. They went to that coffee shop from before and they sat in the corner of the bar so no one will notice that they're handcuffed together. This meant that when they sat down in a booth, their hands were hanging over the table. "Finally, some privacy," Knight said, "and I already checked the clothes ahead of time for any bugs. We're safe." "Finally, I find it creepy to be stalked by cameras," Genre said. "I bet Roach and Maroon were enjoying the sight of you and me in the shower together, thinking they had gotten away with it, but your trap is all that set them off. We still don't know with 100% certainty that there are cameras in the house unless we find them, but if we find them then they'll take action. It's safer to assume that the house has been bugged either way because someone was in my room." "Yes," she sighed before calming herself down. "Now, let's get down to brass tacks." A waitress walked over to them with a notepad. "What can I get you, lovely couple?" She noticed the handcuffs. Genre smiled. "I would like a hot chocolate, please. Coffee. 3 sugars, 5 creams." "That's a lot," Genre said. "I hate the taste of black coffee." After the waitress took their orders, she left. A few minutes, the waitress came back with their order and they slowly sipped their cups. "You said that you were putting in a good word for me in the Japanese task force. Does that mean I'm officially part of the group?" "I was technically sent to recruit you, so if I decide that you're good enough, then we'll welcome you with open arms like a cult recruit." He sighed before taking a sip of his coffee. "I can't believe all it took was a chess game with a little modification." He was about to say more before he decided to silence himself. He looked around before looking back at Genre. "From where we're sitting, no one will be able to hear us, let alone give us any trouble if we decide to sit in a funny way. This is why this is my favorite coffee shop." She cocked her head. "Sitting funny, what's that supposed to mean?" He shrugged. "Nothing." He sipped his coffee before he got down to business. "All right, we came here to discuss our plan with the break operation." Genre looked at him. "After we leave, we're heading to the police station so you can be recruited." Knight took another sip of his coffee before he set the mug down. "The sooner the better, so we should get to the police station as soon as we're done with our coffee." Genre looked at him as she sipped her coffee. "I haven't forgotten the fact that Knight might be Kira himself. If I can take down Break, then I could possibly take down Knight Yagami himself, assuming that he is Kira. I haven't been in Japan for too long, but criminals are still dropping like flies. I am aware that to some degree, Kira can control the time of deaths for his victims, but without new criminals to write in the death note, the criminals who had their time of death written in the notebook will eventually die off." She looked at their handcuffs. "Maybe I should keep the handcuffs on for a little while longer after we catch Break." Knight sipped from his mug. "I haven't forgotten that she still sees me as a Kira suspect. The whole reason she handcuffed me was so that she can keep track of the person Break most suspects to be Kira while protecting him at the same time in the event that he is not Kira. Even after we take down Break, she'll probably leave the handcuffs on me for a little while longer. She says that people who own a death note are evil, and if I am Kira, then she'll take me down. I have to figure out a way to learn her real name. I'm dealing with 4 foes at the moment and I only know the real name of one of them." "I have a question," Genre suddenly said after putting her cup down. "What name did Break give you?" Knight was caught off guard as the question sank in. A nervous sweat dripped down his chin as he contemplated his answer. Alex Brock. Alex Brock isn't Brake's real name. Knight's eyes widened. What do you mean? More nervous sweats dripped down his face. Alex Brock is an alias that I was well aware that he used. She sipped her hot chocolate before saying, well, if Brake was so sure of himself that you must be Kira, then what point would there be to tell you an alias? If his plan was to corner Kira into a stalemate, then what leverage could he have by giving you a false name? When you think about it, it makes sense. Brake is someone who is willing to put his life on the line to catch Kira. I know this because I've trained with him in the past. You told the police force that Brake's real name is Alex Brock, but I'm betting that he told you his alias and his real name. The only question I have is why have you been keeping that a secret from yourself? He inwardly gasped. He sighed as he bowed his head like a convict admitting guilt. You caught me. He looks her in the eye as he says, Brake is responsible for what happened to Hina. I can't forgive him for bringing in such evil people to investigate Kira. I want him dead for those death row inmates. I want him dead for Hina. Once I figured out the names of Brake, Roach, and Maroon, then I would post their names and faces on the internet for Kira to kill. He sighed. That's why, I wanted justice for Hina and Brake. I wanted Hina to get closure and Brake to die. What about me? She leaned back in her seat, getting comfortable with the cushions against her back. I call all Death Note owners evil and Kira is a Death Note owner. I would discourage you to stop, he answered. I know that we've only known each other for like 18 hours or so, but I like you. I think you're very smart and pretty. Genre felt her face heat up and turned away slightly. Knight noticed her reaction and chuckled. It is universal knowledge that Kira kills anyone who gets in his way. I want you to stop hunting Kira down. Once we've brought Brake to justice, then you should go back to the United States and live a normal life. A young woman like you should be with her loved one, thinking about starting a family. He sipped from his coffee. I know I might be biased saying this because I'm a Kira supporter, but I really like you and I would hate for you to be killed by Kira. No, I wouldn't, he thought. Take my advice, I'm trying to save your life. I want you to know that it's only a matter of time before Kira rules the world again. It's happened before from 2006 to 2013 with the original Kira. But I was born when Kira's reign was over. Still, you still have the chance. Think about it, you can live in a crime-free world with your husband and children and you'll never have to worry about your children being harmed by criminals. She suddenly jerked her hand back and Knight's handcuffed hand flew forward, causing him to spill some of his coffee on the table. You're just trying to sweet-talk me into getting the handcuffs off of you once the Brake investigation is over, she said with a mischievous smile. You're not getting away that easily, Nighty-Night. It was worth a shot, he thought in dismay. Brian Brake Baker sat on a bench with a newspaper in his hand. He held it up so it covered his face. His eyes moved along the current events written in ink before he opened his mouth. Grudge, he whispered, give me an update. The Shinigami looked up at the coffee shop and walked forward, subconsciously tiptoeing. He phased through the wall and peeked his head through. He looked around to see if Kira's Shinigami was with him and found nothing. He spotted Knight and Genre sitting in the corner of the coffee shop with Knight leaning over the table with some coffee spilled. He retreated back and regrouped with Brake. They're talking, he told Brake, and no Shinigami in sight. Brake slightly nodded before he touched the earpiece located in his left ear. Roach, Maroon, give me an update. Seconds later, Roach responded over the earpiece, no signs of a Shinigami in his house or anybody in his house. Brake folded the newspaper. What's going on? I'm so confused. Knight Yagami is our prime suspect, and if he was Kira, then he would have a Shinigami haunting him. Grudge has been watching him for the past week or so and there have been 0 reports of a Shinigami in Knight's possession. The only logical conclusion is that Knight can't be Kira, but at the same time, it's too suspicious. There is still the fact that Kira has timed the deaths of criminals to kill in advance. He puts the newspaper under his armpit as he stands up. I must assume that Kira must have some other plan in mind, but what is it? If I knew what Kira was thinking, then it would make my life so much easier. But either way, with my invisible friend tailing Knight 24/7 and surveillance cameras in his house, once the criminals have stopped dying because he hasn't written any names in the notebook, or criminals die only when he is outside, then we'll have more evidence that Knight is Kira. He looks at the coffee shop. That girl, however, the one I saw on the cameras, I know her. She's the only person aside from Knight, Roach, and Maroon who knows my real name in Japan. We trained together in the police force, we're rivals for the top spot. She must have been sent to replace me as the lead Kira investigator from America. Why she would go to such lengths such as handcuffing herself to Knight, I won't understand. But her handcuffing herself to Knight benefits us because we have two people watching Knight under a microscope all the time. And as far as I know, she hasn't told Knight her real name. She's safe for now. At the police station, Knight was dragged by Genre, rather roughly, to the police station. He tried yanking his hand back, but Genre was much stronger. He tripped and fell to his knees, and she still managed to drag him across the ground like a ragdoll. The sight of a girl dragging Knight on his knees across the ground in front of several police officers was enough to humiliate him. Once Genre dragged Knight into the room with the 4 Kira task force members, she yanked him to a standing position. Sorry, Genre said, had to drag him here like a child. She slapped him upside the head. Thanks for making me feel like a mother. I tripped, Knight said. He looked at Chief Kudo, who was standing near the counter with a cup of coffee in his hand. Hey-8 stood beside him. Chief Kudo, he nodded, nice to see you. He held up his hand with the handcuff. Wish the circumstances were more comfortable. What the hell are you doing? Kudo asked. I thought you were recruiting him. I did recruit him, she said. This is just a precaution. To protect him from Break. But if Break can kill Knight with a heart attack, then what's the point? Hey-8 asked. Without missing a beat, Genre said, we share the same fate. If Knight dies from a heart attack, then the automatic suspect is Break. He can't kill Knight through suicide or accident because as long as we're tied up, we share the same fate. What's stopping Break from killing you? Break won't hurt me, he only kills death row inmates. She tapped the handcuffs. Until we solve the Break case, these handcuffs stay on for Knight's personal protection. We've been like this all night, Knight said, wanting to get it out of the way. He held his head down in embarrassment. It is very awkward. They didn't waste any time. Genre introduced Knight to the members of the task force. Knight had the recollection of Hey-8 from the time he was interrogated, but he was a stranger to the young detectives of Soma and Yamane. So then, Genre said, shall we get started? Genre and Knight sat down in front of a computer while the lights in the room were dimmed and the door was locked. The police detectives pulled out a duffel bag and took out a laptop. They opened it and set it in front of Knight. What do we get here? Knight asked. A recording left on our table just a few days ago, Kudo answered. When we played the tape on the computer, it was a message left by Break. It is a simple recording, but we wanted you to hear it. The tape came in an envelope, Soma said, but there was no postage information. It wasn't even delivered to us through a delivery truck. It just showed up in our office 2 days ago, Yamane said, which is weird. I already checked security camera footage and no one was in the room when this thing suddenly appeared, seemingly out of thin air. Like it was teleported here. It was hand-delivered by Break's Shinigami, Genre cut in, so there's no way to trace the shipping address. Knight snapped his head towards Genre. What did you say? Knight's eyes widened and sweat dripped down his face. Shinigami? Genre stared intently at Knight, studying his reaction like he was a specimen under a microscope. Her eyes were narrow and unblinking like a statue, the expression on her face emotionless. His reaction seemed genuine, she thought, fitting for someone who doesn't believe in heaven. I guess I forgot to mention, she shrugged casually, the killer notebook that Kira uses belongs to a being called a Shinigami, or a god of death in English. Gods of death, Knight inwardly screamed, they exist? We've heard this from one of the detectives working alongside Break, Soma said. They said that the death note belongs to a Shinigami and they come from a place known as the Shinigami Realm. Soma, Yamane scolded, we don't know if he is aware of that information on the notebook. Soma panicked. This is something, Knight said after calming himself down. Genre already told me about how Kira kills, and I will admit that it's a little hard to believe. Gods of Death, on the other hand, I'm a little skeptical about. But then again, the death note can kill people by simply writing their names down and has the ability to tape into your mind somehow if you need to picture their faces when writing their names in order to kill them. Not only that, but this simple notebook can control people and time when someone dies. He turns to the laptop. All that aside, let's listen to this tape. Knight opened up the file with the recording and played it. A screen with a green line started rising and dropping like a heart monitor, and he listened to the sounds the recording made. I am Break, a voice said, and the line in the center bounced up and down. That's Brian Baker's voice, Knight thought. I have made a mistake, an unforgivable mistake. When I picked up this death note 5 months and 2 weeks and 3 days from now, I thought I could prove myself to be better than Kira. I used the death note only to kill criminals on death row with the death note. When I came to Japan, I brought 20 inmates with me because I knew that as long as I had the death note, I had control over them. But after what happened to Hinata Kudo with 2 prisoners under my control, I realized how arrogant I had become. I thought that as long as I controlled them then they wouldn't do any harm, but I failed to realize that those people were still at risk from the criminals. The power of the death note is truly evil, as it makes you forget that even without this power, innocent people are still at risk. Knight inwardly scowled. You are indeed going to pay, Knight thought. As soon as I find out everything I need to know, I'll kill you. With my bare hands if I have to. As soon as I capture Kira, I am going to forfeit ownership of the death note, where it'll be flown away and back to where it came from. I will lose memories of the death note, so I will do it when I am locked up and I have been charged with my crimes. I will even confess to killing in court, and I will accept whatever sentence I am given by the American government. The line in the center of the screen flatlined. Oh, and I told Knight Yagami my real name. If I die for whatever reason, then assume that Knight Yagami is Kira, as he is the only one in Japan, aside from Roach and Maroon, who know my real name. The recording ends with a flat line. A dark red aura surrounded Knight, turning his hair and eyes dark red as he stared at the screen with a blank expression on his face. Break has tightened the noose around my neck even harder. Knight envisions himself standing on top of the building with his hands tied behind his back and noose around his neck. I don't remember the threat exactly, but if I make a move, if Break were to die for any reason, then all suspicious will be drawn to me as being Kira. And killing Break will be practically impossible with Genre handcuffed to me. He imagined Genre standing next to him in the building, wearing a cloak that covered the top of her head, but he could see the blue in her eyes. Break would never sacrifice his identity if he wasn't sure, so for the time being, it's safer to assume that I am Kira. Or rather, I was Kira. He looks into the yellow sky as the noose begins to tighten around his throat. I must have had a plan, otherwise, I wouldn't have lost my memories. The death note can kill humans simply by writing their names down, and it belongs to a god of death, and Break confirmed that forfeiting ownership of the notebook causes memory loss. He looked forward and saw Break standing in front of him with his long and blue hair that covered one of his blue eyes. If I forfeited ownership of the death note willingly, then it must mean that I have a plan in mind, a plan to get Break killed while winning this game of cat and mouse. The ground below Knight disappeared. Knight floated midair, stunning both Break and Genre. You will die, Break, and once I get my memories back, then Kira will be free to judge people and deliver justice to those who deserve it. Starting with you, Break. The god of death will not die from lack of sleep. Moreover, gods of death do not really need sleep. The meaning of sleep for gods of death is essentially different from humans and is merely laziness. Especially gods of death living in the human world that have passed on their death note shouldn't be lazy, as they are required to see the death of the human, but it is not that they are not allowed to sleep. Chapter 16, Resurrection. December 14th, 2030. The Shinigami Realm. Almost 2 months, Gilth thought as he climbed up the stairs. It's been almost 2 months since I left the Shinigami realm and now I'm back. It took Ryuk longer to return to the Shinigami realm when I devised a plan by losing my memories and forfeiting ownership of the Death Note. The heavy footsteps against the stairs sent echoes throughout the cavern as he looked up at the gray sky with clouds. When he reached the top step, the first thing he noticed was the ginormous cave made of bones in front of him. The cave made from bones looks like they came from some kind of monstrous prehistoric animal, and it reminded him of the dinosaurs. Well, look who's back. Gilth turned towards the voice and saw Pike, Grim, and Hurt sitting on the ground with cards in their hands. How was your trip to the human world? Grin continued. Everything you wanted. Shut up, Gilth almost snapped. I have no intention of staying that long. This is only a temporary return. Think of it as me returning home to pick up something if you want. If you say so. By the way, Pike began, how is Grudge doing? He's been out of the game for a couple of months and hasn't returned in a long time. Is he really being kept by a human? He would have, otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed in the human world for over 82 hours. Gilth turns and walks away into the barren wasteland of the Shinigami realm with a destination in mind. Graham looked at Hurt and asked, you need 2 notebooks in order to stay in the human world. One for a human and one for yourself. Both Grudge and the new Shinigami have 2 death notes. Any possible answers as to why? Hurt shrugged. They probably tricked the king into getting some more notebooks, or they bribed him. Then again, it's possible that a Shinigami passed and they stole their death notes for themselves. And they did all that just to go to the human world. What a disgrace, Grim sneered. A predator being held down by their prey is a goddamn shame. Ryuk, Grudge, that new guy over there, an utter disgrace to the Shinigami. We hold ourselves above the humans. Calm yourself down, Pike told. Humans may be our cattle for lifespans, but not all of them are bad. Some humans deserve to live. And Pike turned towards the portal that Gilth pulled himself from moments ago. He gently set down his cards and crawled over. Looking down into the hole, he spotted a girl down there in a cafe shop sitting by herself having herself a cup of hot chocolate. He sat in a comfortable position as he observed the girl, watching over her like a guardian angel. Hurt walked over. Are you watching her again, Pike? How can I not? He said without shame. Look at her lifespan. Hurt looked down at the girl's lifespan. Yeah, and I guess I'm in need of a dash. And oh, he shouted, cutting off Hurt's speech, don't kill her. I've been observing her, she is a wonderful, kind-hearted person. The girl stood up from where she was sitting and handed the waitress next to her a generous tip. See, she made that girl's day by being nice. Now that you mention it, I've never heard you say one bad thing about humans in a while, and we've been best friends for a long time. He shrugs with one shoulder. To each their own, I guess, he said before departing. December 24th, 2030, 9 p.m. Sakura Festival. Merry Christmas. Knight loved Christmas. Christmas was the season of giving to people you love and a time for people to be genuinely nice to each other. He liked spreading joys to kids and make them happy. He liked seeing their eyes brighten as they realized that the world wasn't so glum and there are people out there who care for their joy. He liked dressing up as Santa and wearing his suit and even putting on a fake beard. He did not like that he had to dress up as Santa whilst handcuffed to a Mrs. Claus genre in front of a Christmas festival headed by Sakura TV, and he had to do it while sitting down on a chair on a parade float. You look so cute in that Santa costume, genre squealed and tugged at his fake white beard. She was wearing a Mrs. Claus costume that really showed off the chest just below her neck. Not only that, but her skirt showed off her tanned and athletic legs. To hide her face, she wore a scarlet scarf covering her mouth and nose. Stop tugging on my beard, Knight snapped. But you look so cute with your beard and baby face. He rolled his eyes. She is so annoying. Never have I ever been so humiliated in my life by dressing up as the one person who gave me a PlayStation for Christmas whilst handcuffed to some wanton woman. What makes the whole thing even weirder is that I am 17 and she is 31. Well, she turns 31 on the 28th. Knight checked his watch before looking at Genre. Showtime. Genre reached into her pocket and pulled out a key. This will make things less obvious and not draw suspicions, especially if we're being stalked. She freed her hands from the handcuff and massaged her wrist. Don't think because you're free from restraints that you can do whatever you want. Duly noted. Knight sat down in a red chair at the top of the Christmas float and adjusted his beard, making sure it acted like a makeshift mask covering the lower half of his face. Genre lifted herself up and sat down on his lap. Knight's face heated up behind his fake beard. What the hell are you doing? You're running the image of Santa to the kids who are going to be watching us. You wanton woman. A few days after Knight was officially part of the break investigation, he and Genre got to working on the case with the Kira task force, and just as they were leaving, Height offered them an escort home and put police cruisers in their driveway, but they both refused. Since Break has a death note, he can kill anyone from anywhere at any given time, and there's not a damn thing the police can do. So to avoid wasting police time and resources, they declined all offers of police protection. The only reason they were sitting on a parade float dressed as Mr. and Mrs. Claus on Christmas even outside of Sakura TV was that Knight insisted that they should still celebrate Christmas. Well, in a way. This isn't just some Christmas event we're attaining, Knight thought. We're going meet with Break again for the first time in 10 days. Genre told me everything she knew about the gods of death and the death note, and I was able to hatch a plan. He flashed back to his plan. Genre and I purposely talked aloud in our room about attending the Christmas festival on the 24th. Whether it would be through cameras or the Shinigami, they'll be aware of our plan. We said that we're going to draw out Break and get into the festival, where Genre would identify him and police hidden in the crowd would surround him. But that was all a lie. Genre and I are here on our own accord with nothing but our wits. He flashed back to the day before. I figured it out. I'm going to use Break's notebook to kill Roach and Maroon. The day before today, I got a notification to a website I subscribed to let me know of any breakthroughs on the Kira investigation in America. What I found was that someone decided to leak information on Roach and Maroon's real name but not their faces. Thanks to Kira forcing criminals into asking Roach and Maroon's real name, an anonymous tip uploaded their names to the web. But it was a bit more complicated than that. December 23, 2030. The Yagami household. Knight and Genre were up in his room and he sat down in the chair at his desk. Genre, wanting to rest her legs, decided to open up his laptop and check for updates on Kira. Like before, criminals were still dropping like flies at random times, but then came the notification bell on his computer. What's going on? Genre asked. I've subscribed to a website to give me updates on the Kira investigation in America and... He clicks on the link, which takes him to a page with a whole list of names separated into 3 columns. He scrolled down the names and discovered one familiar name in the crowd. Brian Baker. His eyes widened. Someone leaked Break's real name on the web, he exclaimed. Someone actually leaked his real name. I bet Kira must be happy, Genre snorted before looking at Knight in the eye. Now this will prove if you are Kira or not. If you are Kira, then you can't possibly kill Break because I will catch you in the act. The only way out of this situation is if you're not Kira and the real Kira has killed Break. Don't you think I'm aware of that? The person who leaked this information leaked it amongst other names as well. Not only is Brian Baker on the list but dozens of other agents. This must mean that the person who leaked the names does not know Break directly but knew that he was amongst this group. As for Roach and Maroon, on the other hand, that's a different story. He hatched a plan in his mind. This is perfect, especially for our plan to celebrate Christmas at the festival. December 14, 2030. The Shinigami realm. Pike sat over the edge with his feet dangling and watched the girl cross the street from the coffee shop and heading home. She is such a good person, he thought. She is so kind, and her sister passed away in a fire recently. She's been living on her own for 2 months if my human calendar is correct. Gilth came back. He spotted the girl that Pike was observing and smirked. Do you like that girl? He asked as he moved towards Pike. She is full of life and it makes me happy that she is giving life to others, Pike answered. I understand grudge, I understand why he wants to be friends with a human. Gilth kneels by Pike's side. What is it about this girl that makes you care for her? Her red hair, he answered. Red symbolizes evil, but she is anything but evil. God forbid anything bad to happen to her kind and gentle soul. Gilth wrote on a torn piece of his death note behind his back. Let's see what happens. Gilth's smirk grew into a smile. December 24th, 2030. Sakura Parade. Brian Baker, born August 11th, 1997, in Richmond, Virginia. Attended Harvard to study law before he became a police officer. He worked his way up into the ranks before becoming a highly valued member of the ICPO, solving a number of cases that most detectives had difficulty solving. His IQ is 210. Knight smirked under his fake beard. Each name I clicked on opened up a file. While the person who sent it didn't know who specifically was Break, he was able to attach their files to the link. I've looked through the files of all 98 people on the list, and when I saw that no pictures were uploaded, I had to use profiling in order to narrow down the roach and maroon suspects. The page was eventually taken down almost 1 hour later, and all knowledge I had of the files were committed to memory. Thanks to all those brain exercises I took at the Wammy House, I have a photographic memory. He looks out into the crowd. Break is somewhere out there, I know it. He is most likely aware either through his god of death or through the surveillance cameras that I looked through a list of American detectives on my laptop. He'll be observing from afar, making sure I don't try and lose the Shinigami in the crowd and write their names undetected. Knight smiled. That's not part of my plan, Break. My plan is to subdue you and take your notebook. Once I take your notebook, I'll write your name down and make you write down Roach and Maroon's real name. December 19th, 2030. The Shinigami Realm. Gilth picked up Pike's fallen notebook. He smiles and laughs. It worked, he said in between laughs. The experiment was a success. He looks down at the ashes of the deceased Shinigami. I gotta hand it to Misa. Had she not told me how to kill a Shinigami, you would probably still be alive. His laugh ceased suddenly and his eyes widened. Oh no! Gilth! In slow motion, Gilth turns around and for a brief second, witnesses a missile in the shape of a Shinigami launch at him. Gilth lands hard on his back and Pike's notebook slips from his grip. He groaned in pain and winced before looking up at the one who tackled him. Gilth, oh my God! Where were you? I missed you so much. How was your trip down to the human world? Did you come back for me? Did you miss me because I missed you? A small and petite Shinigami with a skull-head blonde hair wore a black leather jacket with a silver necklace around her neck. She had bracelets on her wrists and wore a red skirt. Her eyes were a glowing blue color and she had a smile on her face, a cheerful smile that she retained from her human years. Knight glared and silently growled. The reincarnation of Misa Amane herself. Even in death, even as a Shinigami, I can't escape her. Hi, Gilth groaned, Massey. He said her Shinigami name with disdain like it was the aftertaste of a bad cup of coffee. Please get off me. Massey complied and removed herself from him. He pulled himself to his feet with Massey assisting him. How is the human world? She asked. I was watching you. Gilth towered over her by a foot and he chuckled. It's been very interesting. How is our son? She asked excitedly. How is our little nightlight? Never in a billion years have I dreamt of having a child with Misa Amane. But in the end, it worked out. My son, our son, has succeeded us where we failed. He shows great promise, he answered. He is a natural-born genius. He takes after you. She suddenly wraps her hands around his chest and squeezes. Gilth grunted. I'm flattered. She removes herself from the embrace. The next time you leave, can I come with you to the human world? I want to see our little nightlight. It's been so long since I've seen him. He was just a tiny baby when I last saw him and now, he's a tall and handsome young man. And did you see his lifespan? He's got quite the lifespan. He is a fine young man, which is why I'm here in the Shinigami realm. He turned towards the portal and sat down. I have no intention of staying here for long, only that I complete an experiment. On December 24th, I'm going back to the human world. From what I can see, Knight is in some kind of trouble. Will he be alright? She sits down next to him as they stare down into the portal. Knight is smart, Gilth said, and this plan guarantees the defeat of his enemies. Once I return to the human world, you'll see how everything has fallen into place. What's the plan? Gilth looked at her with an expression look on his face. The plan? What was the point of coming back here? When she didn't hear an answer, she pouted. Come on, Gilth, when we were the Kira duo back on Earth, we came up with plans that shocked the other. No offense, Massey, but when did you come up with a plan? She feigned a shocked expression. I'm sorry, who was the first human on Earth to discover that you were Kira? She's got a point, he thought. Who was the one who discovered that Higuchi was Kira? I'm pretty sure Higuchi turned into a Shinigami. And who is the one who saved Matsuda when he was compromised? Giltha's demeanor suddenly changed. That idiot, you never should have saved him. I can't believe I was shot 5 times by that idiot. Massey's demeanor suddenly changed. It was him, she said in a low voice, he was the one who shot you. He was the one who killed you. No, Ryuk killed me, although it was because Matsuda shot me. He looks down into the human world, into the house that Knight was staying in. I'm actually glad that Knight killed Matsuda. Massey subconsciously put a hand to her stomach. To her from that idiot that the father of my child was murdered in homicide broke me, but to hear it was a lie? Gilth lightly chuckled. He looks down at the portal and watches with anticipation as Knight settles in for the night. He chuckled at the pun. How did you get 2 death notes? Massey suddenly leaned her head on Giltha's shoulder and gently wrapped her arms around his waist. You need 2 death notes to stay in the human world. Gilth didn't push her away, but he didn't face her either. He answered, I took it. He thought back to the event. Saito, he hisses with disdain. Saito had to pay for telling Mello about the fake rules. He had to pay for interfering with everything. He took out his death note he kept around his waist. He opened it up to the first page with the rules. This is the notebook I picked up on Earth all those years ago. He set it down in his lap. This is Saito's death note, the original killer notebook that Ryuk dropped. The one that I gave to Knight was my personal notebook, the one I got when I first came to the Shinigami realm. Interesting, she said excitedly, go on. I have been wanting to go to the human world for a long time, but there is that rule, the god of death must not stay in the human world without a particular reason. One of these conditions was, finding a human to pass on the death note should be done from the world of the gods of death, but if it is within 82 hours this may also be done in the human world. So without 2 death notes, you couldn't stay in the human world. He nodded and subconsciously put his arm around her shoulder. But, I took advantage of the fact that I had 82 hours to spend in the human world. What I did was that I took the materials needed to make a death note that looked flawlessly like the one Ryuk handed to me years ago. Since it was a regular human notebook, writing names down would do nothing. What I did was that when I heard of Saito reaching a short lifespan once again, I pickpocketed his death note and replaced it with the fake one. And what did you do when he wrote down a human's name? Did you write the name down in the real notebook to make the fake one look real? He nodded. Exactly. I had to stay near his side at all times so I could keep track of his writing, and whenever he wrote down a human's name, I put it in my death note. How little did he realize that he was reaching the end of his pitiful rope one name at a time, and I was the one taking his lifespan. It took a very long time, but after a few months or so, based on the human calendar, Saito passed away. His lifespan expired. Smart as always, Gilth. She snuggled softly against his shoulder and let out a sigh. I had to make sure he was dead so he wouldn't interfere when coming to Earth. Look how much damage that one Shinigami caused me. He played a role in Kira's downfall by telling Mello those rules and helping him out during the raids. He reached into his satchel and pulled out something he brought with him from the human world. A bag of Lay's barbecue-flavored potato chips. He opened the bag and took out a single potato chip. He bit into it like a cougar biting into a downed deer. I guess I was feeling nostalgic, Gilth thought. I wanted the death note more than Saito dead, but I can't forgive him for spilling his guts to Mello. So, killing Saito was more of a bonus than a strong desire. He reached down and touched the death note sitting on his lap. It's only fitting that I have this as my death note and give Knight the death note I first received when waking up in this godforsaken realm. This notebook is what made me Kira. I could have given Knight this notebook, but I gave him a new one as a way of letting him know that he is not the same as me and he must surpass me. I was conflicted, Massey said after looking down into Knight's house and watched as he slept. I wanted to name our son after my knight in shining armor, but I thought that if I were to do that then it would take away what makes your name so unique. So I came up with Knight. Knight Yagami. Gilth froze with a potato chip halfway to his mouth. His full name is Knight Yagami? For the next few days, they silently watched Knight from above like guardian angels. They caught up with each other and what has been happening in the human world and Shinigami world, but their main focus was on Knight. Massey was bombarding Gilth with questions like if he would have been happy to be a father or what would he do differently. When Friday came, they both watched with confusion as a woman handcuffed herself to Knight, so they were together 24/7 like conjoined twins. December 24th, 2030. The Shinigami Realm. I have to go, Gilth said as he gently pushed Massey off of him. He stood up and stuffed the last of his barbecued chips into his satchel. He folded to pick up his notebook and place it in the strap around his waist. It's time for me to go back. Massey sat on the floor crisscross and looked up at her significant other. What do you mean? She asked. Today is Christmas Eve in the human world. I have to go back. Knight came up with a plan to kill Grudge and the others. Massey's eyes brightened. I remember, you said that it was crucial that you return on December 24th to the human world. Can I come with you? He shook his head without missing a beat. Get your own death note and I'll consider it. He laughed before walking down the steps slowly but surely. The last thing I want is for the Shinigami reincarnation of Misa Amain following me. More importantly, I have to figure out a way to communicate to Knight now that he is attached to that genre woman like Siamese twins. He paused at the very bottom of the steps. The simple thing to do would be to just hand him the death note, but I got a better idea. But if I initiate this idea, then it might interfere with Knight's plan. I don't want to pull a fast one as Mikami did, so before I return the death note to Knight, I'll make him touch a piece of the death note. Because I'm owning both death notes, he won't become the owner, only that he'll be able to see me. Once I recap him of everything he's been planning, I'll see what he makes of my suggestion. He spreads his wings and leaps off the step, flying down into the human world. Massey watched Giltha's graceful exit as she continued sitting down. She smiled. Get my own death note, you say, she thought smugly before reaching into her inner jacket pocket. I'm way ahead of you, Light. She pulled out Pike's notebook, which Gilth failed to recover 5 days ago. December 24th, 2030. Sakura Festival. Knight continued waiting at the crowd, genre following his example. While they were waiting to the crowd, they were also looking to see if they could spot Break in the crowd. Seeing if Break would be coming here was a gamble itself. Genre though, even if he was, it's possible he lost sight of us. A Shinigami has to see more than half of our faces in order to see our name, and if our faces are covered, then we should be safe. Of course, this itself is also a gamble since we can't see the Shinigami. Where are you, Break? Knight thought, come on out, surely you can't be afraid of some 17-year-old kid dressed as Santa Claus during a parade. Knight felt something like a piece of paper brush against his cheek. When he turned, his face was invaded by an ugly skeletal creature with red eyes. Just as he was about to scream, the creature put a hand to his mouth and silenced him. Knight, it's me, the creature said, it's me, Gilth. You can see and hear me because I made you touch a piece of the death note. Knight's eyes widened and his heart pounded in his chest like a drum as he realized he could not make his eyes turn away. A Shinigami, they really do exist. Knight, listen to me, we don't have much time, so I'm going to make this quick. You are Kira. Knight's heart slowed in his chest. His eyelids got heavy. A dark red aura surrounded him. I really was Kira. I was the one judging criminals. I was the one who brought peace to this world. A tear of joy threatens to escape his tear duct. I really was the successor to my hero. Your memories are gone because you forfeited ownership of the Death Note, Gilth whispered. They haven't returned because you're not an owner yet, but it was all part of your plan. He removed his hand from Knight's mouth and took out the Death Note. He tore out a piece of paper with 2 short paragraphs written in and held it up to Knight's eye level. Knight's eyes scanned over the paper and his eyes widened as he reread it, unable to believe what was happening. He snickered. No, shoo, he told himself, no laughing until the plan is complete. Gilth put the paper down. The plan is almost complete, it appears, Knight inwardly chuckled. And Knight, I have a request. He leaned in and whispered in his ear. Knight had an emotionless expression on his face as he considered Gilth's request. After some thinking in his head, he looked at Gilth as he backed away and nodded. Gilth smiled with excitement before phasing into the float below them. Genre, distracted by her wading into the crowd, felt something hard smack against the back of her head. When she turned, she saw Knight looking at her with a confused look on his face. She slapped him across his fake beard. Why did you hit me? She exclaimed. I didn't do it, Knight defended. I was just sitting here. Yeah, right, Genre rolled her eyes. Just keep a lookout for Break. She turned away from the crowd. Knight felt something hard smack against the back of his head and his body stiffened. He slightly gasped but contained himself from crying aloud. He could do nothing to ease the pain of a million memories dousing him with white blinding flashes non-stop for 2 seconds. When the flashes ended, Knight slowly exhaled like he just finished a marathon. His eyes lit up red. The real Knight Yagami was back. I've won. Exactly as planned. All that's left to do is write Break's real name down on the piece of the Death Note I have hidden in my watch. Once I do that, then everything will fall just as I predicted. And when this plan is complete, Break, Roach, Maroon, Grudge, and Genre will all die on this very night. He looks at Genre. Looks like you're never going to reach your 31st birthday, Genre. If the Death Note that the God of Death owns is taken away by being cheated by other gods of death and so forth, it can only be retrieved from the God of Death who possesses it at the time. If there is no God of Death, but a human possessing it, the only way that the God of Death can retrieve it will be to first touch the Death Note and become the God of Death that haunts that human. Then wait until that human dies to take it away before any other human touches it, or whenever the human shows a will to let go of it. As long as the God of Death has at least once seen a human and knows her name and lifespan, the God of Death is capable of finding that human from a hole in the world of the gods of death. Chapter 17, Habu Snake. December 14th, 2030. The Yagami household. I can't believe I didn't see it before, Knight said. I may be at a disadvantage without the Shinigami eyes, but I still have my Shinigami with him. Knight looks over to Gilth with a maniacal smile on his face. I figured out a way to defeat all 4 of my enemies. I figured out a way to kill Grudge. Unfortunately, it's a gamble itself that could prove to be fatal. But, Dad, you did say you were on my side. I am on your side, Gilth confirmed, as much as Grudge is on Break's side. Good. Knight closed the Death Note after taking out a few pages. This is my plan. Gilth scooted in closer so he could hear the details of the plan. I'm going to rewrite Break's predestined lifespan in Shinigami time. This should be able to happen because lifespans can change, and once I change his lifespan to something short, Grudge, assuming that he is the benevolent Shinigami that he is, will intervene and save Break. Whether a Shinigami saves their favorite human with a Death Note or by physically intervening, then the God of Death will die. That's so smart, Gilth said, and because his lifespan has been cut short but Grudge saves him, he'll live out Grudge's remaining years. There are loopholes in the Death Note when it comes to surviving having your name written down. As I said, this is a gamble and the only bad outcome would be my defeat. But once Grudge dies, then Break will be vulnerable. I will write Break's real name once again in the Death Note and then make him catatonic and jump off a building. As he's walking away, I'll make him write Roach and Maroon's real name in the Death Note and have them killed. You want to forfeit ownership of the Death Note so I can conduct this rewritten lifespan experiment in the Shinigami realm. Correct. I will never trade for the eyes, and in the Shinigami realm, you have a wider variety of humans to choose from and you get to witness firsthand a Shinigami dying. Gilth smiled. Interesting. But, how will you rewrite Break's lifespan if you don't have the Shinigami eyes? When you're in the Shinigami realm, look for a Shinigami watching over a human you know. The lifespan you see above our heads is written in Shinigami time, but in the how to use section of this Death Note I have, it mentions, the numbers seen above a human's head are not only a death date but the human's death age. I get what you're saying, and yes, the numbers are both a death date and death age. He stared off into space as he contemplated his actions. If you say so. I will look for a human whose birthday I am aware of and I will rewrite their lifespan. The list of candidates might be small, but I'll work with what I got. And after the experiment is a success, I want you to write down the human's lifespan in the notebook and convert it to human times. This does not go against the rule that says, the god of death must not tell humans the names or lifespans of individuals she sees. You are allowed to write anything in a death note prior to giving it to a human, i.e. the rules, for example. Impressive, Gilth praised. You keep amazing me every time, my son. Once you've given me an example of a human and converted their lifespan to human time, I will figure out the equation in my head and rewrite Break's lifespan on a piece of the Death Note. I won't have to know his original lifespan, only his current age, and the current date. Once I set his lifespan to the present time, then everything should go as planned. You said you will have a piece of the Death Note with you at all times. How? Knight held up his wrist and flashed an expensive piece of jewelry. My watch. I designed it after yours. I pull the crown 4 times in less than a second, the secret compartment opens up. I've implanted a needle in as well so I could write in blood. He pauses and looks at his watch. I hate how I copied off of you, but everyone who knows about the wristwatch from the original Kira is dead, with me being the sole exception. So, after I conduct the experiment, fly back down here, I have 82 hours to get here, and then give you back the Death Note. Wait until December 24th, he suddenly said. I need time to investigate. I need to investigate more of Break, like finding out more of his backstory so that way, I can do the proper calculations in my head when you show me the lifespan formula. Understood, Gilth nodded, so I'll be in the Shinigami realm for at least 10 days. What'll happen if the lifespan formula doesn't go as planned? Knight chuckled before looking at his feet. If the lifespan formula doesn't work, then return the notebook to me on December 26th, and if that happens, I'll know for sure that I was right in making you do the experiment. If it fails, I'll just have to figure something else out. This is all I can go off on for right now. It's very risky, Gilth said after reviewing the plan. Chess games are all about taking risks, sacrificing pawns for the greater good. But since I work all alone, I have to compensate for it through various other means. Gilth, if you want Kira to win this battle and bring the world back to a peaceful time, then you must follow my instructions to the letter. You must help me. Gilth cocked his head at him. I'm always going to be on your side, son. Don't expect me to be doing this all the time. I am proud of you for being a worthy successor to Kira, but don't forget, I will not be doing everything for you. I am the last resort. If you have me doing everything for you, then you're not worthy of becoming Kira. Knight grabbed the notebook and faced Gilth. I understand. But with this plan, Grudge will die, and Break, Roach, and Maroon will suffer the same fate. He pushes himself out of his chair and reaches for the remote. He turns on the TV and switches over to the news channel. He takes out several pencils before he opens up the Death Note to the first blank page. He gets to writing. For insurance, I need to write the names of criminals to die for the next 3 weeks so I can have more time to move freely. It took me 4 days to write the names of criminals to die in 3 weeks, Gilth said. And Giovanni of the SPK copied over 1,000 names in the Death Note all in a single night when Mikami was the 4th Kira. I believe I can do the same. After Knight finished writing the names down in the Death Note, he massaged his hand and rested it on the desk. I hate getting these cramps from writing. He wasn't done yet, he told himself before he flipped open to a blank page and wrote down the instructions for Gilth for when he flies back to the Shinigami realm. December 24th, 2030. It all worked out as planned. Gilth wrote down a lifespan on the page with the instructions I wrote, and he converted that lifespan to human time. I am now able to figure out how to rewrite Break's lifespan, especially since I know his age and birthday. He side-eyed genre. Luck is on my side with her taking the cuffs off. I never factored her into the equation, but it all worked out. He pulls down the sleeve on his left wrist and grabs the crown on his watch. He pulls it 4 times and the secret compartment opens. I've already filled out the instructions on the paper ahead of time. I just have to fill in the blanks. He draws blood from the tip of his index finger before pressing down on the paper, drawing the letters as small as possible. Brian Baker, 4 3/3 April 30th, 24. If I were to take out the paper, the full sentence would say Brian Baker, predestined lifespan changes to 4 3/3 April 30th, 24. He closes the secret compartment and leans back in his chair. There's just one last thing I have to do, kill genre somehow. He side-eyes genre once again. What Gilth was asking me was if he could make genre the owner of the Death Note. When she was slapped upside the head earlier, it was from Gilth hitting her head with the Death Note, thus making her the current owner. Because I'm in physical contact with the Death Note right now, my memories returning are only temporary. I have to keep the Death Note with me at all times. Knight grabs the Death Note that was sitting against the back of his neck and shoves it inside his robe, tucking it in the front of his pants. With Break. I've actually lost track of them, Break thought as he stood in the crowd with a hood over his head. I cannot see Knight or the girl. They must have figured that we would be looking for a couple handcuffed to each other, but why manage to evade even Grudge's line of sight? Grudge flies back. I lost contact with them, the Shinigami said. I could single them out if I spotted a couple handcuffed to each other, but I can't find any of them. I searched everywhere in a 100-yard radius and spotted nothing. I'm not surprised, Break whispered. It's no wonder they chose such an event. The only thing I can think of is that they are someone who is dressed up in costumes and have their faces hidden. If they were to keep the handcuffs on, then it would be obvious. At this point, you should focus on people who have their faces covered. What point would that do if I can't see their names? Break contemplated his next step for actions. They purposely lead us here with the intent of attacking me. They covered their faces and removed the handcuffs so they wouldn't stand out. Is it possible? He turns to Grudge. Scout the place out for police officers. I'm already one step ahead, Grudge said. I did that and I spotted no police cruisers. Of course, they could be hidden in the crowd. I don't understand what Knight and genre could be planning. All I know is that they drew me here purposely, but whatever their plan is, I have no idea. As long as I'm hidden in the crowd, they won't be able to spot me, so it goes both ways. I'm going to keep a lookout, Grudge said. Just as he turned around, he looked at Break one last time. Brian Baker, 7/2/16/77/25. Grudge inwardly gasped. Brian Baker, 433433024. What happened to his lifespan? Grudge's eyes widened like they were going to pop out of his sockets. How did his lifespan change? He had so many years to live and now they've been cut down to tonight. What the hell is going on? As he is not allowed to say anything about his lifespan, he just flies away. He flies to the top of a building and sits down on the ledge. Did Kira do something to Break's lifespan? Is that why it was cut short? Then again, anyone can shorten their lifespan when using the Death Note. On the other hand, we can only see a person's original lifespan and only see it shortened when they trade for the eyes. Break did not trade for the eyes. How convenient. The second I lose track of Knight and the girl, Break's lifespan is shortened. He takes out his Death Note. But then again, if the girl was with him the entire time, even with the cuffs off, then there's no way that Knight could have written a name down without her noticing, especially on a torn piece. He prepares to write a name down before he pauses. If I write Knight's name down, then he'll die. However, Unless I know for sure that Knight is Kira and that Break's shortened lifespan was a result of Kira, if I kill Knight now then Break will become the prime suspect. There's also the fact that if it wasn't Knight, then he will still die. But if it is Knight, then I will die for saving Break. I have to do something, but what? 1 hour later. Can you leave the costume on? Genre whined, please, you look so adorable in that Santa suit. I'm 17, she is 30, Knight told himself. She wouldn't dare try anything, even if the age of consent, never mind. We have a job to do, Knight said, but I guess I can leave the suit on so it won't be easy for Mr. Shinigami to track me down. That's another problem, the Shinigami. I haven't touched Break's notebook so I can't see him. There's another problem I failed to take into consideration, Break's notebook. Knight mentally slapped himself in the head. Of course, my memories were erased and I forgot that Break was keeping his death note on either Roach or Maroon. My motive when I lost the death note was to use his death note to eliminate him. Thank God my memories came back, otherwise that plan would have failed. But now that I have my notebook back, I have to have Break write Roach and Maroon's real names in my death note. Knight and Genre climbed down from the parade float and they stretched their legs for having to sit down for an hour or so. They kept their costumes on, but Genre immediately grabbed Knight by the hand. I'm not putting the handcuff on, she said, but I'm not letting you out of my sight. I understand, Knight deadpanned, we still have to single Break out in the crowd. True. Genre then studies Knight and his facial expressions. There is something off about Knight suddenly. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he seems somewhat different. Knight caught her staring and sweating nervously. What's going on? He asked. I don't have anything on my face, do I? He forced himself to chuckle. After a few seconds of silence, Genre said, I was thinking of how Santa doesn't have red hair. Knight touched the top of his head. My hair's not red, it's strawberry blonde. If you say so, redhead Santa Claus. Genre smiled before tugging Knight by the arm away from the parade float. The parade itself stopped just a few miles away from the Sakura TV station, but the festival went on. Knight and Genre, still dressed as Mr. and Mrs. Claus, went into the Sakura Carnival, where people were playing games and winning prizes. The occupants of the carnival were small groups of families, mostly consisting of parents and children. The children cheered at their Christmas presents and parents smiled at their children's delight. Off to the side, a group of kids were playing with snowballs and even threw one at Knight accidentally. The child who threw the snowball at Knight apologized. I didn't mean to, Santa, don't put me on the naughty list. Knight chuckled and wiped the snow off his robe. It's okay, son, he said in his regular voice, accidents happen. He switched to his Santa voice. Genre chuckled. Knight tugged away from Genre's arm and walked up to the group of children. You guys fighting with snowballs? The kids nodded nervously. How wonderful, it's been a long time since I threw a snowball at a kid without wanting to hurt them. He thought back to the Wammy House. Of course, the kids I hit with snowballs deserved the faceplant for making my life a living hell. The kids gasped. Santa said a bad word, one of them said before running off, Santa said a bad word. Knight laughed and turned away and faced Genre. Genre was laughing her ass off and patted her knees. You just ruined the child's image of Santa, he chuckled, but that was funny as heck. Knight approached her and grabbed her hand and lifted it to his chest. For a split second, I thought you were going to tame me like a dog for running off. I wanted to see how you behaved around children, she said. I was somewhat curious. I'm 17, he almost snapped with offense. I like kids. I want kids of my own someday. To succeed me when my lifespan expires. My biological clock is ticking, she said. I want to start my own family. Then why don't you? Knight grabbed her other hand. What's holding you back? You're 31-22 at heart. You're 22 at heart, which is the perfect age for having children. Why not start a family? Genre looked away and contemplated her answer. She smirked under the scarf hiding her mouth and nose. When she found an answer, she looked back. Never found the right man, she said. Break and I didn't exactly get along, and the only man I do like is younger than me by 14 years. Knight's eyes widened and his heart pounded in his chest. He sweated and had to use all his strength to contain his mental thoughts. She looks him in the eye with a warm smile. Whoever ends up with you is one lucky girl. Had I been born later, I would have considered going out with you. Knight blushed and his breathing heightened. If you weren't Kira. Knight's demeanor instantly changed from nervous to anger. His face froze when his eyes were widened and he could feel his heart heating up in his chest like a furnace. Never have I been so offended in my life. This girl is beautiful, and she admitted, had she been younger, would have gone out with me, as long as I wasn't Kira. His fingers twitched. This must be what it felt like for the girls I turned down because they didn't believe in Kira. In that case, I wish you were younger, Knight said with a smile, 'cause I'm sure whatever man you end up with, once we catch Break and prove that I'm not Kira, he is one lucky son of a bitch. Where the hell is Break? Why hasn't he shown up? It doesn't matter, I'll take advantage of the situation. Knight snatches off his beard and looks at Genre with a stern expression. Without missing a beat, he snatches the scarf from her face in one fluid motion and throws it to the ground next to his fake beard. It's time to prove once and for all that I am not Kira, he said. With our faces exposed, the Shinigami will be able to spot us and warn Break. Without hesitating, he reaches into Genre's pocket and pulls out the handcuffs. He cuffs their hands together. This will confirm our identity to the Shinigami. Time to catch Break once and for all so we can be done with this investigation. I want you to settle down and start a family of your own. Genre gasped at Knight's sudden authoritative state, not expecting something like this in 1,000 years. She stares at him with wide eyes and a blush across her cheeks. Could Knight really not be Kira? Otherwise, why would he be so authoritative, so assertive, so commanding? There's no way he could have used the death note without me spotting him. Could Knight really be innocent after all? She studies Knight and feels her heart pound in her chest. Knight, I really hope you aren't Kira. With Break. I found them, Grudge yelled as he flew towards his side. They're at the carnival. Excellent, Break said. Did they let their guard down? Grudge shook his head. I spotted them out of the blue. They're dressed as Santa and Santa's mistress, and they have the handcuffs back on. Break stared at Grudge in confusion. What's going on? There is no way that they could see Grudge. Why would they reveal themselves? How far away are they in kilometers? 4.82 kilometers. That's 3 miles, and the farthest a Shinigami can go from their human is 14 kilometers. They both are aware that a Shinigami can go at least 14 kilometers away from their human, but the fact that they willingly put themselves out in the open must mean something. If this is going to be a challenge, then I accept. They're trying to pull a sneak attack on me, but I'll pull a sneak attack on them. He looks at the closest Santa he could spot in the crowd. I'll go in disguise, they'll be caught off guard, and it acts as a good defense against Kira's Shinigami. He won't be able to warn Knight that Break is hiding. With Knight and Genre. Pow! A cork hit a Russian nesting doll and it fell off the shelf. Genre smiled and reloaded her gun and took aim at another target. She used one hand, her free hand, to line up and hit a small doll in the head. You're a marksman, Knight complimented as he watched Genre play this shooting game, 3 hits in a row. For more and I win the top prize, she laughed, and with one hand. She popped another cork into the barrel before lining it up. Pow! Knight kept his eyes on Genre but tapped his boot against the ground. Where the hell is Break? The index finger attached to his free hand tapped against his leg. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Genre made another shot. Time's running out. He looked at his wristwatch. 11:45 p.m. I have about 15 minutes before midnight. If I don't see Break by midnight, then I have to assume that either his lifespan is extended and Grudge is dead, or that he is dead and Grudge is still alive. I need to physically see him in order to make my next move. Genre reloaded. I scheduled Break to die today on the 24th, meaning that he won't live beyond midnight. Pow! In order to see the experiment myself, I have to see Break himself. Pow! I've already ordered Gilth via instructions to keep an eye on Grudge. I told him that if Grudge dies then to bring back his death note. Considering that Gilth isn't back, Grudge must still be alive. Damn it, at this point, I won't know for sure. Pow! 7 for 7. The shooting game host grabbed a giant panda bear and gave it to Genre. She reached out with both hands to grab the bear, causing Knight's cuffed hand to jerk forward. She hugged the panda bear tightly like a mother hugging a daughter. Don't you just love panda bears? Panda bears are nothing without their cuteness, Knight said. I think you chose the wrong gift. She looked at him. You think I should have gotten the kangaroo? No, you should have gotten an animal that is beautiful but deadly. You know, something that reminds you of you. Genre blushed and looked away. You think I'm deadly but beautiful? He looks at the rewards and stuffed animals hanging from hooks from above and spots one. Like the Habu snake. It's a beautiful snake but it's deadly. Perfect for someone of your caliber. He points to the host. We would like the Habu snake instead of the panda. The host obliged and grabbed a Habu snake toy. Knight took it and he wrapped it around Genre's neck like a necklace. Just like you, he said. Genre couldn't take it anymore. Any more of this sweetness and Genre was going to die from pleasure. Just as Genre returned the panda bear, Knight's eyes suddenly widened. Wait a second, we've been beardless and scarfless for roughly an hour. Break would have had more than enough time to sneak upon us. What if he is already around us but is using the same kind of disguise that we were? We both know his face and Break is someone who likes to do sneak attacks. His eyes roam around the carnival. What if Break is among us but wearing a disguise? This sudden epiphany made the hairs on the back of his neck stick up. Smart of him to do that. He looks at people who were wearing disguises. He singled out people wearing scarves and Santa costumes. He figured that Break would look away if he were in disguise, so he tried not to make it obvious. While Genre was distracted by the Habu snake stuffed animal, he took out his phone and turned on his camera. He switched it to selfie mode and scanned the area behind him after pressing record. After doing one good scan of the area, he ended the recording and reviewed the footage. Genre saw Knight glued to his camera. What's going on, Knight? It's been an hour and Break should have been here but I can't find him. So, to not make it obvious, I recorded the carnival behind me and I want you to see if you can find Break. He flips the screen towards her and watches as she zooms in. Knight could see the intense look on her face, emotionless, stern, and determined like she was ready for anything and ready to spot out her enemy. When the video reached a point where a man in a Santa suit was looking in the direction of the camera but not at the camera itself, Genre held up a hand. That's him, she said. I can tell by the look in his eyes. Are you sure? Genre looked at him. Break and I trained at the same academy for a few years, always wanting to overshadow the other. He was my biggest rival, of course, I would be able to identify by a set of eyes. When Knight looked over his shoulder, he saw the man in the Santa costume standing near a food cart for shaved ice with his back turned towards them. Knight walked over, tugging Genre with him. He made a beeline for Santa, getting closer and closer, and saw that his physique was obscured by the red robe. Knight tried comparing the slim Santa's waist to Break's waist but could not come to a conclusion by the time they reached the food cart. Knight slapped a hand on the back of Santa's shoulder and said, "Hey there, fellow Santa Claus." Santa didn't turn around when he said, "What do you want for Christmas, Knight?" Knight's eyes widened. They widened even more when Santa turned around and pulled the fake beard from his mouth. "Break," Knight inwardly snickered, "I've found you. You're alive and well." He subtly checked his watch. 11:49 p.m. 11 minutes, he is officially immune from being killed by death notes as death notes can't kill humans with 12 minutes of life left. But he is still alive and I don't have Grudge's death note. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Nice to see you again, Genre, Break said, ignoring Knight. Congratulations on working the Kira case. Genre glared at Break. My mission is to bring you in, the president's orders. Her arm shook like she was cold. Why reveal yourself? Because as long as I'm in contact with Knight, he can't use his death note to kill me. He flashed Knight a mocking grin. It's only a matter of time before the criminals stop dying from their pre-scheduled deaths. In order to keep his facade, Knight has to enter new names in the notebook. It doesn't matter whether Knight here is Kira or not, what matters is that I bring you. She remembered the pistol she had in the back of her pants. Knight knew about the pistol. Earlier this morning, when she called him a gay once more, he got offended and bumped into her shoulder, which caused the gun to fall out of her pants. He told her that firearms were illegal for civilians to carry in Japan, but she reminded him that she was a police officer working with the United States. Genre is going to be the cause of Brake's death, Knight thought. She's the only person around Brake for miles carrying a gun, and based on the conversation we shared in the shower, she'll kill Brake. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. All I have to do is give Grudge a little motivation. He grabs the hem of the back of Genre's shirt and lifts it up for 3 brief seconds. Anyone standing directly behind Genre could see the barrel of the pistol tucked comfortably into her pants with the grip out and ready to be grabbed. Grudge's face dripped with sweat. Knight could help but smirk for a split second and turn around as if he was checking to see if Grudge was watching. I can't see Grudge, but I can only hope that he saw the gun. Grudge panted as he looked at Genre's back. What's going to happen? The Shinigami asked himself, is this girl going to be the cause of Brake's death? It has to be her, the police aren't around and she's the only one for miles? Is she the reason why his lifespan depleted? What do I do? What do I do? If Brake dies, then my friend will spend eternity in nothingness. Knight chuckled. What's the matter, Grudge, he thought, aren't you going to kill Genre and save your pal? He looked at his watch. You only got 8 minutes left before midnight and Brake's death date is now on December 24th, 2030. Better hurry before the night is over. I have only one question to ask, Genre said. How dare you? How dare you use a death note? Brake looked at her with offense. You think I wanted to use the notebook? The president lost $10 trillion in buying a death note, then he just gave it back. No refunds, no nothing. He looked over Genre's shoulder and at Grudge. When I first touched the notebook all those years ago, the president demanded that I use it to get our $10 trillion worth. I touched the death note, so I became the owner. He balled up his fists. I hate Kira for killing my father, a decorated cop, just because he stood against his views. I took it upon myself to carry the burden of using the same weapon that Kira used. I only used it on criminals on death row. Because the US lost so much money, we had to cut down on big costs, and executions cost a lot of money in the US, but when it came with the death note, all we needed was a name and face. He sighed before turning around. I feel regret for what happened to Chief Kudo's daughter, and that's why I'm going to forfeit ownership of the death note once I catch Kira. Genre glared at the back of Brake's head before she reached out a hand to the back of her shirt. HSE lifted the shirt up by the hem and gripped the pistol's handle. No, she snapped, you're just like Kira, except you're given permission to kill and criminals are handed to you on a silver platter. The death note is the most dangerous weapon of mass murder in human history. One person alone should not be allowed to wield such power without facing repercussions. The death note belongs to gods of deaths, and humans should not use weapons that belong to gods. She pulled out her pistol but kept it concealed behind her back. You brought in the most violent criminals in America to investigate in Japan, thinking you have the power to control them, but it was our arrogance that leads to Inanna Kudo's trauma and eventual suicide. You offered death row inmates by saying that you'll pardon their execution when you already plugged their date of death into the notebook. You think you're a legal execution, but at the end of the day, like Kira, you're nothing but a mass murderer. Whether you were given permission by the government or not, who decides who should die by a death note, something that was created for the sole purpose of taking away lives? Thump thump. Genre's eyes widened. Brake's eyes widened. Knight's eyes widened. As if it was happening in slow motion, the gun slipped from Genre's fingers and landed on the ground with a loud thud. The safety was on, so it didn't discharge. Genre's hand touches her heart and she loses balance. She suddenly falls backward and was expecting to feel the impact of falling flat on her back on the concrete ground, but she was surprised when she felt one hand grab her by the back of her shoulders and catch her. The Habu snake fell to the ground on its side. Her eyes were nothing but orbs existing without a soul as they stared up into the night sky full of stars. "Wow," she gasped, "I never realized how many stars were in the sky. I can't even count all of them. My mother told me that when we die, we become a star in the sky where we watch over our loved ones." Knight stared down with an open mouth at the genre, letting a breath of air expel from his lungs. Genre's eyes gazed upon Knight with tears forming. "I don't want to die," she cried. "I don't want to pass away." Knight's red eyes looked down into Genre's blue eyes as his mouth cracked with an evil smile. "What?" Genre thought. Knight, his smile. Her eyelids suddenly got heavy. He was Kira all along. He was. Genre's eyes suddenly got heavy and they slowly closed. The last breath of air to be expelled from her mouth did not go unheard by Knight. "Kakakadori," Knight inwardly laughed. "No," Break exclaimed as he grabbed both sides of his head and collapsed to his knees. "What happened?" "Genre." Grudge gasped in pain and horror as his skin began peeling away in bleeding sand and dust. His breathing quickened and heightened to the point that he would have passed out due to hyperventilation. "You did this, Knight!" he shouted in his head. "Because of you, an innocent woman is dead and I'm going to die, leaving Break vulnerable. It's not going to be that easy." He stabbed his utensil at the space under Genre's real name. Without wasting any time while he drew over the notebook. "Die, Knight Yaga." He fell apart into a pile of sand dust. The name he left behind on his notebook was Knight Yagami. Whenever a god of death who had been in the human world dies, the death note is left behind and is picked up by a human. That person becomes the owner. However, in this case, only the human that can recognize the god of death and its voice is able to see and touch the death note. It is very unlikely, but if by any chance a god of death picks up the death note, that god of death becomes the owner. Chapter 18, Breakdown. December 14, 2030. The Shinigami Realm. "It looks like things are starting to get interesting in the human world," Ryuk thought as he sat down on the edge of a mountain, staring into the distance. "Humans are dropping like flies here and there. Looks like some interesting guy picked up that one Shinigami's death note. Maybe I should go down to the human world again." He hears a footstep going on behind him. He turns and sees Gilth standing 10 feet away with his red eyes trained on Ryuk like a predator. "Nice to see you again," Ryuk said. "How's the human world?" Gilth smirked and cocked his head. "Interesting." He reached into his satchel and pulled something out. "I'm not staying for long, I'm just here on an errand." He holds up his hand to reveal an apple. "Since I have time to spare, I decided to drop by." Ryuk's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that what I think it is?" "A token of my appreciation." He slugged the apple at Ryuk. Ryuk caught the apple midair like a catcher in a baseball game and he looked down at it. "You said you wanted one juicy, so the least I could do is bring you back a juicy one." Ryuk chuckled. He tilted his head back and opened his mouth. He dropped the apple and it landed on his tongue and he immediately bit down with all his force. He finished the apple after a few bites before sighing. "Is that all you got me? When I come back, if ever, I'll bring a whole basket full of apples. Specifically for you." He turned his head in the opposite direction but stopped. He looked over his shoulder and side-eyed Ryuk. "I remember, Ryuk. I remember who I am." He suddenly clenched his fist, remembering his final moments as a human. "You killed me." Ryuk didn't react. "I thought that Nier had written my name in the death note, but then I remembered what you told me when I saw you for the first time. You told me that the day will come when you write my name in the death note. Nier wanted me to rot in prison for the rest of my life, so there would be no point in killing me." He turned around and faced Ryuk with a glare. "I could have survived, showed you more interesting things, but then you killed me. You killed me because you didn't want to wait for me to die in prison. Am I right?" Ryuk said nothing before looking away. I am grateful for the death note you dropped on Earth, but you killed me, that's a different story. How is Knight doing? Gilth's eyes widened. You know about Knight? He narrows his eyes. Please explain? Ryuk said nothing as he continued to stare off the mountain. October 6, 2013. Ibaraki Hospital. Iowa. Misa Amain cried in the hospital bed. Light, if you weren't dead already, I'd kill you. You're almost there, Misa Amain, the doctor said. One big push. The baby's head is already out. Iowa. After an hour of feeling herself about to tear in half, the baby was finally pushed out of her womb. The doctor before her caught the wailing blob of an infant and cradled it gently in his arms. A second doctor quickly cut the umbilical cord, and they cleaned up the afterbirth. Give me my baby! Misa demanded. Her head, which reeked sweat from physical agony that lasted for an hour, stained the blue pillow, and she took slow breaths in and out as she calmed herself down. Where is my baby? Misa cried. Let me hold her. After a few minutes, the doctor that delivered handed Misa her newborn child, who cradled it tenderly. Congratulations, Misa Amain, the doctor said. It's a boy. Mrs. Yagami, she said. It's Mrs. Yagami. She looked down at her baby and felt tears erupt from her eyes. I have a baby boy, she cried. He looks so beautiful. Light, she thought, if only you were here to see the miracle our love created. The baby opened its eyes for the first time and looked up at its mother. Its crying slowly came to a stop and its blue eyes sparkled with happiness. Misa pulled down her top and breastfed her baby. Mrs. Yagami, the doctor said with a clipboard in hand, what have you decided to name a little junior here? Knight, she said without hesitation, Knight Yagami. After his father. The doctor smiled and wrote the name down. Knight Yagami, born on October 6, 2013, at 4:45 p.m. Weighs 7 pounds and 10 ounces at Ibaraki Hospital. Mother, Misa Yagami. Father, Light Yagami. She finished writing the information on the birth certificate. His name written in kanji. Misa couldn't take her eyes off the newborn. Everything about him was perfect, from his reddish blonde hair to blue eyes. This baby held in her hands was the combination between her and Light. This is what their love created, what was meant to be of them. This baby was proof that she and Light were meant to start a family together and live happily ever after like they did in the fairy tales. But Matsuda let slip that Light was killed by Kira. She did the math. Knight was conceived on New Year's Eve. That was the last time they had physical contact with each other. She was devastated when she heard the news, like someone had deleted all of her emotions with the exception of sadness, and she nearly committed suicide. But she decided to stay strong for the baby. 5 days after Knight was born, she took him to his father's grave so that Light could at least meet his son. She was dressed in black and cradled her son close to her chest, putting his ear to her heart area so he would know that his mother was alive and there for him. Hi, Light, she said with a voice crack. Tears rolled down her cheeks and quickly wiped them away. I have someone I want to introduce to you. She kneeled over the grave and held up her baby. This is Knight Yagami. The baby's eyes opened and looked up at its mother. Born October 6, 2013, one healthy baby. He has my blue eyes and your brown hair. Well, it's technically strawberry blonde, but I swear, I have never been intimate with anyone aside from you. He is your baby. She had no idea why she was getting defensive. Light was the only person she slept with. It's not unnatural for a baby to have strawberry blonde hair, with the baby's parents having blonde and brown hair. I wanted to name him after you, but I also wanted him to have his own unique identity. Tears escaped her tear ducts and she didn't have the strength to wipe them away. Why did you leave me? You knew that Kira killed those who defied him. Why did you do it? Why did you leave me and your son? She sobbed, and the baby sensed his mother's distress and cried as well. Thud! Misa's eyes widened when she heard the sound of a slap in front of her. When she looked down, she saw a black notebook laying on Light's grave. Her sadness ceased and changed to confusion as she grasped the notebook. Her breath was stolen from her as visions flashed across her vision. What's happening to me? What are all these visions? Once the flashes ended, she took a deep breath and sighed. I remember now, she thought excitedly, I remember everything now. I was told to forfeit ownership of my death note and send it to Mikami. I can't believe it. Light wasn't killed by Kira, he was Kira. Her previous feelings of hating Kira for killing Light was all but non-existent. But once she realized the truth, it didn't make her feel better. I'm sorry, she said. I'm sorry I was so helpless to you, Light. So, Light had a kid, interesting. Misa gasped and looked up at the voice. She saw someone she recognized, Ryuk, standing tall behind Light's grave. Ryuk looked down at Misa and noticed the bundle of joy in her hands. Wow, he said, he looks cute. What's his name? I thought you could see names with your eyes, Misa said. Well, he is 5 days old, safe from the death note, and my eyes, for 775 more days. People with Shinigami eyes only need to know the names of their victims. Shinigami can't see the lifespans of others of their kind. If it's with a human, that must mean that he can't see Knight's name and lifespan until he turns 780 days old. She told him his name. Ryuk smiled. A tribute to Light but is unique in its own way. I like it. Misa smiled as well. Thanks for giving me back my memories. I'm grateful. I now know the truth of what happened. She stood up and hugged her son softly. I have an idea as to how I'm going to make the task force pay for what they did to my Light. And I know how I'm going to make him happy in the afterlife. She looks down at her bundle of joy. My little Nightlight, I promise, when you grow up, you're going to make your father proud. I promise you're going to succeed where Kira failed. Ryuk cocked his head. Interesting. December 14th, 2030. The Shinigami Realm. Gilth said nothing as he processed this new information. Ryuk dropped a notebook 5 days after my son was born. According to Ryuk, Misa promised to see that Knight succeed me. Knight felt his heart pound in his chest at a slow and steady pace. Misa, she's not as worthless as I thought. She must have groomed Knight into liking Kira. He realized something. However, it never would have happened had Ryuk not dropped his death note. Why did you drop a notebook again? He asked. Ryuk chuckled. When I saw that Misa was holding a child, I got curious. I wanted to see what would happen if I bestowed her memories while she was the mother of your child. I was right in dropping the notebook. How did you get a second death note so quickly? I bribed Daryl Garoza for her death note. All it took was a few metal accessories, and as long as I returned it within 5 months. Misa committed suicide 4 months later. Reasons why, you'll have to ask her yourself. Gilth sighed and looked down at the ground. After a few seconds of contemplating, he turned around and walked away. Before he was out of range, he said, I'll bring back all the apples you want. I owe you so much, you goddamn Shinigami. For dropping the death note in the first place, for giving Misa her memories back, for making Knight into what he is today. Damn you, Ryuk, you backstabbed me in the back, but had it not been for you, Knight never would have turned into the person he is. You really are the overarching player in this game. He stopped and looked at Ryuk one last time. I'll be waiting, Ryuk said. See you later, Light. December 24th, 2030. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Genre, Knight shook her head with his free hand. Wake up. He brought his hand with the cuff up to touch her heart area. No! He cried. A dark red aura surrounded him as he inwardly smiled. Exactly as planned. I rewrote Brake's lifespan in the notebook so his death date was today. Because Genre has a gun, she's the only person capable of killing Brake before midnight. Not only that, but I took a precaution as well to ensure Grudge would die, even if Genre wasn't the death of Brake. Gilth made Genre touch the death note, thus, making her the current owner, and now that she is dead and I'm in physical contact with the owner, I now own the death note I have stashed in the back of my robe. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Only a god of death that has passed on their death note to a human is able to kill the owner of the death note. I used that rule to my advantage. Since Gilth made Genre the owner, only he had the right to kill her, and Grudge wrote her name in his death note. He was haunting her and therefore broke 2 rules. Punishment is almost certain for Grudge because he extended the life of a human he favored and killed a death note owner he wasn't haunting. 27. 28. 29. 30. Knight looks at Break, who is sitting on his knees beside him with a horrified expression on his face. He held himself above the ground with both hands before he picked himself up. 34. 35. 36. Break, you've lost your advantage. It's time for you to die. 38. 39. 40. Knight reached over and put his hands in Genre's pockets. He searched around for the key and pulled it out when he felt it. He used the key to unlock the cuffs when they were finally free. 44. 45. 46. In the background, visible to only Knight, Gilth picked up Grudge's fallen death note and turned to the page with Knight's name written in it. How predictable, Grudge, Gilth inwardly laughed. I was prepared for this. One step ahead. Gilth pulls out his death note and opens to the latest page. There was one name written on Gilth's notebook. The name was Knight Yagami. When the same name is written on more than 2 death notes, the note which was first filled in will take effect, regardless of the time of death. However, if written the same name on more than 2 death notes is completed within a 0.06 second difference, it is regarded as simultaneous. The death note will not take effect and the individual written will not die. Gilth laughed hysterically. Knight predicted that you would try something like this, so while I was in the Shinigami realm, I followed his instructions and did some practice. All that practice paid off. Once I realized that the rewritten lifespan experiment was a success, I practiced the 0.06 second difference rule in a few Shinigami while I waited for 5 days. Gilth looks at the pile of sand and dust visible only to him. I was watching over you, Grudge, and when you wrote Knight's real name down, I wrote his name down at the same exact time, therefore, saving my son's life. What happens now is up to Knight. Knight rubbed his previously handcuffed hand softly, massaging over the tender skin before he looked to see Break running away. Knight ran after him after he removed the slip of death note from his watch, made it into a ball, and swallowed it. He ran off into the snow and as far away from the carnival as possible. Break sprinted as fast as he could, running into the street before he turned and ducked into an alleyway. When he was halfway down the alley, he collapsed to his knees and held himself off the ground with his arms. Knight caught up to him. He checked his watch for the time. Break was taking slow breaths in and slow, like he had forgotten how to breathe and his body was automatically doing it for him. When Knight approached him, his breathing suddenly became shallow. What's going on? Knight asked before he said, Brian, in a subtle mocking voice. I saw it, Break said as he looked up at Knight. I saw Grudge writing Genre's real name in his death note. Then he perished along with Genre. He made a fist with both hands as his forehead connected to the ground. What the hell is wrong with me? Knight's expression remained the same but shifted somewhat slightly. Where is this coming from, Brian? He noticed a tear dripping to the ground and it didn't take him long to realize that he was crying. Genre died because of me, he exclaimed. Grudge killed her so my lifespan would extend. Everything that I've done with the death note so far has only resulted in people getting hurt. More tears dripped down his face. Because of the criminals I was using to control with the death note, Hinata Kudo was assaulted and she committed suicide. Genre, a person I knew from my past, was sacrificed in order for me to live. Grudge, my friend, killed himself so I could inherit his lifespan. I didn't want these people to die. This innocent girl, my old rival from the academy, my friend. This is what the death note has brought upon me. I was only using it to kill criminals on death row, but Genre was right. I am just as bad as Kira." Knight said nothing as he stared at the emotional break with an emotionless face. After a few seconds of waiting, he finally decided to talk. "Brian," he said softly before leaning against the wall, "don't think the feeling of sadness belongs to you alone. Don't think that you're the only one suffering because of Kira." He stuffed his hands in his pockets before he looked down at his feet. "My father was killed by Kira 9 months or so before I was born. My mother committed suicide because of her love for my father. Hinata Kudo, my girlfriend, suffered indirectly because of Kira. Genre, the girl I barely knew that grew on me over time, was an indirect casualty of Kira." He looked down at him. "I may be a Kira supporter, but I will admit that the Death Note has taken a toll on my life as well. People I loved were killed." "How could you understand?" Break asked. "When you are Kira?" Knight's expression didn't change. "I would never admit this aloud or in person, but I admire you, Brian." He noticed Break's confused look. "You were able to use a powerful weapon belonging to that of a god, and you didn't lose your heart in the process. The fact that you still held onto your humanity is proof enough that you're a good person." Break stood up and faced Knight. "What about you?" "Me?" Knight looked down at his watch. 54. 55. 56. Knight looked at Break with red eyes. "I'm Kira. 57. 58. 59. 12 a.m. Neither man said anything. Neither man took their eyes off the other. Neither man had an expression on their face. They both just stared at each other and said nothing. The only sound that could be heard by the two was the sounds of their own breath. Break made the first move when he turned away and walked down the alley at a slow pace. "Are you okay, Brian?" Knight laughed. "You're looking a little suicidal over there." "I'm fine," Break said as he continued to walk away. "I just have to do something." Knight chuckled. "By the way, before you go." He removed the Death Note from inside his robe and jogged up to Break, opening it up to the most recent page. "You want to see what fate has in store for you?" He showed Break the last entry written in the Death Note. "Brian Baker, suicide, 12 a.m., December 25, 2030. Becoming conflicted with grief over the loss of his companions, he climbs to the roof of the Parent Hotel and jumps off at 12:30 a.m. into an alleyway. And while you're at it." He removed a pencil from inside his robe. "Write down Roach and Maroon's real name right next to these written instructions." Break took a pencil and wrote down Roach and Maroon's real name. Knight took back the Death Note and looked at the names. Christopher Court, suicide, 12:01 a.m., December 25, 2030. Gets rid of all evidence that he has gathered over the prime Kira suspect. He carries all notebooks relating to the Kira investigation with him in his back before he heads to the roof of the Parent Hotel, where he jumps off at 12:30 a.m. into an alleyway. Marcus Marono, suicide, 12:01 a.m., December 25, 2030. Gets rid of all evidence that he has gathered over the prime Kira suspect. He carries all notebooks relating to the Kira investigation with him in his back before he heads to the roof of the Parent Hotel, where he jumps off at 12:30 a.m. into an alleyway. I finally won, Knight thought. I took out 2 of my enemies without even seeing their faces. He looks up at Break one last time before he is out of sight down the alleyway. "See you later, Brian Baker." Break was out of view moments later, disappeared into the shadows as he walked to his doom. Gilth materialized beside Knight and grinned. "I couldn't be prouder of you, my son," Gilth said. "You have defeated Break, Roach, and Maroon, all on your own terms with no assistance from anyone else or Shinigami Eyes." Gilth reaches into his satchel and pulls out something. A Death Note, specifically, one belonging to Grudge. Knight didn't acknowledge Gilth as he blindly held out his hand for the Death Note. He grasped it with 2 fingers. Once he was sure he was the official owner, he looked at the Death Note. His eyes widened. "It's a notebook with a red cover," Gilth said, "one of the few existing ones in the Shinigami realm." Knight smiled and opened the notebook to examine it. There was a how-to-use page, but there weren't as many rules compared to the Death Note that Knight has. He looks over the pages and sees various human names that don't interest him. with the exception of one, Geneva Green. Given that this is the most recent entry, this must be Genre's real name. Geneva Genre Green. On the last page, he saw his own name and panicked. Don't worry, Knight, you're not going to die. Knight glared at him. How the hell do you know, Shinigami? Gilth took out his own death note and flipped to the most recent entry. He watched Knight's expression as he read his own name change to anger. You tried to kill me. No, Grudge was trying to kill you and I saved your life. It took Knight a moment to realize what Gilth meant. Once he figured it out, he calmed down. When one name is written in 2 or more death note within 0.06 seconds, then it will be regarded as simultaneous and the individual will not die. I completely forgot about that. He puts the death note away in his pouch. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done, Dad. From handing me the death note to saving my life without sacrificing your own. All I did was give you a death note, the rest was all on your own. Gilth smiled. You really are my son and I couldn't be prouder of you. Although, I do have one question. Knight cocked his head. That stuff you said to Genre, was it all true? Knight flashed back to the conversations. In that case, I wish you were younger, Knight said with a smile to Genre, 'cause I'm sure whatever man you end up with, once we catch Break and prove that I'm not Kira, he is one lucky son of a bitch. It's time to prove once and for all that I am not Kira, he said. With our faces exposed, the Shinigami will be able to spot us and warn Break. Without hesitating, he reaches into Genre's pocket and pulls out the handcuffs. He cuffs their hands together. This will confirm our identity to the Shinigami. Time to catch Break once and for all so we can be done with this investigation. I want you to settle down and start a family of your own. No, you should have gotten an animal that is beautiful but deadly. You know, something that reminds you of you. He looks at the rewards and stuffed animals hanging from hooks from above and spots one. Like the Habu snake. It's a beautiful snake but it's deadly. Perfect for someone of your caliber. Did you mean any of that? Gilth asked. I can't tell what's going on inside your head when you're putting on a facade. Knight didn't hesitate to answer. There is no right or wrong answer. Still, that didn't give Gilth the answer he wanted. What about that stuff you said to Break? Knight scoffed. That stuff, some of it was true and some of it was false. I have never been cursed since I've had this death note. As a matter of fact, I'm happy with this death note, more than I've ever been in my 17 years alive. He looked down at the death note in his hand. I liked Genre but she was a threat. Break, I hated him and he had to go. But I will admit, I do kinda miss the company of Genre being around since she was funny and we shared a lot of smart conversations together. With Break. I lost, he thought. I knew the whole time that Knight was Kira and I wasn't able to defeat him. This is why I could never measure up to L's standards. I may be as smart as him but I let my emotions get the better of me. That's why I lost. There was little that could be done as Break walked with his allies, Roach and Maroon, over to the edge of the tall building. They didn't hesitate as all three of them stepped on the edge and jumped off. Break felt weightless from the fall and time seemed to have slowed down just so he could see the ground get closer and closer. A blue aura surrounded him. I died, but at least I'm going to see my father again. If all humans go to the same place upon death, then I'll see Dad again. Maybe I'll get to see Grudge or Genre. One can hope. He closed his eyes just seconds before he touchdown with Knight. Exactly as planned. Knight was in the alleyway when the three detectives jumped off and he snickered at his victory. I am the one true successor to Kira. He puts on a pair of leather gloves that came with his Santa outfit before he scavenged the dead bodies. He lifted up Roach's body and found the notebook in his inner jacket pocket. He grabbed it and took it out. Now I'm the owner of this death note. He realized something about the death note. It's a red notebook, just like Grudge's. 30 minutes later. Knight was back at the festival and called in the police. An ambulance arrived and they took Genre's corpse into the back before driving to the hospital. Knight stayed behind, sitting on the hood of a car whilst the police surrounded the area. Knight inwardly chuckled. I already hid the notebooks, so when they do search me, they'll find nothing. Chief Kudo approached Knight wearing a trench coat with a scarf around his neck. How is it going tonight? I don't know what to say, he said before he checked his watch. It's 1 o'clock in the morning on December 25th, so Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Kudo replied. What is going on here? Knight explained the plan that he and Genre came up with to try and draw and break. He was scolding Knight for thinking carelessly before Knight held up his hand. I understand, sir, but Genre was more than experienced to take on one person. And look what happened to her, he exclaimed. Break didn't kill her, doesn't fit his code of ethics. It was Kira. He looked away, pretending to be sad. Hey, joined the conversation. He's right, Chief, he said. It was Kira. How did Kira get her name? There was a website which details investigations into America. Someone leaked the names of dozens of American agents. I checked the website myself and, although I could find no Alex Brock in there, Break still died, so it's no hard to assume that Kira got Genre's real name from the website. Kudo looked confused. How do you know that Break is dead? Because someone called in that they saw 3 people jump off the roof of the parent hotel. I sent a few officers and myself to check it out, and there's no doubt in my mind that it is Break, Roach, and Maroon. I'm the one who made the anonymous tip, Knight thought, and with the notebooks that Roach had in his jacket, I was able to write Death Note across one of the covers and leave it behind for the police to find. I tore out the pages and threw them into the fire. Kudo looked to the ground with a subtle sad expression. So Break is dead, just like that? It looks like there's no need for the Break investigation anymore, Height said, now that the suspects are dead. We can get back to the Kira investigation, Kudo said. I'm relieved, Knight suddenly said. When the 2 officers looked at him, he explained that Hina got closure for her death. Kudo subtle nodded before putting a hand on Knight's shoulder. But still, we have a job to do in catching Kira. Knight nodded. I understand, but unfortunately, Kira is someone I support, and I doubt you would want a Kira supporter on an anti-Kira task force. True enough. But we'll keep in contact should you decide to help us. We could really use your brilliance. Of course, Knight said, anything to help Tokyo's finest. You guys are good people after all. It's true, Chief Kudo is a good person. He reminds me so much of my grandfather, Soichiro Yagami, which is why, for my grandfather's sake, that I won't kill Chief Kudo. December 31st, 2030, 11:59 p.m. The Yagami household. So, now that Break, Roach, and Maroon are dead, what happens now? Knight had an answer to that question as he slowly spun around his chair, but he decided to wait. He checked his watch and silently did a countdown. 38. 39. 40. I'll get back on track, he said before he stopped spinning. 41. 42. He turned towards his desk and opened up his Death Note. 45. 46. He looked over at the television, where he switched on a news channel dealing with the countdown to New Year's Eve. 50. 51. 52. He took out a pencil and pressed it to the Death Note. 54. 55. He turned on his computer. 58. 59. Happy New Year, Dad. He started writing down the names of criminals to die. Dublin, Ireland. Through the sky, the bright blue sky filled with clouds, a Death Note dropped from the Shinigami realm fell. It soared through the clouds and made contact with the ground. It had a black cover and stood out in a garden of flowers. A girl with red hair stepped over the meadow of flowers and picked up the Death Note, becoming the owner. She looked at the Death Note in confusion, but her state of confusion turned to horror when she saw the Shinigami standing before her. Hi there, sis, the Shinigami said cheerfully, my name is Massey. Nice to meet you, Iris. Chapter 19, Deja Vu. Knight Yagami, the son of Light and Misa, and heir to Kira's godship. Gilth, pronounced Gilth the god of death reincarnation of Light Yagami. Iris, a girl owning a death note. Massey, pronounced Macy the god of death reincarnation of Misa a main. Kiri, a death note owner who kills their victims through suicide. Extended summary. In the anti-Kira arc of Death Note, Lights Out, just as Knight Yagami was going to live life as a college student, he is targeted by an anti-Kira protester who owns a death note of their own and possesses the Shinigami eyes. All hope seems to be lost for Knight unless he makes a deal for the Shinigami eyes, cause the only way to fight fire is with fire, especially when this anti-Kira protester known as Kiri will stop at nothing until Kira is dead and gone. Wednesday, January 15, 2031. Police Station. Thanks again for helping us out, Knight, a police officer said. Knight grabbed his backpack and put the strap over his shoulder. He grunted with a smirk before he shakes the officer's hand. Anytime, fellow agents of justice, he said, just wait, in a couple of years, I'm going to be among you, solving crimes and putting away bad people. The officer nodded. Just as Knight was about to leave, he felt a hand grab his shoulder with the strap. He turned and saw Height with a serious face. We appreciate you helping out the police station with the identity theft investigation. Knight shoved his hands in his pockets. Anytime. We're agents of justice and I'll be seeing you after I graduate from Tuo University in a few years. I wish you would help us on the Kira investigation, Height said sternly. Your deductive abilities are far above that of any amateur. Knight let out a soft chuckle. As much as I'm keenly interested, I don't think it would be right for me. I'm a Kira supporter and I don't think I could trust myself trying to hunt Kira. Chances are, I'll purposely play dumb or lead you in the wrong direction. Height considered what he saw saying before he spoke. I guess you have a point, but I do hope that you see the errors in Kira's ways and help us find him. Brake suspected that Knight was Kira, Height thought, and that list that's been leaked from the US did not feature the name Alex Brock. Alex Brock is the name that Knight was given by Brake himself, but when I did an investigation, I discovered that Brake's real name was Brian Baker and that name was on the list, so anybody could have looked up the name. There's no way Knight can be Kira. Knight looked at his watch. I don't want to waste valuable police time and I'm on a tight schedule. He sighed before turning to the door. As he stepped out of the door, he felt another hand grab onto his shoulder. He thought Height was back, but it was Chief Kudo of the NPA. Knight narrowed his eyes in confusion before the chief explained himself. I've been meaning to say, good luck on the entrance exams. Knight smiled. You remembered that I'm taking the test to get into 2O. Of course, a future member of the task force taking the next step to becoming a detective is not something I forget. For a split second, I thought you were going to tell me to investigate Kira. No, Kudo shook his head. Everybody has a right to their opinion. I'm not worried about you joining the Kira task force, only that you become a member of the police force. In the last 2 weeks, you've helped us solve a number of petty crimes and complex crimes. You'll make a fine detective and I can't wait to work with you one day. Knight patted Kudo on the shoulder. I look forward to working with you as well, Chief Kudo. He pauses. Although, I will make a promise, if something were to happen to you because of Kira, I promise to avenge you. I will catch him and bring him to justice. Kudo looked surprised. Even though you're a Kira supporter? You remind me of my grandfather and he was a good man. Kudo laughed. I'm not old enough to be grandfather material. You're at the border age. You're like 45. I'm 44. Exactly. They both laughed. Kudo looked at his wristwatch before looking back at Knight. Well, I think it's time for you to leave. Last I recall, the tests start at 9:30 and you've got an hour. You should use this time to get chores done and study. Thank you, Grandpa. The two laughed before they walked in opposite directions. Grandpa? Gilth exclaimed, he reminds you of your grandpa? Knight inwardly smirked. Life has never been so stress-free before, Knight Yagami thought as he sat between two big men on the bus. I've had my Shinigami remove all the cameras from my house, the US president hasn't sent any new agents to hunt Kira down, and I'm getting into Toei University. Knight tucked his hands in his pockets and scoffed as he got off the bus with a cheeky grin on his face. Someone seems confident, Gilth said upon limping after Knight. Thanks to the criminals you scheduled to kill, your daily kills were cut down significantly, saving you plenty of time to study. Knight nodded. I'm not going to help you cheat during the entrance exams. Knight side-eyed him with offense. I may be invisible, but I wouldn't go that far. Plus, I want to see how smart you truly are, academic-wise. I've already seen your brilliance in the art of war. Knight checked his watch. It's good to arrive early, gives you plenty of time to think both physically and mentally. Allows you plenty of time to prepare. Knight made it to the 2-0 entrance exams and passed through the gates with a nonchalant expression. After he got into the building, he situated himself in his chair as the teacher began passing out the exams and the answer key along with it. An assistant handed out pencils and reminded everyone of the rules and how cheating was prohibited. The clock struck 9:30 a.m., signaling for the test to begin. Knight grabbed his pencil and spun it in his hands. I remember, he thought, based on Dad's memories 24 years ago, this is where he and Elle met for the first time. Elle was student number 162, and based on the seating chart, I'm sitting in the exact spot that Dad was sitting in. He inwardly chuckled. Just for laughs, I'll take a peek over my shoulder to see who student 162 is. When he looked over his shoulder, he saw student 162 instantly. The student wasn't sitting in a weird position with their feet on the table but in a proper fashion. What he found to be odd was that the student had one hand covering her face, like she was covering up a disfiguring scar, but he couldn't help but notice the girl's red hair. Seems oddly familiar, he thought. He turned away and the redhead looked at his back with a blushing face. April 3rd, 2031. Toei University. Welcome to the next chapter of your lives. Class of 2031 Toei was written in kanji on a banner displayed above the main doors to the building. Knight stood with his hands grabbing his red tie and adjusting it so he could breathe. You really do take after me, Knight, Gilth said with a smile. Like me, you got a perfect score on the tests and now you're giving a speech as a freshman representative. History repeats itself, Knight thought, sadly. I'm proud of you. After Knight was comfortable with his tie, he found himself in the building. Instead of the exams being held inside, they were held outside behind the building where there were more chairs for everyone to sit. Knight took a seat near the front rows so he wouldn't waste any time getting up to the podium. Everywhere that Knight looked, whether it was from left to right, he saw students to be dressed in fashion and pride, which they should be as they were going to embark on the next chapter of their lives. In just a couple more years, I'll be out of here and a police detective. Not only that, but I have more time to move around as Kira. I'd never felt such tranquility. Knight sat patiently in his chair and listened to the teacher giving a quick introduction in the microphone before he decided that enough was enough. He picked up a clipboard and read out, Freshman Representative, Knight Yagami. Knight inhaled a breath of air before he held up a hand. Here, sir. He jumped out of his chair and made a beeline for the podium. And, the teacher continued. Knight tilted his head in confusion. 2 people are giving a freshman address? That must mean that another student scored perfect on the test. I got a perfect score in all subjects, and to hear that someone else had the same honor, I don't know what to think exactly. Freshman Representative, Iona Abernathy. Knight froze in place with one foot up the first step on the podium. His hair and eyes turned a dark red color. What, Iona Abernathy, he inwardly panicked, what the hell is going on? His fingers twitched. Iona Abernathy, she was in Wammy's house, she grew up with me. She went by the alias, Ice, and she had a crush on me. She was the first person I ever killed with a death note. October 27th, 2030. Kira is justice, he growled under his breath. He slowly looked up at her with red eyes. When Kira was law, global crime rates dropped 70% and wars have stopped. Criminals became fearful of Kira and stopped themselves from committing crimes and at the same time, discouraged people from doing bad. 600,000 innocent people were saved from violent criminals every year for 6 years, and people who did no wrong could live a cheerful life. Ever since Kira went dark all those years ago, crime has worsened. Knight, I said carefully, why are you saying this? He takes a pencil and presses it to the notebook. Let me ask you something, Iona Abernathy, if I rape you right here and now, I would be a bad person. I'm smart, so I can find a loophole in the system to get out of jail for free. Would it be justice if I rape you and get off scot-free? Ice gasped. It wouldn't be right. Of course, Knight said, but that's what you were saying. You are saying that you would rather live in a world where I could rape you and get away with it than to live in a world where evil people get punished for their crimes. Kip, I said, I know that you support Kira, but what has gotten into you? Why are you saying this? Because. He looks at his watch. I am Kira. Ice's eyes widened and she gasped. 38. 39. 40. Ice clutched her chest and collapsed to her knees. She falls on her side and gasps for air. She holds out her twitching hand as she gasps in horror upon realizing what was going on. Knight. Knight took out the death note and flashed the page with her name written on it. He smiles. I'll see you in nothingness, Iona Abernathy. Present time. No, it can't be a coincidence. Iona Abernathy is an English name, and what are the odds of coming across someone in Japan with the same name? He finally found the courage in him to continue walking up the steps. There's no way it's Iona, because when someone is killed by the death note, they can't come back to life. So, it has to be an alias. But who would use an alias such as that? When he reached the podium, he slowly turned around and his eyes widened. There was Iona Abernathy, standing beside him with her gaze downward and red hair in a ponytail and a dress on. She looked at him nervously and her eyes widened when they locked eyes with each other. She blushed slightly. How is she still alive? Knight thought. Is it really you, Knight? Iona asked herself. Gilth was indifferent when he heard the name. Although, it did ring a bell and he wasn't sure why. But when he saw Knight's nervousness standing next to this red-headed girl, he knew something must be off. He did a 180 and... Gilth! Gilth is tackled to the ground like a football player with weight in the shape of a Shinigami sitting on him. A familiar Shinigami. I made it to the human world, the happy-go-lucky Massey cheers. Gilth gasps and looks at Massey with a shocked expression. What the hell is doing here? The only way she could be down here is if she is attached to a human. Does that mean? At the podium, Knight and Iona's hearts pounded in their chests. Both of their eyes looked in the same direction. While it may appear that they were staring off into space, that was far from the case. From Knight's point of view, Gilth was laying on his back with some unknown force sitting on him. From Iona's point of view, Massey was sitting on top of someone like an invisible chair. They both picked up on what direction the other was looking at. She's looking in Gilth/Massey's direction. Does that mean she can see him, her? They slowly turned heads towards each other once more, and that's when everything finally became clear. Iris, Knight thought, is that you? Knight, Iona thought, could you really be Kira? A human using the death note must have a strong spiritual will. Death notes do not come with rules, and any that contain rules were written by a god of death. Chapter 20, Ice. April 3, 2031. Tuo University. Everything suddenly seems clear, Knight thought calmly as he looked forward and away from the red-headed girl. He took a deep breath before he picked up a paper laid before him with a pre-written speech. He recited the speech in a professional and stern vocal manner. Two kids looked at Knight and Iona with bewilderment. It's not fair that there are two freshman representatives, the first one said. They both got perfect scores on every subject, the second one said. The first one rolled his eyes. Looks like history repeats itself. The second one stared at the first. The first noticed his friend's confusion and explained, my father went to Tuo University in 2007 and there were two freshman representatives who got a perfect score in all subjects. Nice, the second one deadpanned, bunch of show-offs. And the irony is, This is just like the 2007 entrance ceremony. He pointed at Knight. Knight Yagami shares a striking resemblance in name to Light Yagami, and the person on the right, he eyes Iona, has something unique with their name. In 2007, it was a kid who shared the same name as the famous pop idol, Hideki Ryuga. Iona picked up the pre-written speech and recited it in a nervous voice. And now we have Iona Abernathy, an English name. What's next? Bright Yagami and Tuya Ogawa, the famous singer from Kyoto? We'll see the results in another 24 years. Knight and Iona finished the speech before the crowd started clapping. They bowed to the freshmen before they walked down the podium slowly and side by side. Knight saw an empty chair beside his seat and smirked. He grabbed Iona by the wrist and caused her to gasp in shock. Sit by me, Knight ordered without making eye contact. He wants me to sit next to him, she thought nervously. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? She shook her head. No, it would be impossible to use the death note, or even a clipping of it in a public place like this, and there's no way he could have written my name in ahead of time because this is the first time we've made contact with each other. I'll be safe. Then she suddenly felt hot. But I'm sitting next to Knight. Knight guided her to the empty chair beside his seat and sat down. She was still standing and looking at the empty seat like it was covered in nails. He made eye contact and gave her a soft smile. His hand was still cuffed gently around her wrist, and he patted the back of her hand. Sit, he said softly, I don't bite. Iona slowly nodded with a tomato-red face before taking her seat. The world seemed to freeze around them, time standing still. The only sounds either one could hear were the sounds of their own heartbeats, and whoever's heart stopped beating first was a victim of the other's death note. Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color, symbolizing malice. Iona's hair and eyes turned a pink color, symbolizing love. Knight and Iona slowly turned towards each other, their eyes making contact and piercing into the windows leading to their souls for a few seconds before one finally got the courage to speak. Hi, Iris. February 14th, 2029. It was Valentine's Day. Traditionally, Valentine's Day in Wammy's house is celebrated with an equal number of boys and girls being given an assigned Valentines and an assortment of gifts to choose from the living room. They weren't supposed to give their Valentines the gift alone, but to do something creative with the gift. For example, if someone chose a guitar from the gift collection, they would have to decorate or make it unique for their specific Valentine. When Knight, aka K or Kip, was 15, he got Iris for Valentine's Day, but there was a problem. There were two people at Wammy's house who went under the alias Ice. When his door was knocked on, he opened it and found the two Ice kids standing before him. He looked at them and tried to spot a difference, but they were practically mirrors of each other. Shoulder-length red hair, green eyes, fair skin, red lips, blush cheeks. We've got to do something about this, Kip said. First of all, you both go by the alias Ice and there's only one of me. He stepped into the hall and closed the door quietly. It was during the middle of the day, but he didn't want anyone listening in on their conversation. I know, Ice 1 said, we couldn't help it. Our name is supposed to be ironic, Ice 2 said. Whenever we go deep in our thinking process, we would stand out in the sun, even on hot days. That's how we earned our nickname, Ice. Kip nodded. I know this is against the rules, but to make things easier for us, why don't you tell me your real names? He looked down both paths of the hallway before whispering, I'll tell you my real name in return. Both Ice girls looked at each other nervously. They checked to make sure they were clear before they spoke. Ice 1 whispered, my real name is Iona Abernathy. Ice 2 whispered, and my real name is Iris Abernathy. Knight remembered where each twin was standing before he said, and who got me for their Valentines. He pulled out his index card that read Ice. Ice 2 Iris pulled out an index card with Kip written in red in the center. Knight smiled at Iris before he said, you're my Valentine. He looked at Iona, who was looking down at the floor in sadness. Knight felt a pang of guilt in his heart. These two were the only ones nice to me growing up. I'll get you both Valentine's Day gifts, he said, and he perked up when he saw Iona's cheerful smile. You guys deserve it, you two were the only ones nice to me growing up. What's your real name? Iris asked. You said you would tell us your real name. Fair's fair. He looked around to make sure the coast is clear before he said his name aloud for the first time since he arrived at Wammy's house. My name is Knight Yagami. He paused to observe their reactions. Knight is written as Kishi in Japanese, spelled with the kanji characters for equestrian and gentleman, while Yagami is spelled with the kanji characters for knight and god, so when you translate my name in English, it spells out Knight of the Night God. Bizarre, am I right? The twins looked at him with shocked expressions on their faces. Their cheeks had lost their red color as they reeled in the fact that the boy they both had a crush on revealed his real name to them. They had a lot of things running through their heads. But one thought stood out to both of them. His name is so beautiful. Present day. This girl right beside me, Knight thought, I know who she is. She's not Iona Abernathy. She's Iris Abernathy. Her twin sister. He tapped his fingers against his knees. Everything makes so much sense, how Iona is still alive and why an English alias is being used in Japan. How she survived is another matter entirely. October 31st, 2030. The Yellow Box Warehouse. His cell phone rings. He answers it. What are you? I've done it, Roger Ruby said. Every single child. Knight's smile does not falter. Good, then proceed as instructed. He hangs up. I was going to say, Gilth said, what were you going to do about the Wammy House? I calculate every move I make to the 144th degree. It's easy for a person like me, who plays chess by himself every chance he gets. Whether it be a pawn or a bishop or my personal favorite, the knight, I always plan 9 steps ahead for both sides. He reads from a page. On October 31st, 2030, at 12:30 p.m., Roger Ruby uses a piece of the death note provided to him to write the names down of every child attending the Wammy House orphanage, picturing their face as he writes their name. After he finishes writing the names, he calls this number listed and tells the person on the other end that it is done. He then proceeds to set the entire orphanage on fire and he burns to death along with the corpses of the students. He closes the notebook. Everybody that opposed Kira all those years ago will be cleansed from my perfect world and I will pick up the trail that Kira left behind. Are you willing to trust Watari to write the names of every orphan at the Wammy House? Gilth asked, what happens in the event that one of them survives? Unlikely, Knight said. In the event that someone is still alive for whatever reason, I also ordered Ruby to tell me the names of the people whose face he couldn't picture on the phone. And if he has a face in mind but doesn't know their name, I told him to send their photo ID to me via email, and if he doesn't have a photo then I told him to sketch out the face as best as he can and send the photo to me. What happens if one person from the Wammy House survives? Unlikely, Knight said. I still have contingencies. I always plan ahead. As I said, I plan everything out to the 144th degree. Backup plans for backup plans for backup plans. If one person does happen to survive, then I will forfeit ownership of the Death Note. You'll take it back to the Shinigami realm and I'll have you kill this person for me before returning the notebook. In addition, on the paper that Watari used to write the children's names on, I had him write my name, spelling out Knight Yagami without a K, so if anyone investigates, they'll believe that Knight Yagami died in the fire. Present day. Attending the Wammy House, Knight thought, that's what I said. I didn't say anything about the kids who already left the orphanage, and Iris left the orphanage before I got the death note. She survived while her sister, who stayed behind, was killed. Iris touched her chin with her index finger and thumb, rubbing the side of her middle finger against her lower lip. Knight Yagami, she thought, the only logical reason is that you are Kira. Kira has only been active for 6 months since October, and October is when Wammy's house burned down. One question I have is why only you and I are alive? Kira was someone who knew about Wammy House and he found a way to kill everyone there, with us two being the exceptions. She felt her heart pound when she thought of her sister. Iona, if Knight really is Kira, then he killed my sister. Her heart dropped to her stomach. After the ceremony had ended, Knight got up from his chair and walked to the front of the university. He tucked his hands into his pockets before turning around to find Iris standing behind him. "Can I just say, you still look beautiful," Knight flirted, "and congratulations on getting a perfect score on the entrance exams." "I finally caught up to you," Iris said nervously. "When we were growing up, my sister and I always tied in second place to you. But I finally caught up. I'm proud." He looked over her shoulder as if searching for an invisible friend. "Where the hell is Gilth? I want to invite you to dinner at my house. Please accept." Normally, Iris would be panicking and blushing madly, but she kept her head calm and collected. "I can't afford to let him out of my sights," she thought. "If he is Kira, then he could use the death note to kill me as soon as I'm out of sight. The only way to ensure my protection is to stand next to him at all times." "I accept the invitation," she said. "I don't think I was going to take no for an answer." They started walking in the direction of Knight's home. Iris was only a few feet behind Knight and kept her eyes trained on the back of his head, but she saw his hands enter his pockets. If Knight really did arrange to have everyone at Wammy House killed so he can be Kira without any interference, what's stopping him from killing me? She slightly panicked but composed herself when she thought of a clipping of the death note hidden in Knight's pockets. What if he has a clipping of the death note in his pocket? I have to be sure either way. When I get the chance, I'm going to pickpocket him of everything in his pockets. Knight turned his head slightly and looked at Iris in the corner of his eyes. No doubt she's going to question me about what happened to Iona, he thought. It's inevitable. He looked down at his wristwatch. Better safe than sorry. He shook his head. No, I can't kill her in public with all these people around, and it's going to be hard to write with her trailing behind me. An idea came to his head. I have an idea. After the two stopped at a four-way intersection with the traffic lights on red in their direction, they stood side by side with each other. I'll pickpocket him of everything in his pockets, Iris thought. I'll write on the clipping hidden in my watch, Knight thought. A small crowd of people surrounded them from both sides. It was full of students from the entrance exams, and they were chatting with each other on the phones and loudly boasting about getting into 2-0. Once the lights turned green and the hand signal lit up on the lights, they walked across the street. A group of 3 students stepped between Knight and Iris, separating them by 6 feet. Knight pulled on the crown on his wristwatch and pulled out the secret compartment. He quickly took out a small pencil, the kind that golf players would use, and wrote on the clipping. Iona Abernathy, crossed out. Iris. Knight quickly slid the compartment back in place as they made it to the other side of the street. He searched for the missing Iris and found her standing to his right with hands made into fists at her side as if she was holding something. I wrote it, Knight thought. I pickpocketed him, Iris thought, nothing but lint in his pockets. They arrived at the Yagami household after a few minutes of walking. Knight held the door open for her and offered to make her some tea. She accepted the offer and followed him around the kitchen, practically attached to his hip, and watched as he made what he called his grandmother's tea. He poured a cup for himself and then Iris. He led her to the couch and they sat down next to each other on opposite ends. When the mug was touching his lips, he heard Iris speak. Are you Kira? Knight froze with the tea running halfway down the mug before he tilted it forward and took his first sip. Where did you get a crazy idea like that from, Iris? Knight carefully set his mug down on the coffee table and faced her. I'm a supporter of Kira, but that doesn't make me Kira. I've got a lot of evidence from what my Shinigami told me, Iris said. She had a lot to say. It took all of Knight's strength to not move a muscle in his face. If she saw a reaction, then she would know. Shinigami? As in a god of death? I didn't know you believed in that. Don't play dumb with me, Iris snapped. I know that you are Kira. If you don't believe me, how about a refresher? You are the son of Light Yagami and Misa Amain. It was harder than before to keep his expression neutral. Even more so than when his Shinigami suddenly appeared behind Iris, standing there with what looked to be an annoyed look on his face. Where's your evidence to back up this claim? Instead of talking, Iris reached for the back of her hair. She pulled the knots that tied her hair into a ponytail and let her red hair shower down on her shoulders. She has pretty hair, Knight thought. I bet it's soft. I want to touch it. She then reached inside the neck of her shirt and pulled a silver object out. A locket, Knight observed. Is that the same locket that I got her for her birthday 3 years ago? Upon closing inspection, he realized that the locket dangling from Iris's index finger was the same locket as before. It was silver and in the shape of a heart with a rose engraved on the front. That locket cost me £110, he thought, and winced as he remembered spending all that currency. She opened the locket and inside was a picture of Iona. She took out the piece of glass holding the photo in place before holding the locket out for Knight. What am I supposed to do with this? He asked as he took the locket. Touch the photo, she said calmly. Knight touched the photo of Iona with his thumb like he was leaving a thumbprint. He waited a few seconds before he looked up at Gilth and saw another Shinigami with long blonde hair hugging him from behind. Knight! Massey squealed before lunging at him before he could react. She caught Knight in a bear hug and lifted him above the ground. I'm so happy to see you after all this time. Massey cheered. I was watching you from the Shinigami realm. I can't believe you already have a secret admirer, and I'm proud of you for living out your father's legacy. Gilth sighed in annoyance, thinking, no matter what I do, I can never escape from Misa. I couldn't escape her in death. I couldn't escape her as a Shinigami. I couldn't even escape her back to Earth. It's like wherever I go, she's bound to follow me like a dog. Massey laid Knight down on the couch before she stepped back and stood behind Iris. How am I seeing you? Knight asked. I thought dash. That photo you touched is a clipping of the Death Note, Iris said. I tore off a piece of the Death Note and I drew a photo as realistic as possible to the one I have of Iona and I colored it in. I keep this locket with me at all times in case of an emergency, and if someone were to touch the locket, they wouldn't see my Shinigami unless they removed the glass holding the picture in place. Gilth tilted his head and thought, wow, that's very creative. Drawing in the Death Note. That settles it, Knight thought. She does have a Death Note and a Shinigami, but I don't think I should be worried. This Shinigami is no threat to me. Then he remembered something. What do you mean, live out my father's legacy? Knight asked Massey. Who the hell are you? Why, I'm the god of death, reincarnation of your mother, Massey answered with delight. Knight's heart dropped to his stomach. His mind felt like a fire alarm had gone off as he took in the fact that he had both his parents with him in Shinigami's reincarnation. He calmed himself down when he inwardly said that his mother would never choose some random person. No point in hiding it anymore, he thought. I am Kira, he declared proudly. I, Knight Yagami, am Kira. Iris forced her eyes not to widen. Don't give me a lecture on what's right and wrong. I know that killing people is wrong and it's a crime, but I'm willing to sacrifice my mind and soul. I was chosen for this mission because I am the only one who could accomplish this. My father, who reincarnated into a Shinigami, chose me specifically to continue his mission. It's more than about fulfilling destiny, it's about making the world a better place for innocent people. Ever since I got this Death Note and realized it's genuine, I made a promise to bring light to this dark world. Anyone who gets in my way and stands in my path to creating that future will be executed. He thought back to the kids at Wammy's house, Break, Roach, Maroon, Genre, and Grudge. The future that I foresaw when I picked up this forbidden object, I saw peace and happiness. I'm going to make that dream come true. The people cry in pain and anguish, and I made a pledge to make that dream come true so they can cry in joy and happiness. He regarded Iris and noted her slightly shocked expression. I promise, I will create that utopia for all. He held out his hand. I want you to bear witness to me creating a bright and ideal world. Iris said nothing but thought something. He wants to create an ideal world and he won't allow anyone to interfere? We grew up in an orphanage that teaches us to chase down people like Kira and become the world's greatest detectives. Did Knight kill Iona after all? If so, why am I still alive? She slaps his hand away. Did you kill all the kids at the Wammy's house? She asked. Don't lie. Knight rubbed his hand that she smacked and answered, I did. Iris felt her heart nearly drop to her stomach. She dreaded asking the next question, but it was inevitable. Was Iona among the casualties? Knight didn't hesitate. Yes. If I'm not careful with how I pull off my next trick, she could kill me. You said that Iona and I were the only two people who were nice to you in the orphanage. A tear threatened to fall from her eyes, but she held back. Did our kindness mean anything to you? Did the fact that my sister stayed behind in the orphanage for you while I left to pursue my own life mean nothing to you? Did it mean nothing that we revealed our names to you, or were you planning to kill us? What did those years in the orphanage mean to you, Knight? Did you ever care about us, or were you just using us? Were you planning to kill us all along? She slapped him across the cheek. Answer me, Knight. What did we mean to you? What did my sister mean to you? What do I mean to you? Knight looked at her and massaged his red cheek. He composed himself before saying, You and Iona do mean something to me. She glared at him. How can I trust you? The only person who knows Iona's real name besides Watari and I is you. But then how did all the kids die at the same time? Iris went wide-eyed. True, I do know Iona's real name and I did kill all the kids in the orphanage, but how could I have done so if I don't know every kid's name? He held up his wrist to flash his watch at her. This watch, you got for me on my birthday the last year you spent at the orphanage. I never take this off except to go to sleep, and I hold something dear in it. Iris stuttered as she tried to comprehend this new information. It's better if I show you. He pulled the crown 4 times and opened the secret compartment. There was the snippet of paper taken from the death note. He removed it and he showed her what was written on the front. Iona Abernathy, crossed out. Iris. Iris felt her heart stop beating and the world freeze around her. I used the death note to control Watari into killing all kids of Wammy's house. I couldn't write Watari writes the names of everyone except Iris and Iona Abernathy because your names would be in the death note and you would have died of heart attacks. I had every intention of stopping him before he reached your guys' names, but before I realized it, he had already written down Iona's name. He finished writing your first name before I stopped him. I tried erasing it and scribbling it out, but it wouldn't work. He looked at Gilth. My Shinigami told me that once a name has been written down, there are no takebacks. That's right, Gilth confirmed. Knight held the snippet close to his heart as tears began flooding his eyes. I wanted to save her, I truly did, but in the end, I was too slow. I couldn't save Iona. She means nothing to me? You mean nothing to me? You and your sister meant everything to me. I was thinking about committing suicide because of the torment the kids put me through, but your niceness saved me. I kept this clipping with me as a reminder of what I've done. What I couldn't do. I couldn't bear to face you, that's why I ran. I wanted you and Iona to join me in creating a new world where people don't have to be afraid of criminals, where there is no need for orphanages grooming children into becoming the world's greatest detectives. He looked at her in the green of her eyes. I'm sorry about Iona. Iris couldn't hold back anymore. All the emotions she kept locked up for 6 months finally came to a release. The dam that had been building up shattered into pieces. She could finally express how she felt. Iona, she mentally cried, I'm sorry. I never should have left. If I was there, then maybe I could have saved you. She touched her chest and felt the soft pounding of her heart. It should have been me, Iona. Gilth and Massey did nothing, said nothing, following the code that Shinigami are impartial third parties to AT. Massey couldn't help but subconsciously wrap her arm around Gilth's arm and rest her head on his shoulder. Gilth didn't resist. Knight, Massey thought, I can't read what you're thinking. I watched you kill Iona without a second thought. Knight, Gilth thought, you are the devil. I understand that I manipulated Misa's feelings for personal gain, but to see someone else do it is something different. After the two of them had cried their eyes out, they picked themselves up from the couch. Knight handed the locket back while Iris returned the snippet. Iris stayed for a few more hours and waited at the table while Knight served dinner. They remembered in the orphanage, they would sit at tables big enough for at least 4 people. Because no one wanted to interact with a Kira supporter, Knight would sit by himself on a regular, and Iris and Iona would both find opportunities to try and sit with him. More often than not, they ran away in embarrassment. It was nice for the two of them to enjoy a simple dinner without any biases getting in the way. After they finished dinner, they had dessert. After dessert, they sat down on the couch and watched TV. After the clock struck 9 o'clock, Iris decided it was time to leave. Iris walked to the front door and placed her hand on the handle. She looked over her shoulder and at Knight. "I'm sorry about everything," she said softly, "and thank you." "No," Knight said, "thank you." "For what?" "For seeing me again. I'm glad to know that you're still alive." Iris looked away to hide her blush. "Spend the night with me." Iris was so glad that her back was turned to him. "Next time." "Ah," Massey complained, "I just got to see my son for the first time and now I have to leave." "Come over the day after tomorrow," Knight suggested, "it'll be Saturday. Come by my house and we can catch up." "Okay," Massey had no choice but to comply. "I'll see you later, Knight Light." Iris unlocked the door and left. She walked down the street with her hands tucked into her pockets, her heart rushing from her shared moment with Knight. "What do you think of him, Iris?" Massey asked, flying after her. "Is he everything you dreamed of?" Iris whispered, "I don't know what to think." "What are you going to do? Are you going to join him on his Kira crusade?" "I don't know." "Are you going to try and stop him?" "I don't think so. He saved my life, so I owe him that at least." She contemplated. "Actually, I owe him twice." Massey tilted her head. Iris sensed this and explained. "On December 19th of last year, I was living with a couple who decided to take me in and raise me. They were my guardians. I was living in an apartment complex in Dublin, and just as I was getting ready for bed, the fire alarm went off. A fire broke out in the apartment and the flames spread like crazy across my apartment. I ran out of my bedroom and the living room was filled with smoke, but I found the front door. I tried opening the door, but it wouldn't open. The door isn't the kind you pull but push open. I thought it was stuck, but when I pushed it open slightly, the door was shoved back into place and I realized that someone was trying to keep me trapped in the apartment." Massey gasped. Her life was in danger, just as mine was when I was human. "I told him to let me out, but he said no and he continued to barricade the door. I was terrified because the flames were spreading to my position and I saw my life flash before my eyes. I thought that God was punishing me for leaving my sister behind to die in an orphanage fire and I was getting an ironic death, but I guess God had other plans. Not God, Misa thought, but a god of death." The man barricading the door suddenly collapsed and I was able to get out before the fires engulfed me. When the firefighters came, the paramedics loaded the man into the ambulance. They told me that the man died of a sudden, inexplicable heart attack. Heart attacks are Kira's calling card. No, Massey thought, it wasn't Kira who saved your life. The notebook I gave you belonged to a Shinigami called Pike. He is the one who saved you. He broke his normal code of conduct just to save me. If she finds out that it wasn't Knight but a Shinigami from above, what will she think? I've got to warn Knight by Saturday. Do you approve of his killing of criminals? Massey asked. Iris still couldn't answer. They teach us that Kira is evil, but I know Knight, he's not evil. But he killed all those kids in the orphanage. Iris stopped walking. I don't know what to think anymore. The world isn't black and white. There is no clear-cut answer. It's more complex than that. I don't know how to answer anything anymore nor know what good and bad. Knight's room. I think we dodged a bullet there, Gilth said as Knight locked himself in his room. You said you planned everything out when taking out the orphans, huh? He asked in a mocking tone. I figured the kids outside the orphanages wouldn't be a threat, Knight tried to justify. There was one kid I heard of moved back to his homeland in Australia to start his own restaurant. There was another who moved back home to Russia to become a music composer. Gilth laughed. You got lucky, especially with that snippet of the death note. Knight touched his watch. Had this not been on me earlier, then I would have lost. No matter what, I can't let her find out that I killed her sister on a whim. Chances are, she'll kill me. Actually, I'm more concerned about the fact that Massey is down here. Knight looked at him with a scolding look. Massey is the reincarnation of my mother, Misa Main. Now I have both mom and dad here in the human world. The first and second Kira, parents to the seventh Kira. Given how Iris was aware of the fact that my parents were the first two Kiras and she automatically suspected me of being Kira, she must have mom's memories implanted in her. Like how I have the memories of Light Yagami implanted in me. She's not as dumb as your mother. Knight shot him a glare. That's my mother you're insulting. Sorry, Gilth deadpanned. Misa, you idiot, how did you even get your hands on a death note? He inwardly gasped as his eyes widened. Pike, that must be Pike's notebook. I remembered picking up his death note, but as soon as I returned to the human world, it wasn't on me. Misa must have pickpocketed me of Pike's notebook. He realized something else. Not only that, but I now remember that Iris Abernathy is the girl I chose to do an experiment for. When Knight ordered me to rewrite a human's lifespan in Shinigami time, I chose Iris Abernathy because I knew her birthday and she was being watched from above by Pike. I didn't tell Knight that Iris was alive because I didn't know if I was allowed to give such information. I know I'm not allowed to tell anybody the names and lifespans of people I see, but to give out information about a potential target, to tell whether someone is alive or dead, is a whole different matter entirely. I'm actually glad that Mom came to the human world, Knight said before taking a seat in his chair. It works out perfect for me. The more notebooks I have, the less likely someone else out there in the world has a notebook. Only 6 notebooks are allowed in the human world at one time and I own 3. I own the notebook I first got along with Grudge and Break's notebooks. If I kill Iris, I'll own 4 notebooks. And if I decide to kill you and Mom, I'll obtain your notebooks and I'll have all 6 notebooks in my possession. This time, Gilth glared at him. Don't push it, Knight, he warned. I can still write your name in my death note. I'm only kidding, Knight chuckled. Iris, she can be a useful pawn. Maybe I can convince her to make the deal for the Shinigami eyes and that'll make the death note easier to use. As much as I would love to kill Iris, I'll find some use for her. While I'm the god of the new world, she can be my goddess, make a deal for the Shinigami eyes, and together, we'll rule this world. Together, we'll create the perfect world I've dreamed of, a world that Kira dreamed of. His hair and eyes turned a dark red color as he stared at the sunset out his window. Cue Kira's theme A from the soundtrack. I will surpass my father and my mother. I will become a personification of justice. This world will no longer be filled with evil people. I will kill them all, and if the police have a problem, then file a complaint. I won't let anyone stand in my way. Not criminals, not police detectives, not the FBI, no one. Not even Iris. He pulls the crown on his watch and unlocks the secret compartment. After all I have to do is write her surname. April 5th, 2031. NHN News Station. But above all, NHN guest Ren Hirasaka said to the news anchor, "We must teach that Kira is justice." I couldn't agree more, NHN host Kyuki Deguchi said. They teach us that Kira was nothing but a mass-murdering terrorist, but ever since his emergence 6 months ago, crimes have practically gone into free fall. Without Kira dash. His freeze and his eyes went blank. What's wrong, Mr. Deguchi? Hirasaka asked. Deguchi grabbed the pencil and stabbed himself in the hand with it. Blood sprayed from his wound and onto Hirasaka. Without missing a beat, he stands up and draws 2 kanji characters on the wall behind him in his own blood. The crew working behind the scenes suddenly panicked and went rushing to Deguchi's aid, but he had already stabbed himself with the pen in the artery located in his neck, bleeding out almost instantly. The camera stopped rolling but froze on the message he left behind on the wall. The message was written like bold words except for colored blood red letters and spelled out, if someone possesses more than one death note, by visualizing the victim, then writing down the name in one of the death notes and the cause of death in the other, it will take effect. The order, however, is unimportant. If you write down the cause of death in one death note and afterwards write the name in the other, it will take effect. This can also be accomplished by 2 death note owners working together. In this case, it's necessary that the 2 touch each other's death notes. That's the end of this tale for now. Make sure to like and subscribe for future installments. check out the Discord link below, as well as the other stories on the channel. And with that being said, peace.